on the Six Screens Telenetwork, earning the reputation of giving all the right ingredients, uninhibited, and exposing the hard, cold facts about the Watchtower Society. And now, the end is near.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome into our midnight program. Linda James, your favorite apostate, she's on here tonight. Aposta Babe is the name she goes by, and she burns the midnight oil here on the Six Screens Telenetwork. So by all means, we're going to bring Linda in right now, and we still have a lot of people on the line, so let's bring Linda in. Hello, Linda.
Hi, Rick. How's it going?
Going good tonight. So, boy, you're looking kind of spiffy there tonight. You get some new glasses?
Yes, I did.
No, they look good. I like them.
Thank you.
They look good on you.
Thank you.
They really do. So anyways,
I appreciate that.
Anything in particular you're going to be talking about tonight?
I'm going to be opening up Janja Lelich, her link about cult education. I'm going to use some of the way she educates people with the audience today.
All right. Well, we do have a good audience in here, so I'm here if you need me. So I'll step out of the way and let you do your thing.
Okay. Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Apostate Babe Linda James, your favorite apostate. And the reason I repeat every single week, as often as I can, that I am your favorite apostate is because I'm wanting to literally convince you by repetition, which is also a technique that destructive cult we use. Repetition, repetition, repetition. But because I'm telling you that's what I'm doing, this is, it's ethical. So again, I am Apostate Babe Linda James, your favorite apostate. And that show before this one with that hypnotist was really something. I went in between mad and enjoying it, and then upset, and then enjoying it. But let me just start off here with this. If you are a child of God, if you are a Christian, you know, it is impossible to be possessed by demons because the Holy Spirit lives within you. There is no room for anything else. So just know that, okay? If you are a child of God, if you are a Christian, being possessed by demons, which was always something brought up to us as something that we should fear, that's not going to happen. So just know that there's not enough room within you for the devil and the Holy Spirit, okay? So just wanted to put that out there. Jonna Taylor says hello. Hello, darling. So, yeah, so I was going back and forth with this hypnotist. I think the part that got me triggered, okay? Maybe not thinking all the way, you know, when you get triggered, you don't always think so logical, is when he was talking about the things that happen to you, you've brought them on to yourself. So past that, I'm pretty much in agreement with him. You know, once you realize that you have control, you have a position of being able to switch things up. I like that because we do have that ability to switch things up and make things different than how they looked when we had a victim mindset. It's very easy to have a victim mindset, and we were pretty much taught to have a victim mindset, you know. An example, different conversations would come up between myself and even my sister a couple of months ago. I was talking about something, I think it was political, and she says, well, you know, this system of things, what do we expect? And it's just like, oh, that's right. This system of things, okay. So it's very like we have no ability to do anything to switch things up, which may be the case, but getting to have a conversation about things is good too. And that pretty much shut down the conversation, saying something like, well, this old system of things, it's being ruled by Satan the devil. It puts us in a place of we just have no power, right? When in actuality, in my belief, I believe that there is situations that happen to you that you are a actual victim, and the consequences from that could be tough to heal from, and you're dealing with it, and it's your responsibility to deal with it, okay? And then there's victim mentality, where, gosh, I can't move and I can't change things because this stuff happened to me before, and I'm just not going to be able to do anything about it. That's a place of oppression that we were pretty much trained to remain in, if that makes sense. I don't think that. I think that the hypnotist that was on Gail's show was really coming from a very good place. But when he was talking in the manner of, like, we brought stuff on, I was flipping pissed. I was so mad, so mad, because I know that growing up in this organization, I didn't choose that. I did not choose that. I did not bring that upon myself at all. Okay, so there I was, all triggered, right? Just like in my head going, oh, hell no, I'm not going to take that. I'm not going to believe that, because that's the same kind of mindset in the manner of blame shifting. What did you do to cause it, or make it happen? I just wasn't going to have any of that. I think that there's some place that he's coming from that I don't quite understand now, but the way that I think now, I was not able to receive that with a healthy manner, if that makes sense. And, he talked about having a theory of, some people have the theory that we might have chosen our family and stuff. Let me just say, and that might be the case, okay? I like that. I like being able to, there's this theory, this, and there's, have you thought about that? I like that kind of conversation. But let me just say this. If I was not a carbon copy of what my mother looks like, I would be absolutely convinced that I didn't belong to the family I was raised in. I had nothing in common with these people. I remember sitting there going, I don't know how the hell I ended up in this family. So I do look just like my mother. So I know I was born into it, into my, my parents' family. And yeah, there's that. But I thought that he was very interesting. So and he was saying too that all hypnosis is self-hypnosis. That's what I've heard for years, and I believe that's the case. And I think that the organization uses guided imagery when teaching us things. And you notice I'm slowing down the way I'm speaking to a very calm, lully kind of voice. And if you notice, sometimes elders will speak in this way, or teachers will speak in this way, and they say, imagine, or just picture yourself. And then they go into this, you're here in the paradise, and you're meeting up with your friends, and you're joining your friends that are being resurrected. I believe that's kind of a form of guided imagery, so somewhat of hypnosis. But I think that because we trust them, the people on the pulpit, we allow ourselves to be guided in this imagery that they walk us through. So that's my opinion on that. But yeah, I love the fact that, they were talking about taking back your power. I'm sorry, but what I was raised in, I couldn't take back my power because I never had any power, right? I never had any power. So after I left, what I did get to do was develop an ability to get to understand and know that I have power. But to go and take back my power, I never had any power to begin with. So I kind of disagreed on that. That's kind of a semantics thing, but once you realize that we're more powerful than we realize, that we have more abilities to change our circumstances than we realize, it's extremely helpful. We were taught what is called learned helplessness, and that's basically where the teachings and stuff from the organization, they use the term inculcating. And inculcating means literally hammering it into your brain, these teachings from the organization. And so it's hard for me to come to a place of like I wanted that or needed that or chose that. I didn't. It was forced on me. And I just think that children within this organization have no choice. We never got to know we had any rights or anything like that. So when we get to a place where we do leave the organization, or even if we're still in the organization, and open ourselves up to the fact that we actually have rights and they can be found at the UN, the United Nations, and it's called the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The organization uses Article 18 all the time for themselves, for freedom of religion, and good for them. That's what it's there for, okay? But we didn't get to be taught what Article 18 actually is. Otherwise, we would have realized that within that same article, the freedom of religion, Article 18, it also tells us that we have the freedom to change our religion or belief system, okay? So we were never told this growing up. This path was the only path. That was it. If you left it, there would be nothing good from it. It's either us or them. Us are the good guys, them are the bad guys. Them are anything outside of the organization. So any of the kids we went to school with, any of the people that worked at the supermarket, people we would encounter, they were part of the them category that are not of God, but rather under the rule of the devil. The devil's ruling over them. And because we are in the organization, that's the only safe place to be, because this is the group that God has chosen to speak to his people through. So that was our mindset. We're isolated. We end up being told we can't be involved in different activities as we're growing up through school. We're told that if we are involved in extracurricular activities, that it's pretty much going to erode our faith, our spiritual growth. And to be honest, that's true. That's true, because what that's going to do is help us develop and grow socially during our childhood developmental years. And being able to do that helps us to grow into an adult someday. But not being able to socialize keeps us stunted and still very little as far as our development. Okay, like I want to say it's developmentally delayed, but I know that's not the right terminology. But our developmental abilities were delayed because we weren't allowed to socialize in some of these situations that would have helped us to develop into our own identity. So if we were drawn towards sports or drawn towards music or something to that effect, if it was an extracurricular activity, we were forbidden to go to it. This was something the organization taught our parents, and our parents didn't allow us to be involved in it. I mean, some of the parents did. I'm not saying all of them did, but most of them, if they were rule-abiding JWs, they would tell us we can't do these things. We can't do extracurricular activities. And we were told that what's better is to pursue kingdom interests now and look forward to doing these things that we desire today, later on in paradise, right? So we got stalled. Our growth of developing into who we authentically are, developing our characteristics and getting to do the things that we enjoy doing, all got stunted. But everything concerning how we could develop and grow as a Jehovah's Witness, I want to say children are Jehovah's Witnesses in training, right? That's the area that we could grow in. So we're developing our own JW identity, and that's also sometimes considered cult identity. So we were growing and developing in our cult identity, right? Putting on the new personality. I like to say that it's a one size fits all or one size fits most, and it really, we don't all fit into that personality. So, it's quite cumbersome to many of us that attempt to put on this new personality. And the underlying message with this is basically who you are is not okay with God. You have to become somebody else. You have to have a different identity for God to approve of you, right? There is no come as you are. It's come as you are as you're wearing the new personality, the approved personality. Let me read what plastic surgery Beth is saying. Because of what happened to you, Linda, you are now here helping thousands of people. Rick has over 5,000 subs. Oh, thank you. I hadn't thought about it that way, but thank you. Yeah, the history we have, we do get to share. So it was okay that I got triggered today. It was good that I recognized it was triggering some of the things he was saying, but he also doesn't understand that our childhood was literally, we grew up in a subculture taken away from society at large. So I don't think he understood those dynamics, which is fine. He gave a lot of very fascinating things. So the show I'm talking about is After the Storm. Today's date is Saturday, February the 18th. So if you want to check out that show, you'll want to go to Saturday, February the 18th, After the Storm, and Gail hosted, and she had a guest on that was a hypnotherapist, or anyways, I don't know what to call him. I don't know the proper term, so I'm not going to try. So yeah, so there's that. And again, I just want to remind you that if you are a child of God, if you are a Christian, being demon possessed is not possible. Okay. It's just not. There's not enough room when if with the Holy Spirit indwelling in you, or Jesus indwelling in you, or some God indwelling within you, demons don't get to be there as well. So there's that. I just wanted to say that that's the belief system of Christianity. But we were trained to believe that if we bought the wrong thing at the secondhand store, it could have a demon attached to it, and we might just bring it home. Okay? Demonology, demon teachings was like all the time brought up. It was done intentionally to keep us scared crapless. Okay? To keep us scared crapless. And you can buy things at the secondhand store. And I believe that they told us these stories and elaborated more so than needed to be, because it made you and I feel as though we were a victim of many, many circumstances. So if I bought something from the secondhand store, or I'm sorry, like a Goodwill, or like where something that somebody else owned before me, I could bring a demon home with me, and then it would be, a bad day, a bad week, a bad year, right? But that was something to make me feel as though I was a victim of circumstances that I accidentally caused. And being that this system of things is being ruled by the devil, which is also something that's very, I don't understand this whole thing about the devil is ruling over the system of things kind of mentality, because I'm always asking myself, and who gave this authority to the devil? What ends up happening is I'm told it's God, and I'm thinking, and why did God do why did God do this? It's like, why? It's like, okay, I guess, his plans are not my plans and his ways are not my ways, but it just seems like a setup. And to me, because I don't quite get it yet, maybe someday I'll kind of understand it better and it won't seem like a setup, but today it feels like a setup. And most everything that was taught to us within the org was to get us to be too scared to make our own decisions and to branch out a little bit here or branch out a little bit there, pursue any self-interests. All of that was poo-pooed upon, and it kept us isolated and secluded. Now, this was something he brought up about. He was talking about when a group of people are in a position of being scared, they're more easily persuaded in suggestions that come up. I've talked about this with you before, and the way I've talked about it is, if we are in a store somewhere and somebody pulls the fire alarm, we might not be familiar with, say it's in the mall or something. If someone with just an apron that says the name of the store, doesn't matter how old the person is, says we need to go this way, we will easily do that. We will automatically just do that, because he or she with the apron or uniform seems as though they are a person of authority, that they would know. So when part of this getting us scared stuff and then bringing in the what you need to do next stuff is strategic and works against you, but works for the organization as far as making us very good submissive workers for the organization. So there's that. I'm going to open up a link if I can get this to work. Yeah, I'm going to open up the link for Janja Lalich. I always have a hard time saying her name, and I just think she's amazing. Janja Lalich, which is spelled Janja. Last name is Lalich. Let me see if I can bring up a picture. She has a book called Take Back Your Life. I don't know if you can see that, Take Back Your Life. I have that book. It's very good. I think there's another. I was going to see if I can find her picture here, but I think it's going to show up. I think it's going to show up eventually in one of the places I take y'all. Okay. So I'm just going to read a little bit about this and bring up stuff, and then I'll open things up for people to call in. Okay. Being that this is so bright on my face, I turned down the lighting on here. Okay, so it's under the subject of help. Okay, are you or someone you know at risk for being negatively impacted by a cult? Read the list below to learn about what to watch out for. Then look at the 20 questions, which when I did push on that little link to take me to the 20 questions, it took me to the, that page that says, danger, danger, go back to safety. So we're not going to look at the 20 questions today. But we're reading part of this list that's already on this page, and then I'm going to take us to another page and read about that. So we won't be going to the 20 questions. Read the list below to learn about what to watch out for. Then look at 20 questions to evaluate if a group or leader is truly credible. Remember, if it seems too good to be true, it probably is. Number 1, Someone who becomes overly friendly right away, like an instant friendship. That's a warning sign. I've got a bit of a runny nose here, which is no fun, but I need to have something handy here. Okay. Number 2, person or group who presents easy answers to life's complex problems. Okay? Someone who is excessively pushy with invitations to lectures, meals, or retreats. Someone who tells you it's okay because look who else is doing it. So that's like, I know you guys are familiar with that. Number 5, person or group using guilt to get you to agree to come to something or do something. My goodness. Are we familiar with guilt or what? As a motivating factor to get us to behave in a certain manner. This happens a lot. And the hypnotist from Gail's show was talking about being in that place, this is the vibrational thing, keeps you at that lower vibration, which I don't get the whole vibration thing yet, but the more I hear about it, eventually maybe it'll make sense or not, I don't know, but keeping you at that lower vibration doesn't feel as good as being in a higher vibration. So he was talking about guilt and shame, stuff like that, keeps you in that lower place of vibration. And if you think about it, the org always had us in that place. So if this whole vibration thing is true, then they were keeping us in a lower vibration of, not really feeling all that good about ourselves. Okay. Number 6, someone who invites you to a retreat or workshop at another location. Could be a hotel or an isolated area, and wouldn't tell you what is going to happen when you get there. This is very common for workshops that people get turned on to. And it's presented very much like, I'm going to spoil it if I explain it to you. You're supposed to experience it for the first time, kind of raw and organically or whatever. And you're just supposed to be okay with it or trust the person that's telling you about it. They've been through it. It made such a big difference in their lives. So there's that. And someone who pressures you to make a decision right away and doesn't give you time to think. Okay. What's very common when getting together with groups that may be self-improvement groups and stuff like this, they'll tell you that there's another workshop coming up or another meeting to go to, and they'll want you to make that commitment on the spot, okay? And you don't have to, okay? You do not have to. You can go home and think on it. Just because they are making it sound like you have to, and what will often happen is that they use that terminology like when you see in advertisements like it's a 3-day sale, and after that you'll never get this deal again. This is the same kind of context, okay? That is often associated with it. So it gives you this sense of urgency that you will be willing to sign up for it because you're going to miss this price or this opportunity or this teacher that's going to teach this class or whatever. It's not going to come by again. It's a once in a lifetime thing, So that you do not have to be persuaded by this. You can take the time to think about it, and you don't have to answer to the person that's suggesting that you should make that decision right then. You don't have to answer to them. They're going to ask you why many, many times, and then they're going to come up with a solution why that this is how we can fix that, or this is how we can take care of that. I'll fix it for you. You don't have to be taken by those things, okay? Remember, there are no free lunches, no instant cures, and no easy answers. So I'm now coming down to, in her link under Cults, the Basics. Okay. And I'm going to open that up because that did work earlier. So she has about 6 articles here. And one of them is TEDx, Why Do People Join Cults? This is a very cool, actually it's kind of a cartoon. And it really does explain why people join cults. I might go back to that. But the one I wanted to go to was the next one down, Behavioral Control Systems. And I'll read you the other ones. The Change Processes. Next one is Thought Reform System. And Social Psychological Influence. And then Definition and Exploitation of the Word Cult. I haven't read that one yet. Dr. Janja Lalich, Promoting a Deeper, More Accurate Understanding of Cults with the Intent to Avoid their manipulation, exploitation, and abuse. So she is a sociologist, not a therapist, but a sociologist. And from what I understand, they study like societies. They study societies at large and how society functions. I believe I opened up the article before under Behavioral Control System. So this is an article from January 5th, 2022, and it's under Cults, the Basics. And it says methods used to support a behavioral control system, which is basically, we grew up in one of those if you're part of the organization or any other high demand, high control culture, okay? The word cult comes from culture. Isolation of the person and manipulation of his or her environment. When you go to workshops and they've rented like a big ballroom or whatever, and there's no windows to see outside, that's part of manipulating one's environment, which is why Kingdom Halls used to not have windows, because it was part of manipulating our environment so that we didn't look out the window and daydream off or whatever. It kept us to where, you know, we were there in the moment of being indoctrinated. So let me read that again. Isolation of the person and manipulation of his or her environment. I believe that's called Malure control. Control of information going in and out of the group environment. I've heard stories about different people that were at different locations that when they would get their mail, actually it was from a book I read last week about North Korea, and they would get their mail and it had already been opened up and read through, you know, and checked on before the person got their mail. I can't remember what living condition that person was in at the moment. Sorry about that. So control of information going in and out of the group environment. Separation and or alienation from family and friends. Is this not the truth? Over time, as we're involved or being recruited, people will end up choosing to see their family less and less, and then choose to serve the group more and more, okay? And in the situation of the organization, when somebody first becomes recruited and they've let their family know that they're not going to be involved in Christmas this year or Thanksgiving, the family is not happy at all, okay? So they're giving them this disappointed look and all this stuff. Well, guess what? When they first started the home Bible study with these new recruits, they told them that Satan was going to try to work against you learning the truth, okay? And he'll probably use your friends and family. So when this recruit, who's a new Bible study comes back and tells their Bible study instructor that this is what happened, then the Bible study instructor tells them, see, this is exactly what we were telling you about. The devil is using your family. Well, no, it's normal for mom or your aunt or your uncle to be disappointed that you're not showing up to something that you pretty much always have. It's disappointing, and they will look at you strangely like, what? You know, and especially if you're deciding to do church activities rather than be a part of these holidays. But of course, within this organization, we start talking about how these have pagan roots and all this stuff, and it just leaves the family members confused and disturbed. So the new Bible study conductor will call that persecution. So so there's that, okay? So I'm going to read this portion again. Control of information going in and out of the group environment, separation and or alienation from family and friends. I'm talking about, what I was talking about is how we or potential recruits end up choosing to alienate themselves from family and friends, because over time, bad association spoils useful habits. We're taught that the only people that are good to associate with are fellow Jehovah's Witnesses. So anybody else is not all that good to associate with because they are outside of the organization and under the rule of Satan the devil. There's that, okay? Induced disassociation and or other states by putting persons in mild form of trance through speaking in tongues, chanting, repeated affirmations, extended periods of meditation or prayer, lengthy denunciation sessions, long hours of lectures or study, public trails or groups humiliation, about seat circumstances focusing on one individual, sexual abuse, torture, etc. So this is like kind of going into a state of being kind of daydreamy. Certain things will happen that will encourage the mind to go into a place of just disassociation. If you, like they were talking about long, putting someone in an environment that it goes on a long time, long hours of lectures or study, public trials or group humiliation. See, after a while, your brain goes on overload, right? And that's actually why we daydream. When we end up daydreaming, it's kind of just taking a little mental break, and it somewhat rejuvenates us, kind of like what we need to do when we sleep. It rejuvenates us and gets us ready for our mind to go again the next day. So when we daydream, that's kind of what's going on. We're going into a little place of disassociation, and yes, we're looking at something, but we're not thinking about that something. We're just thinking other thoughts, So that's kind of daydreamy. A disassociation is like when you wander off in your thoughts and you're just really not present. Okay, you're not present in this time, in this space. And what's helpful, if you notice yourself doing this, which some people that leave cults, after they leave, they just kind of miscellaneously go into these states automatically because they used to do it so much. If you notice that you do this, start to pay attention to like where your hands are, where your feet are, and kind of ground yourself. You can touch your hands together. You can do other things that helps to ground you. You can twirl your hair. In other words, some kind of a touching of yourself that brings you back into the moment. You don't have to like slap yourself and be all, wake up. It doesn't have to look like that. And if you see a friend of yours or somebody that you're now involved with that used to be involved in a cult, and you see them kind of go off into that disassociation place for a while, um, just kind of talk kindly to them and ask them, so where did you go in your thoughts at that time? And that brings them back to the moment. Whether they can come up with an answer or not, it helps to bring them back into the moment, into where they're at that time. I think that's called anchoring. It might be called anchoring. I don't remember, but I think so. So these things of like chanting, repeated affirmations, extended periods of meditation or prayer, um, lengthy denunciation sessions, long hours of lectures or studies, um, public trials or group humiliation. That's something that she actually brought up from the cult that she was involved in back in the day. It was a political cult, and they did a lot of that, focusing in on one person and doing that public trial kind of thing, and doing a group humiliation kind of thing, um, focusing on the individual. So, and then there's other things. Other things can bring people to places of disassociation as well. The next one, control of a person's financial resources. I know for Jehovah's Witnesses, we're taught that what's best is making just enough. And I think it was 2016, the symposium had, remember the wife of Lot? And it was this beautiful Asian couple that they're actually married in real life. She was considered like the wife of Lot, and the story of the wife of Lot looking back, the organization brought that to a place of her looking at wealth that she had left, okay, or wanting wealth, and how bad that was. So within the symposium, time would go by, and she decided to become a real estate agent with the encouragement of her mother, who grew up dirt poor, and her mother kept encouraging her to have a career of her own and this, that, and the other. Now, the father was an accountant, and he made just enough for the family to, survive. So what was being taught was to get by on just enough. And when she became a real estate agent and brought in more money for the household, they ended up moving to a larger place. And what ends up happening then is they have some of their JW friends come over, and the JW friends were like, I don't know, this place isn't as like nice as the other place, which was smaller, right? They just poo-pooed on the whole having more money or making more money and benefiting from it. And what they call it is seeking wealth, when in actuality, doing something to make some more money is not seeking wealth. Okay, it's just simply seeking to increase your income. Wealth, you have to make a whole lot of money before it's really considered wealth. So so that's what that was about. But if you think about it, a Proverbs 31 woman, which is considered the ideal woman, who was never a true, this was in Proverbs 31, they're talking about what an ideal woman would be. This person never existed, but what the ideal woman would be. And the way Proverbs 31 talks of an ideal woman is that her husband is in the center court, like in the entrances of the gates. So he was a person of prominence, right? She would get up early. Her kids would praise her. She had people working for her. She would take a look at some land and buy it. Okay. She bought land. Okay. she had, she was quite the businesswoman, and she did all of these other things for the family. She was considered quite a good kind of woman to find for marriage. But within this, remember the wife of Lot scenario during the symposium of 2016, doing all of that was considered chasing wealth. See the contradiction there? Yeah, I hope so. So that's what that's why I was bringing it. Okay, so that's under control of person's financial resources. The organization has also shown examples of people that maybe own their own home to sell their homes and maybe move into a smaller home or else rent a place. And so that would give them more time to do more service of going out in service. And again, they're getting by on just enough. Okay, that's a good thing. And there's times when we do need to get by on just enough, but it's also wise to have things in line to where more than enough is okay to have. For instance, the car might break down. There could be medical expenses. So having more than simply enough to get by might be a good idea to have set up. Okay. The next one is debilitation through inadequate diet and fatigue, sleep and food deprivation. Yeah, this is something that I don't think so much about the dieting, but definitely sleep deprivation comes somewhat into being part of the organization. As far as you're always doing, and to get everything done, you might get lack of sleep. There's other groups that would brag about only getting a few hours sleep and still being able to function the next day.
I had a question for you.
How you doing?
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes. How are you?
How long were you a witness in your life?
So I was raised.
A couple years.
How long was I a Jehovah's Witness? Is that your question? I was raised in the organization from birth, and I left
what years?
about 1983. So
90s, 2000s, 70s, 80s.
Oh yeah, so I grew up in the 70s. So I left in 1983. So I was about 19 then. And the reason I left was because I had a worldly boyfriend. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. What?
Was all your family in? Your parents?
Yes, and they still are. My mother, my father, and my sister. I never got baptized though.
You got out when you were 19 in the 80s?
Yes, about 1983. And then I ended up moving into my boyfriend's parents' home. And my boyfriend's mother helped to finish raising me. I was going to beauty school at the time through the ROP program. And what that meant was I needed $8 every week. And she would scrounge up and come up with $8 every single week for me. And every day she had bus money for me to get on the bus, to go to beauty school, and to have the bus money to come home. And I don't know how she did it, but she did it because she was a stay-at-home mother, you know. And his dad was the one bringing in the money. So
I guess what I don't understand is, I think what I don't understand is why you're so apostate. You know, it doesn't seem like it was really that traumatic for that long in your life, or still be sort of hung up.
The reason, I'll tell you why, and thank you for asking, or thank you for noticing or sharing what you're seeing. Because of the way I was raised, my behavior in my adulthood kept getting me in positions of being a victim. Okay?
Oh, you're a victim, huh?
So I'd say about 8 years ago, sat down and asked myself, why do I keep getting into these abusive relationships? Whether it's a partner or a friend or a boss or something like this. And it was definitely associated with the way I was raised within this organization, especially being born a girl child. We were taught to do the dance of truly being led by somebody else and never really doing the leading ever. So I was trained to take that position, and it was called being a godly wife, right? Or being a godly woman. But what I ended up finding out was doing that wasn't always in my best interest. It was actually working towards me finding and being involved in another abusive relationship, if that makes sense.
No, it doesn't.
Okay. So,
I mean, I understand what you're saying, but it seems like you're kind of being a little bit of a crybaby.
oh, that I'm being a little bit of a crybaby? Oh, within the story I just told, or the article that I'm sharing?
Hey, Linda, can I say something?
Sure.
My name is Eric, and I wanted to come to your rescue a little bit.
Hi, Eric. How are you?
I'm okay. There's a reason why you guys have a program called Touched by the Tentacles of Watchtower, because anybody who has been touched by it has been hurt really bad. It doesn't matter how long you've been in it or how long what you were in it, or what you did in it. Some people were elders, some people were pioneers, some people were me. I was a pioneer for a year, and I was in and out of the uh-oh room all the time. It's a horrible experience. It's a horrible way to be raised. You said you have family in the organization, and if your name is Apostate and you're on an Apostate channel, I'm pretty sure your family doesn't talk to you. You're definitely burdening or carrying your cross, I meant to say, so to speak. And this organization destroys families. I mean, it's not being a crybaby. It's wanting to change the policies so that we have a better situation.
Yeah.
You know, I was in for 40 years. And
so what?
if I
for
could
30
have got
years.
out when I was
Doesn't matter.
19, I would have felt lucky.
Yeah, but she's still hurt from it. Her family will never let her in.
They do still get to talk to me because I was never baptized, but the thing is when they do talk to me, it's very condescending. It's very, I've left God to go live in the world and to be ruled by the world. Like I should know better. I should know, it's the truth. So I'm considered this just rebellious person that turned my back on God, is how I'm viewed, because that's what the organization told them, I think, So it's not a close relationship.
I think that everyone has pain that's been involved with Watchtower, no matter how long you were in it or not. Everyone has different stories.
I think you just need to toughen up and everybody, not just Apostate, but when you get out of there,
this is enough. I have to interrupt you now. This is enough. This is enough. I think it was a couple of weeks ago, I said I will not tolerate treating others bad here. And I will ignore anyone making those kinds of comments, and especially to Aposta Babe. She's a very nice and kind woman, and I won't accept it. I will ignore anyone making bad comments.
I don't think
Hello, did anyone hear me?
Sister.
I can hear you, Grace.
Did anyone hear me?
Yes, we hear your sister, and I agree with you.
Okay, so can we just move on with the program and just ignore this person who is rude or... Hello?
Hello. Yes, I would like that.
We move on with the program and just ignore this rude person.
Okay. Okay. We can do that.
I think the rude person
Well,
will
thank
have to.
you.
I think
Thank
the
you,
rude
Grace.
person will have to toughen up. He'll have to toughen up and hear other people's experience.
See,
No, I mean the brother. The brother will have to. Yeah.
Thank you, Grace.
Complain.
another one.
I was raised by a sociopathic mother. You think this is the first time I've been called a crybaby? No. I will survive.
My dad used to tell me, if you're not going to listen to Jehovah, you're going to listen to me.
How did that work with you?
Oh, I am who I am now. I'm tough. I don't let that stuff bother me too much.
That's good. I'm glad to hear that. Okay. I appreciate you coming in. Those that have come in, I appreciate that a lot. So I'm going to go on with reading the article. Debilitation through inadequate diet and fatigue, sleep and food deprivation. So if you're on a high carbohydrate diet, it eventually you come down from that and you become very fatigued, and that can be something that works against you. So lack of sleep and a high carbohydrate diet, it ends up having you very fatigued and makes it to where you're easily persuaded, easily herded in this direction or that direction. Degradation of the person's sense of self through confession, self-reporting, rebuking, criticism, and self-criticism, humiliation, and so on. In individual or group sessions, peer and leadership pressure, especially using powerful guilt mechanisms. So if you're talking to someone about something you went through and they dismiss it like it was nothing, and what is your problem? That really doesn't help for promoting close friendships. Also being rebuked, or what is the term the organization uses? Admonishes people that maybe complain about things. It kind of teaches you to have a sense of self-criticism going on in your head all the time as well. Humiliation. Public humiliation is something that is used through a marking talk, through simply being, if somebody gets on the platform and says so-and-so is no longer a Jehovah's Witness, that as well is a form of public humiliation. Then the fact that nobody can speak to you that is a Jehovah's Witness, and as you are working your way back, you're sitting in the back of the hall and nobody is supposed to speak to you because actually you're spiritually dead, which equals really dead in the eyes of Jehovah. That's a humiliating stance to be in. So peer and leadership pressure, especially using powerful guilt. The position that the person is sitting in at the back of the hall is to promote the guilt, okay? we're taught to look at somebody who's been disfellowshipped as somebody who was not repentant for whatever sin that they committed. They were not repentant. Okay, so they're supposed to sit back there and learn their lesson, because it is a loving provision from Jehovah. Okay, being disfellowshipped and shunned, right? I'm being totally facetious. It's actually horrifying. Ostracism is one of the worst things you can do to somebody. But back in this situation, the person that's sitting in the back of the Kingdom Hall, I've heard that it has been said to them to come in after the meeting starts and to take their seat, and then to leave before the meeting ends, so that it wouldn't make it awkward for the congregation members to have to ignore them, the awkwardness of them having to shun him or her. So that just blows me away. The next thing is induced fear or anxiety and confusion with joy and certainty being offered through surrender to the group. So to counteract, so they induce the anxiety, they induce the fear, but then they get you confused. But then what happens next is they come up with a solution. The solution is you can have certainty, you can have joy, by surrendering to this group, because what else is there? Where else can you go, right? So these are techniques that are used on people to get them to be good followers of the groups. When you surrender yourself to a group, that's where you make yourself dependent on the group, and that's where it becomes dangerous. You're no longer being self-sufficient or relying on your own thinking abilities, your own reasoning abilities, your own, you're not making decisions from your heart's desire or anything. You're going by how they're directing you. That's only going to promote the group and what makes the group stronger. It ends up making you weaker. When you can go with your own reasoning skills and you can go by your heart's desires and you can develop who you are by doing some of your own self-interests, taking part in some of that, you're going to develop into your own authentic self. And that's a place of strength. That's the place that I was talking about earlier that wasn't allowed to develop. But it can develop now. And if you're still involved in the organization and you're not able to, I totally understand. There are some things maybe you can read that will help you develop. But I understand if you're someone that's still in the organization and is not able to really go out and physically pursue some of your self-interests. I totally get it. Do what you need to do, and there will be a time that you will be able to get free, and you will be able to pursue these self-interests of yours, and that's going to get you in a place of developing into who you authentically are. That is what makes us secure in ourselves. It makes us feel as though this is why I'm here, because I'm doing these things that resonate with my soul or resonate with my spirit or just seems right. I'm not wearing this new personality that's not mine. I'm actually getting to be my own personality. So that's a good place to be. Okay. So through surrender to the group, installing the belief that the person's survival, physical, emotional, spiritual, depends on remaining within the group. Okay, that's exactly what we've been taught. There is no survival outside of this group. And that goes for this organization and any other high control, high demand group. The only way to survive, the only way you are safe is to remain inside of the group. Everything outside of it is of the devil and it's dangerous. It's very us and them. Black and white. There is no gray. Okay?
So we're the good guys and everybody else is the bad guys. Okay? That's the mindset. And also the mindset is that the ends justifies the means, which puts people in a place of it doesn't matter what is done to get somebody to a place that they want to manipulate them to be in, even if it's unethical, it's okay because the ends, we got them at a certain place, and that justifies the means, whatever means that we use to get them there. Okay? Also, induced crisis, so that the person must submit to symbolic or real acts of submission to the group via betrayal and renunciation of self, family, and previously held values. So basically, pretty much getting rid of everything that you are, everything that is associated with who you truly are. Denouncing your family, denouncing your friends, and being submissive to the group. That's a very dangerous place to be. The values that you had before, you have to let those go too. The next one is control of personal life, and in many cases the person's sexual life. So sometimes groups will tell people that they need to all be celibate, or sometimes sometimes cult leaders will say that it's okay for them to sleep with the wives of other men, and somehow this is like okay. Uh, that happens in more cults than people realize, and it's very conniving. And in the organization of the Watchtower, there was a time, and I don't think it's the same today. There was definite acts of lovemaking that was considered forbidden. Okay, so I don't think that's the same thing. I don't think that's the case anymore. They were called the bedroom rules, which usually somebody would find out on a need to know basis, which was basically when they needed to know was like when they got married, right? That's so sad. Okay. Extensive indoctrination sessions through Bible lessons, political training, sales training, self-awareness lessons, lectures by leaders. The Theocratic Ministry School made us very good salespeople. And what we were selling was paradise. So we were actually trained very well on that. So if you happen to be in a position of sales and you're doing quite well, that's a gift of yours. Use it. Okay, the next thing is assignment of monumentous tasks or repetitive activities, such as chanting or meditating or cleaning or copying written materials or wrote administrative work. This is a fascinating. Copying written material. I was sent to a Jehovah's Witness school when I was younger, when I was a kid, okay? And what I got one time for a punishment was I needed to write out the whole book of Psalms 119. That's like the biggest book in the whole Bible, Psalms 119. It was like you flip. Like I think it was like 3 whole pages. And that's what I had to do. I had to write out Psalms 119 as a form of discipline or punishment. So that's that. Under assignment of tasks, rigid security regulations and daily rules. Yes, we definitely have rigid rules. Alternation of harshness and leniency in the context of necessary discipline. Harshness and leniency. So this sounds a little bit like positive and negative reinforcements. Harshness would be the negative reinforcements. Leniency would be the positive reinforcements. So that would be the feedback we would get from the person that's attempting to manipulate us, or the group leaders of the Kingdom Hall. This says, note, not all groups use all of these techniques. A particular group, for example, may be quite efficient using only several of the above, coupled with the charm or persuasive powers of a manipulative leader. Some groups may have no need to utilize isolation, inadequate diet, or fatigue to exert considerable control over their members. The point is that most leaders have at their command and consciously use a selection of influence techniques which they employ as needed to control their followers. So when we think of the leaders within this organization, and if we're wondering if they know that they are manipulating us or using techniques to control us, I dare say that they do. I dare say that they do. They do know that they're using techniques on us to control us. That's simply my opinion. But yeah, these were some methods used to support a behavioral control system, which is what I believe the organization is, a system of control, a system of behavioral control. Did anybody have anything that they'd like to say about this article that I just read about some of the techniques or tactics that I talked about? You're welcome to push *6 and comment. I know the degradation of a person's sense of self through self-confession, self-reporting, rebuking, criticism, and self-criticism, humiliation, and so on is a huge one that we have put ourselves through. Another thing that I've noticed about the organization is we really can't develop good, intimate friendships because we really can never open up well with anybody else because they might report us to the elders if they decide that we are doing something or we're thinking in a manner that it doesn't go along with protocol, doesn't go along with the new personality. I read somewhere where it was called the Christian personality. Go ahead.
This is your friend, your real friend.
Hi, friend.
I really think that what we all went through, they used almost all of them that you've read. And some of these other groups probably use a few of them. We're in our own little world because, and the hypnotist couldn't understand it because there's nothing quite like it.
Yeah.
And we were told that we had undeserved kindness. Now take that apart.
Yep.
And
definition of grace.
That mentioned that he, would cut himself. And I want to say to him, if he's still listening or if he listens later to this show, dear sir, please stop picking on yourself. And I could relate to what he was saying because we were not taught kindness. Undeserved. Think of that phrase, undeserved kindness. In the
word undeserved has to go before kindness.
Yeah.
So sad.
It's not the biblical grace, which is the proper translation of it, but they're telling us we don't even deserve kindness.
Yeah. Pixie, I never understood terminology when I would hear people say, "You deserve this," or "You deserve to be happy." I could not comprehend deserving anything. Anything.
I hear you. And I was in a much finer party dress than you had, and I still
Yeah.
I
And
didn't
see,
that I deserve something. They've told me that I have undeserved kindness. How could I deserve anything?
hmm
And we weren't given boundaries. We were
that's
objectified.
correct.
There was a reason that I was in the really nice party dress. It was so that I could be a little object, just like little wifeys are little objects.
Presenting.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Not a person. I remember my best friends in second grade. Her father had been a professional artist and also an Air Force officer, and her mother was an artist. They were really common sense people, but creative people. And she says to my mother, she says, "Well, just put her in a little cotton shift dress. She doesn't need to be wearing that uncomfortable party dress all the time."
Oh my gosh, that says so much.
Okay, so my playmates, I went out and played in the mud with them and played rough and tumble with the boys and had a wonderful childhood. But the parent, says to my mother, "Well, you don't have to be tarting her up all the time. She's 7." Basically, I mean, that's the translation.
Yeah. Yeah. So I remember I would have play clothes and meeting clothes.
Oh yes, oh yes.
Okay, right? So
Yeah, yeah. And I don't think the other children did unless they had an Easter outfit. Worldly children were not expected to meet these adult expectations all the time.
yeah, I'll tell you what, I've heard people talk about getting a new dress for the memorial. I have no clue what that's even like. And when I think about it, it's very close to Easter. So people in society at large are all getting Easter dresses, right? For going to church, which means there's
Yes.
many sales. There's many sales happening. If there was any time during the year that there would have been some things on sale, it would have been then. At least I'm thinking that way. I don't recall ever getting a dress for the occasion of the memorial. And this, I have come to find, is a normal thing within the organization. Like that was something they did.
Because where I lived, it was just like Easter in that regard. I mean, my whole family dressed up, and the whole congregation dressed up, and yeah. So yeah, we were in that zip code.
That's so awesome.
It was. I still want a spring dress, even if I have no place to wear it.
Oh, that sounds so lovely
I
too.
don't know what to do about Christmas, but if it's spring, I want to know what's everybody going to wear, even if I'm not buying one.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a nice time of year. And we're just now getting ready to head into spring. So it's middle end of the month of February, January, February, March, and then April. That's a springtime of the year. Where I'm living, there's ducks. I'm hearing the ducks all the time. They come here this time of year, and it tells me that we're getting close to spring, and they're going to be having their babies pretty soon.
Have mostly one season where you are.
Yeah, it is mostly one season, but
Or it's not, and it's sunny most of the time. We have so much cold, miserable weather that when it gets to our beautiful spring, it's a big deal.
I bet.
That was part of it too. I mean, spring really is a thing here.
Yeah, I bet. It must be wonderful.
Oh, it is, because I've been so cold all winter.
Wow. Did you recognize any of these things from your
All of them.
upbringing, or all of it? Yeah.
All of them. All of it. All of it. And the demeaning and the criticism and the hypnotism and the all of it.
Yeah. Me too. Confusion.
Wow. Yes, confusion, which I hadn't seen on any other list.
So, and I've tapped into this a while before, but some men, when they shake another man's hand, instead of simply shaking it, some men will shake their hand and pull back, and it puts the other man, they don't expect that, and it kind of confuses them. And that's done too strategically to then, if you're confused, and you can put in a suggestion or a direction, give a direction right at that moment, and someone is more easily motivated to follow directions, to take a direction or something like that.
Do that.
Oh, hello.
I'm sorry, what?
Totally works. Totally works.
Does it?
So I was always taught not to pull the hand because that seems so aggressive, and I'm not an aggressive sort of person. But when I shake a person's hand, especially in an interview, my hand is on top, not next. My hand is over the top of theirs. Does that make sense? And in that moment,
I do that
I always say the same thing. I always say, I will be a valued member of your staff as I'm saying that. And nearly every time, they disagree with you.
Shake, Brad.
I don't know why, but they do.
That is quite confusing.
Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
I missed what you said.
The preacher handshake.
Is that so that you can kiss their hand?
No, I think you're covered with the Holy Spirit with the other hand, I think. Because in Masonic one, you'd be pressing the thumb.
Yeah, that's right.
And I've actually had the pyramid handshake from a brother from California. I had the Hollywood handshake.
Okay.
Explain that one to me. Even though I'm from California, I don't know this Hollywood handshake.
I was told about it from a filmmaker.
Okay.
Never received it from anyone in LA that was in the film business, but this brother who was from Los Angeles and had family in the film business, I got the handshake.
Can you explain what it's like, or should I Google it later?
No.
Okay.
It's a hard thing to describe, actually, the pyramid handshake. I don't even know
I would think so.
Over the phone.
Have you received it?
I've never received it, but I've seen it.
Okay.
My dad received it.
Okay.
My elder dad.
Okay.
From other people?
I thought it was Showbiz Hollywood.
No, I don't think it's just Showbiz Hollywood. I think it's a rich person thing as well, because he got it from a very, 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 very extremely rich person. And he thinks, my dad seemed to know exactly what was going on.
Wow. I thought maybe it was a Russellite thing, too.
Well, maybe. I mean, I think it is a Macon thing, so that does make sense.
It's pyramids. Well, anyway, I guess it could be from 3 different groups then.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah. But I thought I knew everything until that happened. That blew my mind.
That must have been really awkward to you.
No, it was
really.
Oh,
okay.
Great.
I was so bummed last week when you told me about that you and Brad had a surprise for me, and I had asked somebody a few times that I wanted to wrap things up, and it was like 3 hours later. And let me tell you when this happens.
I couldn't get into the show, and
I couldn't get into the show at all.
I know.
Really? I was racking my brain a lot. It was a lot of like, really?
What's going on?
Yeah.
At that point, I was like, I need to get on and defend. Wait, I don't know who I'm going to be defending. I don't know what's going on. I'm just not going to say anything.
and then when Zach got on and explained the position of, like, I think it was Zach, explained the position of the stars or the planets or something, Luna something, I was like, ordinarily that doesn't make sense, but tonight it really does. I was like, it must be a full moon, man, because it was like off the hook, crazy.
It felt like it.
Yeah, and what I mean by crazy is it was hard for me to follow. Not saying that what was brought up was crazy. It was hard for me to follow. So
the situation was crazy.
So I had a hard time understanding the point from Kurt, and that was the more I tried to understand it, the more I was waiting for the point, and then we would have
He just kept repeating until he stepped on my shadow self. I never get that angry.
oh yeah. So
That's another reason why I didn't say anything. I thought, Pixie can handle this.
and Pixie was. Thank you. Pixie was.
Go for it, Pixie. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hey! Before we get too far along, were you trying to tell me how to, or tell people how to shake hands with another man?
No, we were talking about handshakes in general.
Yeah,
There are many.
Yeah, wow. I don't know. It seems kind of weird for her to be giving suggestions or weird things about.
Yeah, I'm real weird.
Shaking
I'm
hands
so weird
with another
that you're
man.
not even going to be on my level to understand it. And we've been through this before. So why don't you just go back to your little corner and listen and learn something, okay?
Yeah, hello. I'm learning a lot.
Good. That's what you should be doing.
Yeah. Hello.
Hello. Hi.
Hi. This is Zachary.
Hi, Zachary.
Hi.
Hi,
Nice to know you. Hi. I heard somebody else too. It sounded like Susan.
I was. I just want to make
Hi,
a
Susan.
Yes, please. Hello. Hi, everybody.
Hi.
I'm glad
How are you feeling?
I just wanted to say, sometimes maybe when people don't think the way we do, we should really be kind. I mean, we're all under a lot of stress, being extra Jehovah's Witnesses. Plus, the world has made things stressful. So please, could we just lower the stress level a little bit?
I'll try to. That guy has insulted 3 of my friends over the last 3 shows, though, dear.
That. You know what? But Pixie, you might insult people without realizing it yourself.
Oh, I do realize it, dear. I was trying to keep him away from Linda.
Pixie, wait a minute. Let me finish here. We just need to really, if we can't, this is what my father used to say to me. If you can't say something nice, don't say anything at all. And if we don't agree with someone, we can be free to disagree. And if things people say we think they're ridiculous, let people make their own conclusions that what they're saying is ridiculous. So I think
I agree with you, dear. I was less than polite and less than ladylike, but I think he was heckling the 4 times that he was on.
And he may have been. I'm not saying he wasn't, but what I'm saying is, if we said something and someone thought it was rude or narcissistic or unkind, and we go, if they go blasting off on us, we wouldn't appreciate it. So let's give people the benefit of the doubt. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, I will from now on.
It got so bad, Susan, last week. Last week it got so heated, I would say. Or Rick actually came in and gave his viewpoint, and he was tired. He was just like tired of hearing it. It was a lot last week, and basically that's the message you're saying is let's be kinder with each other. I totally agree with you, but also too I've learned that I'm also empowered to stand up for myself and for my friends. So when I find myself facing things that I do not welcome, I've learned that I don't have to sit here and receive it in the manner that I was trained to sit here and receive it. So today I get to speak up for myself. I get to say I'm not okay with it. I get to say I don't welcome it. I'm not, so I do get to speak back to it. But I agree, saying things with respect is important.
Drop it. My point is that when the crisis is over, let's
I'm
stop.
sorry, is somebody running water? If they could push *6.
Yeah, but
Somebody's washing a dish.
I walked off the fan.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
All
I
right.
was saying once the crisis is over, maybe we can just drop it, because otherwise we're just bringing the stupidity on longer than it needs to be. And
That's a good word.
you know, just
Once the crisis is over,
once the crisis is over with whatever they're saying or doing, you should just drop it and just move on to something really productive. Because I just love your show, Linda. I think you are just
I really enjoy doing it.
you're just growing tremendously in your ability to be relevant and helping others and be kind and be trying to be accepting of everyone. I just admire you for all the things that you do, and I just wish that people wouldn't say ridiculous things. But I think once it's over, just drop it and walk on.
I agree, and I like that idea. Thank you. I do like that idea. So,
I hope I step in anyone's toes, but I also
Oh no, you're correct. You were correct.
I want this show to be productive, and there's a lot of people that need so much help, and we need all the good and positive things that we can say. Because believe it or not, you do not realize how many people are listening right now. I was stymied at the amount of people. They don't speak up. They never do, week after week. But
That's stunning.
There's a lot more people, and they're going to be listening during the week too. So just be cognizant of that also.
That's wonderful. That's a wonderful, wonderful news.
I love this audience. I love the Six Screens audience. They're amazing people. We are a unique crowd. And what bonds us together is our experience within this high controlled, high demand culture that we were once involved in, whether we grew up in it or were recruited into it. The time that we spent in it was such an experience that's what bonds us. So yeah.
I don't think anyone else could understand it.
I agree.
You mentioned something about bad nutrition. I mean, I don't remember. We had dinner parties if somebody would visit us. Like if we had one of those traveling overseers, my mother would make the most beautiful meals and cakes and things. But other things, we would miss dinners a lot. I was real skinny, and I look at some of these other churches that have these church events just for the food, like there's no meeting attached to it. We never had anything like that.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
More of those. Sometimes they'll have cakes and stuff, but it's like, where's the entree? Where's the nutrition for that?
Groups that are like considered in a compound where they all live communally.
Yeah.
Usually there's a kitchen there that will have a few people assigned to making food for the whole community that's living on that compound. So a lot of times finances towards the food is not necessarily all that much, and it tends to be high carbohydrates and not enough, say, vegetables or fruit or protein. And that works against someone's bodies, but I don't think we experienced it like that at all.
I did some years. Some years I did, and then some years
Yeah.
with good nutrition. But it's like the more meetings we went to, the less we ate. And then
Or people.
the pioneers would come to my house, and it's like in recent years it got worse because they'd come to my house and like, you know, I'd like, well, I wonder if they've eaten, or if they'd have a get together, you know, they'd bring Tupperware and take the food from the get together home.
Oh wow. Okay.
I had people in Bethel say, well, we're eating rotten fruit and stuff. I mean, I think some of that malnutrition is in this cult thing.
I don't forget about me.
I have not. Thank you for reminding me.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have a food. I remember a pioneer sister asked me about. She said that she was just so tired, and she was having a hard time doing field service because she was so tired. And I said to her, eat a lot more green food. Just do a lot more of that. See what happens. And so I went to her like 2 weeks later. I said, have you been eating green stuff? She said, yes. I said, are you having an easier time with your pioneers? She said, yes.
So true.
Right. It did make a difference. I had to do the same thing. That's how I did.
Yeah. Me too.
Can I comment on something from earlier?
Sure.
Okay. So, Sister Pasta Babe, what was the problem what were you expressing about when you first came on about the hypnotist and the idea of us sort of creating things that happen to us?
Correct. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know the wrong term.
That's exactly what I was talking about. I literally found myself wanting to get on the phone with this guy and tell me all about how I wanted the shit that I grew up in to happen. Tell me about this. See, I was nutso triggered, like nutso. I could tell I was nutso, and I could tell I was aggressive, and yeah. Tell me about how I brought that shit on. No, you cannot convince me. That's where my head was, which might not have been where he was actually stating, might not have even been what he meant, you know?
Yeah, I really did like that subject, and where he started to take it, as you can tell. I'm afraid to say anything, because it might not be the right thing. But
have you read Manly P. Hall and Napoleon Hill and stuff like that? That's good stuff. But also, I've also read.
I have Napoleon Hill. I've read one of his books. He has 3, and the first one was kind of restricted because too many people were having success from it, and so the powers that be restricted it. And so there was a second book, and too many people were having success from it, not as many, and so that was restricted. And then he wrote the one that we all know about, Think and Grow Rich, which is more watered down. Not so many people are having success with it, but some people are. And
the one my dad read was The Master Key.
Manly P. Hall. I have almost like an encyclopedia by him, which I find really interesting. And there's a movie with him that is on YouTube. It's called When Were You Born? It's fun.
Okay.
And I hate to say, he talks about this thing, about when people were born, what part of the year they were born. And the movie has a plot and everything, but at the very beginning is an introduction by Manly P. Hall. Manly Palmer Hall is his name. And he does an introduction explaining 12 different times that people are born in the year. I won't use the word.
I'm a big fan. Excellent. I've been to his house in California. But I've also read the book When Bad Things Happen to Good People. And so I had some of the same feelings that Linda had because, for instance, my cousin died at the age of 11, and he didn't bring that upon himself.
I feel like I may have had some of the same feelings too, even in general. But if there's anything to that, where our intentions can affect our future, meaning we can sort of, as some say, create our future. If there's anything to that, I would suggest at least considering the possibility that we can affect our future,
I believe
rather
we
than
can.
rather than just focusing on the things that have happened to us, and having a difficult time with that point when we look at the bad things that have happened. I think that.
I'm listening.
Go ahead.
My dad was in the Great Depression, and he saw the drought, and he saw locust plagues, and they were hungry, and he had come from wealth and gone to nothing, and he
Wow.
where they had an 8-year drought, but he had that book, The Master Key, and he knew from the Bible, as a man thinketh, so shall he be, and he moved east, and we prospered.
And that sounds wonderful. The Master Key was by Napoleon Hill?
No, but the book is on, there's a copy of it on YouTube where they'll read it to you.
Mm-hmm.
And it's in the same group of books as the Manly P. Hall one and all. It's called The Master Key.
That Manly P. Hall, he's an old guy. I read all that stuff a long time ago.
Beautiful work. Beautiful work.
Yeah. Also, Jordan Maxwell is good too. He's one of his students. He died recently, about a year ago, and nobody even said anything. But
yeah, we lost him last year.
Jordan Maxwell kind of condenses a lot of Manly P. Hall's things down in a little bit more concise ways, where you don't have to listen to so much for so long. He gets right to the point. Jordan Maxwell.
Yeah, when he was Russell Pine, he was supposed to work for the society, but he told them no.
Mm-hmm.
He was a witness. Jordan was.
Jordan, I never heard that. Jordan Maxwell was mixed up with the witnesses.
It's in his own lectures. It's in his
he knows all about him. I don't think he was really
It's in his lectures, sir. If you look at YouTube and key
Maxwell
and witnesses.
I have. He knows a lot. He knows a lot about him. He knows a lot about him. That's for sure.
Yeah, and in 1965, he was invited to Brooklyn. I think it was 65. I was little. But I remember my dad thinking, "Oh, the society should hire him." And his name was Russell Pine. His birth name was Russell Pine. And I remember hearing about him then.
Well, I think he knows all the secrets about the witnesses. You know, he knows all those symbols and he knows all about them. He can expose them pretty easy. You look at his stuff.
Yeah, he had great wisdom.
He did a lot of research. And the guy had a library. I wonder what happened to his library, because he got Manly P. Hall's library. Manly left all that to him. And now,
is that right?
I've been still in Los Angeles. I met his widow, and I saw the library there in L.A.
I didn't even know he was married. I think he spent all the time in his room all by himself with a whole bunch of books.
Manly P. Hall. I met Manly P. Hall's widow.
Oh, yeah.
And Jordan was married when he was a young man to a witness sister. They were witnesses when he was a young man.
And Jordan Maxwell is so passionate about everything. He knew what he was talking about. He
Oh,
can
yeah.
prove
Oh, yeah.
everything to you.
Oh, yeah.
I
Yeah,
just
big
looked
friends
at
in Hollywood.
the book I have by Manly P. Hall is The Secret Teachings of All Ages. So it's not an encyclopedia, but it covers different subjects. It's
Wonderful book.
Manly P. Hall. He also had Madame Blavatsky. He was all into that too. I like Jordan Maxwell a little better because he's not so much into the spiritism and occult part of it all. And, he's right down to the bare facts and the real books, the old books. And Hall and Blavatsky are more spiritistic.
Have you read Joseph Campbell?
No, never heard of him.
Have you seen Star Wars?
I watched it when I was a little kid, and I think I left the movie theater.
Okay, well, I really liked it, and Joseph Campbell influenced George Lucas in his book, The Hero's Journey, and Jordan Maxwell was good friends with George Lucas.
Yeah, I heard that story.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi. Hi, who's this? Hi. Hi, Kurt.
I'm 3 weeks tonight. I've been listening to a good program. Rob, I think is his name, that's been talking the last few minutes. I wanted to give him my phone number. I don't know if I got your name right.
Who, me? Are you talking to me?
Yeah. I wanted to give you my phone number. I think you wanted it, and you got
I can't really write it down right now.
Okay. Well, maybe another time.
Maybe we could give an email.
I'm already concentrating on too many things. I have the TV, I got the phone, I'm trying to manage a whole bunch of different stuff right now and manage my emotions. All this stuff, it really gets me fired up. It's hard. It takes me a couple days to calm down after the weekend and talking to all you guys. And
Really?
It gets me really
I
bad.
can relate. I can relate.
Last weekend, I didn't even sleep for the whole night till the next day and slept all that day. This stuff is just exhausting to me. But for some reason, I keep doing it.
Well, I hear you. Let me make a few comments without starting a fire.
Linda and I were talking about cake and nutrition. Did you find you didn't have enough nutrition in the witnesses?
Are you talking to me, Pixie?
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, but I don't. You talking about spiritual food or physical food?
Both.
I blame the physical food on myself. The spiritual food was not what they advertised, in my opinion.
I agree.
I still agree with the Watchtower. I think I'm going to make a brief comment, and I don't want to set a fire. I really truly don't. Just join in, give you my opinion. Mainly P. Hart, I think he died here recently. I think you already mentioned that. He was an exceptional teacher. He was a 33rd degree Freemason. I've done a lot of research into Freemasonry. I've got some neighbors here. I've been offered to be a Mason a time or two, at least once. I guess a lot of people are offered that. These Masons that I've met down through the years are all blue lives. The Freemason organization has done a lot of good, but up at the top, I think it's beyond dispute. You go all the way to the top, they're a Luciferian organization, and that can be explained in great detail. They're also very Gnostic. And
anytime that you get Eastern religion, Eastern thought involved in anything but true Christianity, there's a lot of intertwining, going back to the Garden of Eden and the story of love. So, I have listened to Manly P. Howell quite a bit. I will admit, it's hard not to because he's such a good teacher. But he's not an enemy of Christianity, but he mixes everything together. He's a very great historian. It's hard not to listen to him. But I find myself so attracted to him that I want to jump on the bandwagon. But, to try to find, we live in a world to try to find good Christian teachings. It's very hard. That's my experience. The Watchtower is a big letdown. They'll probably become apostate. I'm talking about at the top and down the tree. They're pretty weak. I've searched a lot of other Christian posts and been disappointed. So maybe I'm just too hard to satisfy.
I found a guy last week he had 3 charts, and he gave the whole history of how different sects came to be. And in 40 years of research, I hadn't seen anything as good as the 3 charts he had. And I tagged the video, so I'll get his name for you, but I don't remember his name right off. But he gave a really good lecture at some seminary. But it's the first time that I saw a chart like that looked historically accurate. And he had 3 different charts. And I thought,
I'd be interested in seeing that. I'm already intrigued.
Okay, well, I'll check out what his name was and look at it again and let you know next week.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Pixie. But one last thing, and I'm just not able to talk much tonight. The thing that I have done, I'm not very good at it. That's why I don't call myself a Christian. I'm more of a believer that the scriptures are inspired. But after I went through a lot of experimentation, a lot of deep research into a lot of things. Gnosticism, for example. What is Gnosticism? Did it start in the first century, or did it have a life before that? Well, actually, it goes back to Egypt. But all of these, that's why Babylon the Great is picked out in the scripture, in symbolism and in the real Babylon. As they rose, especially the new Babylon of the 600 Neo-Babylonian Empire, they spread through the Babylonian Talmud, the Jewish Talmud, the Jewish mysticism. Actually, Gnosticism, what we find in the first 3 centuries A.D., came from Jewish mysticism.
That's true, and from Alexandria.
Yes, it goes back to
I have a question for, I need to get some answers from Pixie and Apostle Babe, because in Sweden, if I try to go someplace else, Salvation Army or any free church, they say like the same thing almost as the witness say to me, like, apostate, missing, not a part of this world, almost accusing me of being Jewish. And if I say something, they can say, well, aren't you a Christian? I'm at my wit's end. I don't really know what to do, because
I watch YouTube and read my Bible at home, ma'am. I watch YouTube and read my Bible at home. And if you want a group event, go to a coffee house, or if you have a library system, enjoy your library and your university. That's just what I do.
Can you say that again? You watch YouTube and read
my Bible at home.
And
I am not a joiner of churches. I like libraries. I like concerts. I like coffee houses. I like good, wholesome entertainment at museums. And that's what I do. You may do as you choose to do, but I am not a joiner of churches.
It's real hard to find a good library these days.
Have you experienced anything like what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. I hear you.
So, Miss Grace, are you talking about you're searching for a church to go to call your home church?
Yes, and then they are acting like the Jehovah's Witness or a cult or something.
Yeah. So Stephen Hassan came up with a thing that's called a continuum. Oh, what was it called? A continuum thing, and it helps you look at. It's like a chart that helps you see characteristics of a toxic church and a more edifying church for people. And if you're more on one side, it's more for the people. If you're on the other side, it's more toxic and all about the leadership. Influence continuum, I think. So if you get a chance to Google Stephen Hassan and get to his webpage, you'll find that influence continuum. And you can use that with his BITE model, BITE, which stands for behavior, information, thought, and emotional control. And using those two together kind of helps you recognize the toxic environments as opposed to more edifying environments. And that way, when you get involved with a group, you can pull out these things and see how much of it is related to the toxic side or the healthy side. Does that make sense?
Yes, and I have also books about the culture in Sweden, but I think even if I go to Swedish National Church, it's not good. I mean, it's bad all over. So I guess I could do like fix it as cheap. But now I'm here with you, so I don't need the church really.
And if you get a chance to meet people that are, other Jehovah's Witnesses, sometimes you can set up a time to get together with a few of them and read your Bibles together, or have a subject and have you all do some research on it. And then when you get together, bring to the table what you all came up with and compare notes. So it's still a form of fellowship, because see, the fellowship is we all need community. We all need that fellowship that is so important for us to, have in our lives. And you would get that when you set it up yourself or get involved with something else. But it doesn't mean you have to stay committed to one group and never go anyplace else. I've gone through different seasons in the past where I went to different churches. I used to go to a Calvary chapel. I used to go to a local Baptist church. And then I found myself in a church that was, it had African people from Africa, because my property manager, my landlord, turned me on to that one, and he was Nigerian. So I went to that church, and that was a fascinating. So that was very Foursquare or full gospel. There's speaking in tongues and stuff. So I've gone to different kinds of churches, and if I wasn't comfortable, I didn't have to stay there. But if I was, I could. You know what I'm saying? And within Christianity, you don't have to agree with everything like we do in the organization. Because this is so tricky. The deal is if you don't agree with every single doctrine of the organization, you are an apostate. Well, they change their belief system all the time. So you might still be believing something and not realize they switched it up. And you automatically got apostasy. You're the apostate because you missed that latest one that they changed. So that's one of those things that they do that makes you have to remain active all the time to keep up with the latest changes. And that helps them to understand how closely you are involved in the organization. So if you took a break, you're still thinking stuff from 2 years ago, and they have switched it up. You're already an apostate, not because of what you did, but because of what they did. They done changed a few doctrines. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's hard to.
You have the key
I
to the
also,
clubhouse.
Mm-hmm.
also tried to do that moving around. I tried to do that also. I tried to move whenever somebody is trying to get hold of me. Then I move to the next place, and then I stay there for a while, and then they start acting up, and I move to the next place, and that's how I survived so far. That I'm moving around, and also I'm doing like Pixie. I guess I'm a bit on the internet things.
Charles Stanley. Charles Stanley is very easy to listen to if you can find him. Maybe on YouTube, Charles Stanley. Very easy to listen to.
I've listened to him some. Denominationalism is a real difficult thing. Like 67 minutes ago, that's what I was talking about last week. Read study your Bible. I'll give you an example of the Church of Christ. The Restoration movement that began in the early 1800s produced the disciples of Christ, and later on they broke out. The Church of Christ broke out.
Is that the Mormons or what? Are you talking about the Mormons?
Well, the Mormons,
You said Church of Christ. Is that the same as the Mormons?
No.
Church of Christ, I'm talking about those strictly, well, I think strictly in America, and there might be some up, maybe Canada, maybe, I don't know. But no, the Latter-day Saints, the Mormons are a lot different. Now, Joseph Smith, the founder, the Mormon Church was founded in 1830. He was involved with Alexander Campbell, that was one of the two men that started the disciples of Christ. But they split from each other, the three of them. The two.
The Mormons are like almost like Jehovah's Witness. They are a very bad cult, and it's not an option for me to be in something like similar to them. But I mean, I'm in Sweden. We only have like 8% of the population that's actively Christian, and we don't have so many churches to choose from in Sweden.
Do you have a Church of Sweden? Do you have a national church of
Yes,
Sweden?
we have a national church, but they are also abusing power, and they're not good either.
I lived in Provo, Utah for 10 years. I know all about Mormons.
I did school out there in Utah. Yeah. But I was going to give you an example of the Church of Christ denomination. My mother and all of her, literally all of her family, were raised in the Church of Christ, and those that survive today, they're still in the Church of Christ. So when I left the Watchtower, that was my first stop. I done a lot of research into the Church of Christ. For example, they have a part of their doctrine is that they did not begin in the 1800s. They began with the literal Church of Christ and the Apostles' Day.
But this guy who lives in Utah, can you tell us about Utah and what happened there?
Provo, Utah. I lived in Provo, Utah, where there's BYU. And,
Brigham Young University.
I worked I was all over the place. I talk to them all the time. I know all about them.
It's a beautiful country out there. Those mountains. And
yeah, it is. Yeah.
Are you familiar with the Lost Boys?
Even other Mormons say that Utah Mormons are weird. You know, it's a different level. They're different there. I don't know in what way, you know. Everywhere else in the country, Mormons are like every other religion, but you go into the center of Utah County, they can be a little odd.
Well, they own the whole town pretty much. I mean, it must, you know.
Oh yeah, their whole
any other
state.
religion would be an outsider.
Yeah, I was.
Recently, you couldn't get a cup of
I
coffee.
I was a Jehovah's Witness in Provo.
I think you can get a cup of coffee now. They might have a Starbucks, but
oh yeah, they all do that.
30 years ago, you couldn't get a cup of coffee in Utah or a drink.
It's hard to get disfellowshipped from or excommunicated from the Mormons. You got to be pretty hardcore against the council there.
I bet you know this. I bet you know that the Mormon Church is really lost a lot of members. I don't know how many they gained to replace them, but now they're all over YouTube with the independent ministry, anti-Mormon ministry. The SDO Church is in the same shape. The Reformed SDA and a whole range of independent ministries that select the General Convention, and then the Mormon part the General Conference. So they're like the JWs. They're really bleeding membership. Yeah. Well,
they're a lot like witnesses in the way that they just they're breeders. You know, they just get more children and more children, and you know they go out, you know, door to door sort of for a couple of years, but it's really all families, large families. You know.
Oh yeah. Now the Baptists, for example, I thought they traced their roots back to the Anabaptists, but they don't. The official Baptist belief is they trace their roots back to John the Baptist.
I've heard that. I've heard them say that.
Oh, I used to go round and round with them. You know, it's really all a social thing. You know, it's not so much technical Bible theology and all that. It's more of a, you know, social thing. All your family's in.
Oh, absolutely.
But they don't kick you out so hard. So hard. They'll do
Have you heard about the Lost Boys?
I was going to ask about the Lost Boys that were kicked out by the fundamentalist LDS. They were.
Oh yeah, that's southern Utah and kind of Mexico and stuff. They took off from. I don't even want to get started on Mormons. I like those guys. Some of my best friends were Mormons. But I just, we agree to disagree. You know, and yet we're almost saying the same things to each other a lot of times. And I was talking to them.
Kurt, have you seen the Steve Martin movie Leap of Faith? You would love that movie.
Yeah, I saw that a long time ago.
I want to see it again. I haven't seen it in a long time. It's fun.
I remember a little bit of it. But, you know, I worked at a natural gas compressor station for a long time, and when I first went to work down there, of course things changed, but there were six, in our group, there were 6 Baptist preachers, and two of the guys that went to work right before I did, they knew me, I knew them. Actually, there were 3. I forgot the other one. There were 3. We weren't buddies or anything, we knew each other. So when I got down there, it started pretty much the first day. The anti-JW stuff. So I got a pretty good job defending myself. In this area I live, I don't get out much anymore and people sick to do it. But down through the years, it's been pretty obvious in the neighborhood. The Kingdom Hall was about 2 football fields from our house. And the neighborhood, everybody knew we was the witness, the whole family. And they didn't like it much. But there wasn't much they could do about it. But the hatred, I've seen it. I didn't do service, and I've seen it. I think I understand it. But there was no dispute down there. For example, where I work, there were 32 men work down there, but every morning. There's no dispute, religious dispute between Calvinistic Baptist, the Reformed, versus the Armenian Baptist, or a Church of Christ guy, or a Pentecostal. But it was teamed up on occurred about the Jehovah's Witnesses.
I've been there.
When we were in school, the first thing I remember happening was the grade of this, he said something like, "You want to know Jehovah's, ain't you?" I said, "Well, yeah." I said, "But I don't know if I can have a conversation with you or not, because you obviously are so stupid that you can't even say the name Jehovah." Oh, God.
Are you recalling a conversation you had with somebody before, or are you saying this within a conversation now?
30 years ago, probably. Yeah. But it was everything but feeling. It was very rough. Very, very mean, very rough. Our man stuff. If you didn't have a little bit of backbone, they would have run right down there. There's no doubt about it. And I'm not trying to believe, I'm just trying the facts. It was way before woke, anything that resembled woke. You could say anything. And the 2 black guys worked down there, and they never used the N-word to their face, but they didn't on their back. I never used the N-word. I had a lot of other parts, but I didn't have a racist problem, because I was raised up in the Watchtower, quite a few blacks in that congregation. The black people that lived here were remnants of people that worked in the coal mines, and some of the younger generation were working in the mines. And 2 of them worked down there with me, 2 black guys. And they were haters, but you couldn't hate them to their face, or you get fired. That's one thing that's one place you didn't go, is the racist.
That's horrible.
Oh, it was really
Would
bad.
you say that most of the coal miners were Church of Christ?
Well, the place I worked at was at a natural gas compressor station. It took gas out of the gas field and sent it down the line. Maybe Norfolk, Virginia is where it was heading to. Through a lot of other gas compressor stations. It was a rough place to work, but I'm glad to have the job. I told the guy, I said, if there is a hell, a little hell, I said, on the way to hell, this will be the first stop right here. Everybody trying to know where the hell is going to stop this compressor station and work a week or 2, and they're going to get a little head start on what hell is going to be like. But, it could have been a lot worse, but the supervisors didn't have no sense themselves. They didn't have no backbone. They were afraid of some of the men. And it was very clannish. Brothers working together. First cousins worked down that part of the country. And first of all, they didn't like people from where I was from. I was in the same county, but about 40 miles away. They didn't like anybody. Who was the toughest? This city or that town or this town? That kind of BS. But it was it wasn't the Marines. I've never been in the service because of the Watchtower. I don't know if I went or not, but I got married a month after I got out of high school, and it was a hard road to hoe for a long, long time. Trying to keep the electric bill paid. I had a hard-working wife. Us together, like a lot of other people, they sink or swim. You either do or you don't. So you end up on welfare if you don't. So we made it, and like most other people do, everybody's got a story. But the churches, I come to learn after the Watchtower, there's a lot of good people out there, a lot of good people, and we just don't agree on certain things. If we get to talking about the Bible, it don't mean I'm right. It don't mean I'm right. I learned that. It took me a while. Because if you're a JW, you believe you know it all.
Right.
And that's the way I live. And it took me a long time to get out of that. And what I've eventually done, after examining a lot of stuff, I didn't have YouTube and everything until about 6 years ago. Got it through the telephone service. I've heard of YouTube. I still don't know how to turn a computer on. I don't know where the on switch is.
I'm right there with you, buddy. I don't get involved in all this electronic shit. I can barely run my phone and watch my TV, man.
I have YouTube on my TV.
Yeah, I do too. You know what? I don't mean to cut you off, but I kind of wanted to say this before I forgot. Is one of the things I liked about the Mormons living in Provo is they built themselves a university, a real college, a university. They're kind of out there, doing something. They have doctors and lawyers, and they might all be D students, but they're out there trying to do something. Jehovah's Witnesses didn't do anything like that.
I had in high school, I had Mormon friends that went to college, and it gave me the idea because I thought, well, they live in a strict religious world, but they're going to university.
Mm-hmm. It always seems to make so much more sense that if you want to ask your people for donations, that you show them how to make money.
Yes.
Yeah, well,
thank you.
They get money, that's right. Yeah.
Before I forget this, because I'm going to have to quit talking here again, I'm very weak right now. I wanted to ask you all, and it's not going to be an argument, I just get your all's input. Let me give you an example. I know you know what I already, but let me bring it up. We're supposed to have 7 chakras from the top of our head to the bottom of our spine. Now, that don't keep me awake at night. I don't worry about it. What I want to know is a very simple thing. If we believe that, if a person believes we have 7 chakras, how do we go about proving that?
Well, I think everybody just needs to keep their spine aligned and keep their left and their right and try to keep balanced about things. What you're doing physically, what you're doing mentally, take a little bit of time to yourself, a couple minutes a day in the morning or evening, whenever, and just kind of chill out.
Yeah, that's a good answer. But we know, all of us know, and I'm not arguing against it. I'm not saying it's not possible. But all of us know, from my knowledge anyway, that in our scriptures, there's no inference, not even an inference to this. Now, that's part number 1. Now, the Bible also don't say anything about the drive-thru at McDonald's. We understand the Bible don't say everything about everything. We understand that. Number 1, but there's no inference to it. Now, number 2, the belief of 7 chakras or energy centers that are spinning, and each has a purpose, is a teaching that is all over the world. It comes out of Eastern religions. It's in Gnosticism. It's in Theosophy. And they may be right. Now, as far as I know,
one of the things I didn't like about witnesses was no meditation, no yoga, no karate, and no, they just seem to don't want you to think too much. Don't sit there and think all by yourself and have your chakras all in line, and hold your feet and have some sort of perceptive on things.
Yeah. Now, I could turn it around on myself. I could turn the tide against me. I could say, a person could say to me, like my son does, how do you know that God exists? Or he will exist at some point. Well, two things come to mind right off the top. Is our scriptures and the sense that they make, the symmetry of the scriptures that Ivan Pannin worked out, the Bible prophecies, I could use that as an argument. In the beginning, God, Elohim, plural, the noun plural, it's the plural of majesty. Even a Trinitarian will agree with that. So I say now, nature tells me that a God, an all-powerful supreme being, it may be the Bible God, created the universe. For example, out of the mathematics of the earth, the sun, our sun, and the moon. All of the mathematics down to the minute detail. Scientists know this. It's well above my pay grade. Well above my pay grade. But we can get that information, and we can say to ourselves, well, now wait a minute. If the relationship between these three objects, what the scientists say they are, the relationship is that way. What are the chances? But that could have happened on its own. What are the chances? Well, I'm not a mathematician. I can't hardly balance a checkbook, but the probability of that happening, that precisely, is off the charts. It's just off the charts. So, getting back to the chocolate, I don't have a big argument with it. Now, we do know that if you go take an MRI, you're not going to find a chocolate. We know that.
This is true. This is true, Kurt.
That's a good one.
Yep.
Yeah, that's right. Not find the chocolate. Well, might find some kidney stones, but
right.
And I'm not trying to be argumentative. I ask myself these questions. I ask myself, are we going to take the chakras seriously? Or are we going to take them spiritually? Are we going to say, now, don't quote me on this. It could be that I'm misunderstanding this. It could be that these people that believe in the seven chakras are taking it figuratively. Well, that changes everything. That changes everything if you take them symbolically. But I may have misunderstood when I've done my research on this. I may be way out here. But if I understood it correctly, they were taking this literally. If you literally have these chakras from the top of your head.
All those religions, they take things too literally sometimes. I think that I checked into that for a while, and what I got out of it was just be well balanced. Keep your spine straight, left and right and up and down, and be well balanced.
Yeah, exactly.
I've heard them describe chakras described as energy centers in the body.
Yeah.
And so I don't think an MRI would pick up an energy center.
Yeah.
So no, I don't mean that in a bad way. So I guess it has to do with how you view objects and things. because
yeah, they get into idols and idolatry kind of.
No, not. I'm not talking about idols or idolatry. You're talking about like physical things that you can carve out and stuff like that.
But that's not really what the chakras are. But it's kind of a part of the same religion.
Like if you take an MRI, or an X-ray, I guess you could see the brain, but you can't see a person's thoughts.
Yeah,
you can't see a mind.
Yeah, I think that's a good explanation. I'll say this on it. It could be that God created everyone with 7 energy centers, 7 chakras that I just don't understand or aware of. I would say that's a possibility. That's a possibility.
I have something to say that may be different to everybody else's.
Go ahead.
The way that I was taught about chakras was that they don't. This is going to be hard to explain. It's not that they necessarily, and I'm not saying this. Don't quote me on this. This isn't me saying it. It's something that was told to me, and I'm not saying I believe it in any way, shape, or form. Take everything I say with a pinch of salt or an entire trailer full of salt. But the chakras that I got when I got, because I went into a little bit about this as well. I think as any spiritual person kind of does at some stage. But not that they were a real thing, literally in your body, but a way of focusing your thoughts on specific things in your body. So
there you go.
If you imagine that you have these 7 chakras in your body and one of them sits at the top base of your skull, if you imagine and focus all your energy thinking about that point, it makes it that's where the chakras come in. They're not a literal thing. They help you think, kind of point your thoughts to a specific area, if that makes sense. Does that make sense, what I'm saying?
Yes, it does. You said it better than me.
It's such a hard thing to explain.
Listen, before I forget here, real quick here, I heard you all mention earlier about Jordan Maxwell. He was a JW. I don't remember whether he said he was raised as JW, but he was. And oh, by the way, one other thing, Mr. Astrobiology, I don't know if you all know who he is or not. He is, I think, of Hindu or Indian heritage. He was born and raised, I think, in Australia. And he was born and raised a Jehovah's Witness up until he was somewhere between 20 and 25, and then he got into astro. I don't know, I said astrobiology. Astrotheology. Mr. Astrotheology. And anyway, he's,
Did you say astrotheologist?
Astrotheology, yes.
Oh, okay.
Is Mr. Astrotheology. He's got a lot of content on YouTube. I haven't watched him in probably 4 years or 5. It's been a long time. But sometimes his name will come up on the homepage, and I just go on back. I heard all I needed to hear from him. But anyway, he was born and raised at JW, and Maxwell at some point was a Jehovah's Witness.
Is he an Australian guy?
Jordan Maxwell? No, Jordan Maxwell.
No, Mr. Astrotheology.
Now, Mr. Astrotheology, if I remember correctly, first of all, you can tell by looking at him that he is, I'm pretty sure I'm right about this, is Indian, from India.
No, not Jordan Maxwell. You're mixed up.
Not Maxwell. I'm talking
No. We're talking about someone else.
I got lost, man.
I can't think of his name. He's a little tiny guy, but he was born and raised in Australia. He's got a heavy Australian accent. Very smart guy. Yeah. Mr. Astrotheology, you never forget it. But like I say, he is very firm that Christianity is made up, everything in religion is based on the stars. It's based on the zodiac. Everything from the beginning, from the worship of the sun, anything related to religion, whether it's Hinduism or Christianity, is all based on the constellations. Yeah.
He is also an adamant flat earther. Not saying that says anything about him, just that that's something also that he believes.
He is a flat earther.
That's where I know him from.
Very hardcore flat earth. I don't think he always was. I think I'm right that he adopted the theory of position sometime, I don't know, in the last 10 years or so. Or maybe even earlier, later than that. But yes, he is a flat earther. Yeah.
Hey, I got something to say real quick about flat Earth. When I was playing the devil's advocate one day at work about flat Earth, and people were looking at me almost the same way they did when I was a long time ago a Jehovah's Witness. They looked at me like, you're really goofy. And I could really sell it. I had a lot of people really trying to figure out if this is right or not. I could really sell it. And I was just doing the same thing I did when I was a Jehovah's Witness.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
it's the same thing. It's just craziness.
Yeah, I believe it is.
The good thing about flat Earth is that it's very hard to disprove if you don't understand the science of a globe. A lot of people don't understand the specific science of a globe, and so it's very easy to fall into that trap.
It is. I tricked a lot of them. Man, those guys were looking on their computers for a week, trying to figure out if I was right or not.
Oh yeah, I looked into flat Earth a little bit, not too long. Rab Skiba, he's dead now. He became a flat earther. This Mr. Astrotheology, I wish I could think his name. It's a difficult name for me. And I've come across others. I tell you what really shocked me. I've had thinking that maybe before Adam, if you do the Bible chronology, which I have never done it take a long time. To go back to 4,000, approximately 4,000 BC, I'm satisfied enough with that. But I've had the idea, I come across it a long, long time ago, that maybe civilizations were on Earth before Adam. And maybe I even dabbled a little into theistic evolution a little bit, but maybe God allowed evolution. All this stuff is very difficult. Very, very difficult. But what really surprised me was Dr. William Lane Craig, who I've watched a lot of him. He's Trinitarian. I don't agree with him on that. But William Lane Craig here a year or so ago come up with new thinking on Adam. But Adam, the man, Adam was created somewhere between 500,000 750,000 years ago. He took a lot of flack for it. Oh my goodness, you can go on YouTube. People have spoken up against William Lane Craig. He is a Bible scholar, Craig is. Big debater with atheists. And I've watched a lot of him. But I still have a real hard problem hearing his explanation for how he puts Adam 500,000 to 750,000 years ago. What magic? It takes a magic wand, because in our scriptures, it will not allow for that. It just will not allow when you do the chronology, which I haven't done, but many other people have done.
It's pretty easy to disprove the 6,000 year thing. You know, there's just old bones from a long time ago.
That's what I'm dealing with. And now I'm believing that the Earth is probably 4.5 billion years old. The universe may be 13 to 15 billion years old. I'm not one of these young Earthers.
It's taken me it's taken me a long time, but I think that Adam and Eve story, that's just a fairy tale, just like Noah. You know, it's kind of like you can't take that stuff literal. You know, I just don't think that God's story, Adam and Eve on the earth, and everything came from that.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people think that.
An allegory.
Yeah.
That's what.
Yeah. The only problem that we have with that is, you know, if Jesus were to mention, or Paul was to mention Adam and Eve, or, by the way, if Jesus was to mention Moses, there's a conflict about whether Moses wrote the Torah, the Pentateuch. Scholars argue back and forth. But if Jesus would give the credit to Moses, a man, writing the Torah, or Paul was to give Moses the credit in Hebrews 11, then we have a problem. So, you know, we get all these, in Genesis 1 and 2, you have two creation stories. In Genesis 1, you have, let there be light. And then in verse 14, that's verse 3, verse 14, you have that God created the luminaries, the sun, moon, and stars in verse 4. Well, where did the light come from in verse 3? The only explanation I've ever come up with is that God Almighty may have been able to produce light. He is light in some way. He may have been able to produce light before he created the luminaries. But the emphasis, the person universe is the deal here. But the 6 creative days, I focus on its relation to the earth. Getting the earth prepared. Getting the earth prepared for man. My view is the earth is here 4.5 billion years ago. Who knows what's been on this planet in the last 4.5 billion years? But when Adam came along, when he was ready for the 6th day, that he was getting the earth prepared. Now, in Genesis 2, you have a different creation story. You have Adam's talked about first, and then the vegetation in the plant, and on, and then the judgment of Adam in Genesis 2 and Genesis 3. But out of that, for example, in Genesis 1, it appears like the man and woman on the 6th day was created equal. There's no mention of taking a rib from Adam. Adam needed the helper. No, let me give you a helper. No, not in the first account. So what some people have done with that, they say, hey, you know what? Adam had a first, there was a different wife. Her name was Lilith. And she was equal with Adam. And they had a sexual issue. Who was the boss here? They argued. And so God, the story is, took Lilith out of the garden, and she became the world's first female demon. She's in existence today. She's all down through history, in all the different religions and folk tales and so on. This Lilith, and she's mentioned in Isaiah 34:14, the name in the King James Version, but I think the King James uses the word Lilith. In some of Israel's false worship.
Did you just say that Adam's first wife, after leaving the earth, became the first female demon? Is that what you said?
The story. That's the story.
The story, yes. Okay. I just want to make sure I heard you right.
Yeah. The earliest Sumerians had a tale about Lilith, and they were the first ones to mention her. But out of Sumer, on some ancient texts, they mentioned this great female demon, Lilith, and it's in different stories. She's mentioned as a very powerful, very beautiful female demon that killed men at will in the bedroom. That's where the wet dream, when you hear the term wet dream, she would rape the men allegedly in the bed. She would kill women. She would kill children. Now, Gnosticism took up, and Jewish mysticism was the next trial for the story of Lilith. And what the Jewish mystics did is they took the story out of Sumer about Lilith. Now, the Sumerians never had anything to say about Adam and Eve in their story. But the Jewish
you know what? I think where a lot of this pedophile stuff might be coming from is the witnesses say that Cain took his sister, but I don't think that happened. I think there was other humanoids out all over the world, and he, had some children with some of them cone heads or giant people or something.
It could be. But to finish this up,
no, but they want to say that it was just he took his sister off. And I have problems with.
Well, doesn't the Bible mention the people of the East?
They say his sister or a niece.
Well,
who knows? But it's some sort of inbreeding.
Yeah, there could have been other people on the earth. But this
same way with Lot and his daughters.
Yeah.
They're always bringing up that inbreeding stuff in the Bible.
Oh, yeah. But this last thought on Lilith, I'll shut up after I say this in rest. The Lilith, the Jewish mystics in the Talmud, I don't have any copies of the Talmud, but they took up the banner, so to speak, of the myth of Lilith. And what they did is they separated the two creation accounts. And the Jewish rabbis explained that, in fact, that Lilith was Adam's first wife. And that God took her out of the garden and she became a great, powerful demon. So the Gnostics, who learned a lot from the Jewish mystics, they took up that teaching. They teach that. And anyway, I'll shut up about that. But that's the thing about Lilith, the myth of Lilith, and so forth. And it's I guess
Lilith becoming a demon never made sense to me.
Right, yeah. Yeah, I'm
because she was kicked out. She was kicked out of the Garden of Eden, just like Adam and Eve. They didn't become demons. It doesn't make sense that she would have become a demon. It sounds like they wanted to demonize her because she apparently didn't want to be subservient to Adam, which does make sense that they would say that.
Yeah.
But
the Bible was written by man, and they make women look bad.
Correct. Yeah. And they say that they should be stoned for ridiculous reasons and all sorts of that.
Yeah.
But somebody mentioned other people existing during Adam and Eve's time. What about the people of the East? I believe that isn't that mentioned in the Bible? The people of the East.
I think the witnesses make it sound like there's Adam and Eve and just Cain and Abel and maybe a few thousand people, and then the angels came down and make giants and Nephilims and all that.
Yeah, well, one of the questions I always had.
And then Noah, and then after Noah is where all the people came from and all the different languages. And that's supposedly only like 5,000 years ago.
And if Cain only took his sister, how did he start a humongous city?
Yeah, good question.
How did he do that with just him? It would have taken too long, and people would have ended up so.
Yeah, after the flood, I saw something on that Nimrod where they figured the years between the end of the flood, which was 5 months, and someone done the math, a growth rate from 8 people, the growth rate, and went to the estimated year of the building of the Tower of Babel, and they had a number of around 900,000 people could have been around that area. So I saw something on that a long time ago. I think I remember it right. But yeah, the people in the East, the Chinese, how did they become the Chinese? You know, the standard story is after the flood. You know, Joseph went one way, Ham went one way, and we all know the story. And then Shem.
And supposedly that's the white people, the Asian people, and the black people.
Exactly.
And they all come from those three brothers.
Yeah.
And all the wickedness and all the evil wickedness came from their wives, is what they think.
Yeah.
You know, that's how the evil DNA snuck through the flood. Because the flood was supposed to destroy everything wicked and give us all a clean start.
Right.
But then there's still giants and Nephilims.
The scripture says there was giants on the earth before and after there in Genesis 6. And I've actually wondered about that. It seems like that somehow with Nephilim DNA made it to the other side of the flood. Because the Nephilim, the fallen angels, according to Peter, they were put in Tartarus, the angels themselves, that left the earth, I guess, of this flood. And then the Nephilim were the offspring, we assume, that they drowned in the flood. I also saw somebody work up the math on the number of people estimated on the earth at the time of the flood. And the estimate
Somebody's making noise. Somebody's making noise on their phone.
Well, the estimate was 8 million. The estimate someone come up with a certain growth rate was 8 million approximately that died in Noah's flood. Assuming it was worldwide, which I think it was, and killed everybody. 8 million people. So half-breeds and hybrids and everything else. So probably, according to the scriptures, the only pure, if I understand it right, the only pure blood was Noah. But he preached. Now, what would have happened if 100,000 people took up his message and got on the ark? What would have happened?
All those stories, they're just old ancient fables. You know, there's the earth flooded. That's pretty, there's no arguing that. But it isn't Jehovah that did it to get rid of Nephilims and giants and all like that. These people, they just took the Bible. They just made up the Bible out of old stories that are thousands of years older than what is. It's just a little fairy tale.
Yeah, could be. You have heard me mention this before. This Ivan Panin. I don't know why it's not preached from the rooftops. I bought 2 of his books. He's long dead. I thought it was a bunch of nonsense. I looked into Bible codes before quite a bit, but this is not exactly Bible codes. What it is something different that Panin done. Panin took 50 years, according to him, his own testimony, and done a study of the Masoretic text. Now, obviously, Masoretic text was put together about the 10th century after Christ. We have the Greek Septuagint, the old, how these things were written by whoever, they're around by. Everyone knows that. We got copies and copies and all that. But he done took the West Continental Greek text, according to him, and the Masoretic text, and done a study of the symmetry of the scriptures, the Hebrew and the Greek. Both languages have numerical values. And the structure of every letter and every word of this work. And allegedly this proves, I haven't got done with my study on it yet. I've worked on it for a while, I stopped. But the Bible is, according to him, every word, every letter. Now, again, we don't have the autographed copies, but according to him, nonetheless, the symmetry of it, the number 7 is the key, is beyond question that it is inspired of God. He was an atheist when he got started. He tells his story, what got him interested in it. But he became a proponent. He put an ad in the New York Times or something years ago, I think in 1950 or so, a challenge to anybody in the world, $1 million, it was $100,000 or $1 million challenge, I can't remember, for anybody in the world to challenge his work, take any other literature, Shakespeare, it doesn't matter, anything, and prove that it has any kind of symmetry like that. Take Shakespeare, put it into Hebrew. Take Shakespeare, put it into Greek. Give it a numerical value. Any writing, it doesn't matter. He gave a challenge. Nobody answered his challenge. Of course, it would take a lot of time to challenge him, a lot of work, but nobody done it. So, I don't know what to make of it. That would mean, and it's hard, a little hard for me to get over this, that would mean that the Westcott and Hort Greek text and the Masoretic text is perfect. That's what it would mean. It's been copied to perfection. Someone could argue, someone could say that Jehovah God has preserved his word. He's preserved it near perfection or to perfection, even though we don't have autograph. That's what Pannon argued. That's what he argued. Is that God himself is the person that preserves his word, even though Moses wrote the Torah like 1,000,000 years ago, if he wrote it. Nonetheless, the very letters and the words and the way they're beginning with Genesis 1:1, the very first verse. Go ahead, Kurt. Brian? So is that Brian?
Hi, Kurt. It's Brian, yes.
Hey, hello.
Yeah, what I was just going to give a little note on what you're talking there about Pannon. What he actually did, for the other people listening, was he actually restored the Greek text. Now, by that I mean, whether it was, essentially the Westcott and Hort text. After the Sinaitic manuscript was found in the late 18th century, they started, or I guess it was the early 19th century, Westcott and Hort put together their version of the Greek text. And it kind of, at least for the first part of the 20th century, was maybe the most popular. And in fact, one of the reasons why the Watchtower Society used it was it seemed to have the stamp of scholarliness, because of these two guys were great scholars. But anyway, what Pannon did was he went through it all, and he started finding all of these numeric patterns in a given narrative. Say it was the genealogy of Christ or a parable. He would find all of these numeric patterns. And what he did was, let's say you come along and there's one of the manuscripts says has one word, and the other manuscript has a different word there, or it's a short form of the word, or an addition. He claimed that he could tell what the correct reading was because the incorrect one, the numeric patterns, would be broken. But the correct reading, the numeric patterns were preserved. So just a short. So in other words, he corrected the Westcott and Hort Creek text, and he put out his own text called the numeric New Testament. So the things that he would say that he found, let's say it was a parable, he would say, okay, there's 77 vowels in this parable, and there's 154 consonants, something like that. Those are all multiples of 7. And there's 14 feminine nouns and 21 masculine nouns, et cetera, different things like that. And the entire, if you add up the numeric value of all of the letters, there's, I'm giving examples here that you can easily divide in your head. I'm not saying exactly this is what they were, but then he would say, well, there's 7,777 was the value, the numeric value of all those letters added up in that passage. And he did this over and over and over and over again, countless examples of this as a proof that the scripture was inspired. It has the same design as the natural creation. That was his method and what he was trying to prove.
He was
completely.
You're the guy that put me on to Ivan Pan, but you and I have not taken much time talking about him. You told me about all the books and ordered the books and everything. Thank you for that, Brian. You are a scholar, and people, let me tell you, on this call, this guy knows a lot. I mean, a lot of stuff. He got pack nuts, but I'll tell you what. I am so impressed. He's been on our conference calls, Bible conference calls. It's just amazing. Just amazing. Thank you, Brian, for that. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I just wanted to just give it a little bit extra knowledge that I know about him.
Brian is the man.
I actually met his. I didn't meet her, but I did call. I'm going back 40 years ago now, probably. It was in the 1980s anyway. After I became aware of him and got some of his literature and stuff, there was a phone number, and I phoned the number. This would be probably back in about 1982 or 83, somewhere in there. He was long dead by this time, but his secretary, I forget her name now. By this time she was an old woman as well. But she lived. This guy lived in Canada. He was Russian, but he lived in some type of I forget what his academic training was. It slips my mind right now. But anyway,
I think he was a mathematician.
He certainly became a good mathematician in the course of writing 40,000 pages of this stuff. But anyway, she was still alive, and she was a delightful woman. And over the course of 2 or 3 conversations, she lived in Ontario, in a Toronto suburb there somewhere. And she explained. She answered every question I had about him and the system and how it worked and all the things that she had helped him do over the years to do these calculations. You got to remember, back in those days, in the 1930s and 40s and 50s, there were no computers yet. And he had something like 40 or 50,000 pages of calculations he had done in those years. I assume she's dead now because she was probably 70 then, or 60s or 70s then. But anyway, it's a very interesting thing. So if any of you are interested, there are people who try to debunk it, and there are a few flaws in some of the reasoning on both sides of this argument, but it's a very fascinating thing to read about. His name was Panin, P-A-N-I-N, Ivan Panin. So anyhow, I just thought I'd pop in because I had a little bit of knowledge about
Thank
that.
you, Brian. I have a pretty awesome calculator from the 1930s.
Oh,
So you're right. They didn't have computers, but they had some really, really nice. I don't know if he got access to them. I assume he would have had to. But the calculators were amazing from back in the 30s. I collect calculators. I'm not sure why I brought that up.
Well, I know why you brought it up, because with the Watchtower Bible and Tract Society is always trying to calculate numbers and years, and they're just constantly, trying to make you feel like it's coming tomorrow, and they have to have some sort of way of doing that. And when they started out, they were a little newspaper, and they were just trying to sell newspapers, and Jesus is coming, he's coming on this day and that day and again, and eventually he shows up invisible. Yeah, they're just trying to sell magazines in the beginning.
yeah,
I agree with that.
Yeah. What I like looking at better than reading all the old literature is look at all the old pictures with no family, no, nothing, just the old pictures for over the years, the decades and the decades and the decades of people out preaching, saying the end is coming tomorrow. And it's the whole, I don't believe the Bible, at least the version I've been taught from these guys. It's just nonsense. If anything, the Bible might be from the devil. That's what splits everyone up. Everyone should throw all their literature away, all their old literature. Don't read that stuff. That's from the devil. Throw all your Bibles away. There's better history books than the Bible.
Actually, that's a good point that you just mentioned. Brian, are you still there?
My name's not Brian.
No, I was just wondering if Brian was still here. So I had a question. You said that he restored. What did he restore about the Bible? The original Greek text.
Yeah, his method. He claimed that by the he actually edited a new Greek text, which he called the numeric Greek New Testament. And
okay,
again,
so we all know that the Bible has been altered over the years. Yes.
I think the whole book should be thrown away.
Well, that's a good example of why our current Bibles should all probably be thrown
away.
If there is any truth in what this man says, part of the research that he did was that we have the wrong version. So I agree with you.
Here's the issue. The issue of whether or not the scripture is inspired. That's something that each person has to make a determination for themselves, and you do that through. It's actually a subjective exercise because you can't, unless an angel appears and shows you and tells you, or the Holy Spirit tells you directly, and that's an individual experience. It's nothing that you can say that the Holy Ghost came and told you that it was true, but anyway, it's a subjective experience.
Of course.
However, his point here was that the scripture itself is a divinely designed miracle book. You can't. This design is not there in other man-made books. That's in a nutshell. That's the argument, and he claims that he proved it by numerics. And as a result, as a side thing, let's say a given noun in the Alexandrian manuscript is in a verse, and in the Vatican 1209 manuscript, it has two extra letters in that word, different alternate spelling. He claimed that he could tell which one was the correct reading because the correct one would support the design, and the other one would destroy it. Now, the other part of all this is that the one thing that I would like to say that it's not true really that our Bibles have been altered. It's like saying if there's a misprint in an edition of the Agony and Ecstasy, it doesn't mean that the Agony and the Ecstasy as a book doesn't exist. So when you look at all of the ancient,
No. I guess what I was referring to when I said altered is not that the Bible isn't true or anything like that. It was more like we know of certain dates when different translations different words were said in a different way in the Bible and then placed in there. I guess what I was asking is, was he able with his math? Was he able to determine when those happened and those changes that happened?
Well, that's very good. That's a very good question.
Okay, cool. You do know that.
He was not a textual critic in the sense that, say, Scrivener and Westcott Hort were. But the point is that he, if you look at the manuscripts and pieces of fragments and full manuscripts and partial manuscripts that have come down to us of ancient books, the New Testament and secondarily the Old Testament, these are the two books that we have the most of anything from the ancient times. All of these, like if you go back to like Homer and the Iliad, and I'm just trying to think of examples. In many cases, some of these books that we have of ancient writings, there's only maybe one or two ancient copies that exist. And we accept them basically as true, that they're basically accurate. It's like Herodotus' history. We don't have that many ancient copies of it, but we basically accept what he wrote as being more or less what he actually wrote, and that it was more or less accurate. This is not so with the New Testament. The New Testament, we have thousands and thousands and thousands of full and partial manuscripts and fragments of it, more than any other ancient book. So what I'm getting at is that if you want an ancient book that there's accuracy of, yes, there's lots of alternative readings and stuff like that, but we do essentially have the New Testament as it existed in ancient times. It's just that there are alternate readings. number of passages.
Yeah.
Most of them are insignificant. A vowel here, a preposition there, an alternate spelling.
Oh no,
there.
I'm aware of that. But if he was able to determine writings that were inspired or by God, then I guess he should be able to determine when man's hand altered it or changed certain letters and things like that. Like you said, that word had 2 extra letters and things like that.
Yes. Oh, yes. Yeah. If he knew which manuscript had the, for lack of a better word, incorrect spelling, then it could be dated. And frankly, they know this. They know almost exactly when changes crept in, because there's so many examples of New Testament writings. They come along, and then all of a sudden there's some alternative spelling.
And I guess what I'm saying is we know about that. And he says, I have this way of determining that the Bible was actually inspired by God. So could we use his maths to find all of those changes, and therefore wouldn't that lend credence to what he's actually saying?
Exactly. Yes, it would. Yeah, it would. It would. Yeah.
And the answer to that is yes. We can do that.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty cool. Thank you for answering my question.
Welcome.
I have no more. If anyone else wants to jump in.
The reason why I know a lot about this particular thing is how I found out about this guy was when I was a pioneer. I ran into a guy in the field service who was a guy that collected all types of esoteric Christian literature. And he was Christian, a Universalist, and he became, frankly, my best pal of just about anybody. And he knew about Panin, and he introduced me to him, and then I ended up getting all of Panin's works, all of them. And that was how I came to know about this particular guy. You can read nowadays, of course, with the internet. There was no internet in the 1980s, but nowadays you can read all about him, and there's all kinds of people that support his work and sell his books and believe that his works are proof of the inspiration of particularly of the New Testament, but the entire Bible. But that's how I came across him. Some guy that I met in field service.
Why do you keep saying the New Testament? You know, like you said, at least the New Testament. Does the code not work with the Old Testament?
It does. It does. It's just that in the case of Panin, he didn't live long enough to complete all the calculations. The Old Testament is approximately 4 times as much writing as the New Testament. So I imagine if he lived long enough, he would have attempted to restore the Hebrew text as well.
So he would have started with the New Testament. Got it.
Yeah. How it happened was this. He was just a regular guy. I forget what his profession was, but he knew Greek. And one day he pulled
What's his name again, sorry?
Panin, P-A-N-I-N, Ivan Panin.
Cool. Keep going.
One day he pulled down his Greek New Testament, his Textus Receptus, and turned it to the book of John, to the Gospel of John. And we're as witnesses, we were all aware of this if we paid attention, that in the first verse of John, the word for God is spelled two different ways. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was proston theon, or was with God. And then the final phrase in John 1:1, this phrase C is kai logos, or kai theos in ha logos. Anyway, the word God is spelled two different ways in that passage, and it piqued his curiosity. He was a Greek scholar at the time, so he didn't understand why there's a linguistic reason for the different spelling. But why is that, he thought. And then that's what piqued his interest in this business of why is the Bible the way it is. And that's how he got going on this, was just a chance. He was an atheist at the time. It was a chance reading of John 1:1. And by the time he was finished, he was a committed Christian. So that's the story.
That's a cool story.
Fascinating. It's very fascinating.
Apparently, he was a lecturer on. He went around talking about different Russian literature before he did this. That's what Wikipedia says, anyway.
I think he's a Russian mathematician, right?
It doesn't say mathematician, no. It says, give me a quick sec. It says, finding himself exiled at the age of 18, he immigrated to Germany, where he got citizenship. He studied literature and linguistics. Then he immigrated to the United States and entered Harvard University, that's where he learned Greek and Hebrew. And then he traveled around giving lectures on Russian literature. And that's pretty much all it says up until the point where he starts. After his college days, he became an outstanding lecturer on the subject of literary criticism. His lectures were delivered in colleges and before exclusive literary clubs in many cities of the United States and Canada. During this time, Mr. Pannon became well known as a firm agnostic, so well known that when he discarded his agnosticism and accepted Christian faith, the newspapers carried headlines telling of his conversion. So I guess he was just talked about Russian literature mostly. And then at some point he decided he read John 1:1, and the rest is history.
Yeah, I think I don't know. I need to probably be in a nursing home. I thought I was firm that he was a mathematician, but I must be wrong about that. Thank you for that. Yeah. Is your name Brad? I just heard.
The one that was speaking of Wikipedia?
Yeah,
Yeah, my name's Brad.
Okay, thank you. I thought that was your name, yeah. Sure.
It does make sense, though, that if you heard about this ages ago, that you would assume that he was a mathematician. You would immediately assume that because his greatest work is based on math.
Oh.
I don't think you need to go into a nursing home at all, is what I'm saying.
I hear you. Thank you for that. That may be
That's too funny.
Yeah, Kurt, get over to the nursing home right away.
Yeah.
Kurt, can you hear me? Get over to the nursing home right away.
Oh, stop it.
I'm glad Brian and Brad and the other fellow that are talking. I enjoy him too. I don't know whether to ask him his name or not, but I don't know if
I'm really glad you're on too.
Well, thank you.
Because you've created some great conversation tonight.
Thank you. You too. Thank you. Anyway, the other guy, I don't know if he's still on. I'm not sure what his name is. I just kind of like to know his name, but anyway, he may have left already. I don't know. Pastor Bob, I haven't heard her for her little pixie.
I've just been listening to you gentlemen speak about this, that, and the other, and it's been quite intriguing. But I'm here.
And I thank you for being good to me last week when I was, I don't know, a little psychotic, I guess. So
Psychotic? That's too funny. I just couldn't get to that point of understanding your point, but after I get to know you better, I'm sure I will. So.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
But anyway, what does anybody want to talk about? I can't think of anything myself.
So, what do you guys think of Julian Hassan's the WikiLeaks guy? I didn't hear you. What did you say?
Well, that's all I know myself is just his name. I just on YouTube, but I don't know anything about him. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if you guys remember, and I don't know why this guy has gotten so angry. I'm not sure, but some of you might remember about five to 6 years ago, for about 2 years, there was a really nice black dude from Brooklyn, from New York City. His name was Josh Rivera.
Yes.
And for a while, he had a show on. Back in those days, Rick was starting the programs on Saturday at about 1 o'clock. And Josh, somehow, he got pretty mad. He really got interested in black. Right word here, black integrity, I guess, black not exactly sure what the right word is. But anyway, he got really interested in civil rights issues and black civil rights issues and stuff like that. His mom, I think, was from Puerto Rico. I think he's Puerto Rican, actually. His name is Latino, really, Josh Rivera. That's a Latino name, but he's definitely of African descent.
Mm-hmm.
And I haven't really been able to find him, although I did come across him on another website here a while ago, and I really want to track him down and talk to him. He got pretty militant and angry about everything white, it seems like. But I really liked that guy. He's got a really good. I don't know. It's kind of sad by the fact that he got so militant that it seemed like I don't know. I don't know if anybody's heard from him much lately, but he started to not like the fact that he had ever been on 6 screens at all. And so anyway,
Hey, Brian?
He's a cool dude, and I really like him.
I do too.
Hey,
Hi.
Hey, Brian, I could let you know what happened to John, if you'd like.
Okay. I would.
This is Susan, Rick's wife.
Hi, Susan.
Hi, Susan.
Hi. He wanted to split from the 6 Greens. She decided to get more involved with Black Lives Matter, and because of that, he wanted to sever ties with the 6 Greens. Rick was disappointed because he was really, he's just gangbusters. But one thing that he had to deal with was he had a mental illness. He was bipolar. And so his energy levels was waxing and waning. He didn't have it under control really well, is what I'm trying to say. So,
I think he mentioned that himself from time to time.
Yeah, he did. So I don't think I'm saying anything that he wasn't saying himself. But again, he decided to put all his energy into Black Lives Matter. He did move to Missouri, decided he didn't like it, and moved him and his mother back to New York. And after that, we completely lost track of him. So unless you try Facebook or something on YouTube, I don't know.
The problem is when you look up Josh Rivera, there's about 1,000 of them.
Yeah, I can imagine.
But
When you look up Josh Rivera, what?
I'm sorry. What was that?
Oh my goodness. I can hear Rick louder than the callers. Can you say that again, Brian? When you look up Josh Rivera, what is it that comes up?
Well, there's 1,000 of them on Facebook.
Oh, okay.
Common Latino name. There's all kinds of them.
I could maybe
Okay.
find them if you really wanted to.
Okay. Well, yeah, if you could track them down and then,
Okay, what was his name? Sorry? Josh Rivera?
Josh or Joshua Rivera.
Did he have a middle name?
Not that I know of.
No, I don't.
Okay, and where do you know that he lived the longest? Someone said that he went
Well,
back to New York.
He more or less.
New York would be the place.
Yeah, he
New
more or
York
less
City,
grew up in
New
New
York.
York. And
New York
then,
City.
Okay, cool.
I
And how long ago was
guess
this? Susan, you said he moved back to New York. How long ago was that? Sorry, Brian. I'll let you talk.
I would say at least 3 years or more.
Okay, so 3 to 5 years ago, he moved back
Yes.
from Missouri to New York. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I'll see what I can do this week, Brian. That should be enough.
Okay, that'd be great.
Hey, Susan, how are you feeling? You sound quite good. How are you feeling?
I'm doing so much better. The
Oh,
surgery
man, that's
that
great to
I had
hear.
a year ago just has been
Yeah.
marvelous. I'm still recovering and repairing, but I'm a lot better than I was. And
Oh, that's excellent to
I'm
hear.
keep doing better. Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you for asking.
Well, I missed you last week and the week before, and yeah,
Well, if I'm
I like it when you pop in and say hello, and yeah,
Well,
I
I
just wanted to make sure that you were doing better.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Brad. You're very nice.
Oh, we're all a family here.
Well, then
one of my mums was not here.
Your mother. Okay.
Yeah, I'll look at that this week, Brian.
That'd be great. Thanks.
See what I can find. No worries at all. I have done this before. I did it for a job. Skip tracing for a little while. I don't know if anybody knows what a skip trace is.
You'll know when you found him because he's really into, the civil rights issues.
It sounds like he's really into Black Lives Matter, and that's going to help, definitely.
Yeah, and the sad thing for me was that he had gotten to, and maybe he softened on this a little bit. For a while, he was really into this idea that, if you're white, you're probably a bastard. That type of thing. Where I mean, of course, we all know that there's some very legitimate frustrations for African Americans, of course, obviously, but it doesn't mean that we're all, the rest of us, just because we're born white, we're assholes. But anyway, he had kind of gotten to that point where he got a little bit hard to talk to, and it was quite sad because I really, before that, I had a tremendous amount of affection for him, really. Just his vibe and his everything was.
One more question. Did you ever see what he looks like?
I'm looking up his picture now, and I'll be sending it to you.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I'm gonna find it because I know it's out there.
Awesome. Thanks for that. That will help immensely.
Good looking guy. Very good looking guy.
I'll just go through with I'll be going through just basically words, so I won't see any pictures until I actually find someone that I think is him, and then try and look for a photo. So that'll help heaps. Thank you all.
You're welcome.
Carry on.
Thanks for that. Thanks for that, Susan.
Wow. Can't find him right now, but I will. He had a YouTube channel too, but it wasn't his name.
Tomorrow? Yeah, I'll ask Rick tomorrow.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you for that, Susan.
If he has any more information. I don't think so, but you never know. He was really into the 6 screens for a while. He even was starting up a cruise, trying to get extra witnesses to fill a cruise ship to go on a cruise. And I think one of the things that frustrated him, well, one of the things that frustrated him,
cruise.
He just wasn't
cool.
Well, but see, not enough people were signing up. He got really frustrated, and he would call Rick up, and Rick would say, "What can I do? I'll try to help to promote it, but people have to sign up." And I think that's one of the things that frustrated him, and I felt really bad because of that. But people say they want to do things, but then signing up and actually doing it, that's another thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, this is Rick Fair himself here. It's what happened is with Josh is it was the Black Lives Matter that seemed to turn him in a different direction, and then somehow, some way, he began to think that the 6 screens, the people on the 6 screens, were all racist. And I don't know if you remember that or not, but he really started thinking that, geez, everyone on here, I was a racist, Susan was a racist, we all were racist, all of the people on the 6 screens. So he went out and he started his own little network, and he called it the Cult Survivors Network. And he wanted to say, well, I can do this, and he did. And he didn't do too bad. He had people coming in he had on Saturday night too for a while. And then he had a Jehovah's Witness wife, and her name was Gloria. And he really was having major difficulties with her to the point that he had me actually talk to her on a number of occasions. He says, Rick, would you talk to my wife? And she talked to me, and she knew I was an apostate, so to speak. But, I'd try to tell her some of the things that are happening in the Watchtower, but she was just kind of oblivious to it all, and it didn't seem to affect her. But anyways, the point I wanted to make is his network was called the Cult Survivors Network. And till this day, there's a Facebook group, a pretty large Facebook group called Cult Survivors Network. And I'm pretty sure that's a kind of a leftover of what he started with his little radio program he's doing on Saturday nights. So I'm a moderator in there. I don't know if he made me a moderator, how I ever became a moderator, but he's not in there. And whether that was him or not, it started, I don't know. But we, we used to talk all the time. He'd call Susan and I, and gee, we had a good thing going. We're going to meet each other. He was even going to move to Massachusetts at one time, and he wanted to come up and be close to us and near to us, and we really liked him so much. And he, like Brian said earlier, we used to start our programs on Saturday at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was pretty good. We had a number of programs come on all Saturday afternoon, right through Saturday night, and he was going gangbusters. In fact, his mother was a nice woman, a real nice woman. She'd come on the program and talk all the time as well. And he would do his program because he didn't want to be in the house with a Jehovah's Witness wife at night, when he's doing his program, because it was too controversial. So him and his mother would go outside in the car and do the program inside the car. So it always start out at night. It's my mother and I here in Brooklyn, New York, in our car. It was quite unique, and he was really dedicated. And then all of a sudden, like, he moved to Missouri. He wanted to get away from his wife, so he moved out to Missouri. And then he started sending me pictures. He says, "Rick, what do you think of this? I'm protesting." He says, "Not against the witnesses, but I met up with some black people here in Missouri, and they got me protesting with the Black Lives Matter." In fact, I think that's the first time I ever heard of Black Lives Matter. It was from Josh. And then he just went downhill ever since then and became like an enemy of ours for no reason, for absolutely no reason. But he was a good guy. We really liked him and wish him the best. And we would love to have him even come back and be back with us. And hopefully someday that can happen. We'll see.
Hey, Rick, you said that his mom joined him on his show. Do you remember her name?
Boy, I tell you, I can't, Brad. I can't remember her name.
That's okay.
But she was very good. She was very good. She was really, really boy, he had a good relationship with his mother. I mean, a really good relationship. More than you would think. And she'd come on every Saturday night with him. It was amazing. Yeah. But that's Hi, Brian. Yes.
Yeah, there's one other thing. There was a guy that was a friend of his that used to come on Six Screens at the time, and in fact, they did do 3 or 4 programs on what they called Cult Free Network. I think they posted those on. It might have been on SoundCloud. I can't remember right now. But anyway, his friend, that he had gotten to know quite a bit, and they would sometimes. His name was Caleb. Now I don't know if that was his real name, but he did every once in a while. He would speak up on the Six Screens. More near the end of the night, if we got talking theology or textual criticism issues and things like that. His name was Caleb, and he had a guy. This was a guy that had gotten some Hebrew. He went to Hebrew school and had become quite good in Hebrew.
Oh yeah, no. In fact, I can remember, Brian, you and him in conversation. And he was astute. He was on the ball. He was a young guy. In fact, he lived here in Massachusetts, out in Springfield, Mass.
Yeah, he lived in Springfield. A bit of a coincidence, because he lived in Springfield, Massachusetts, and when Josh moved to Missouri, he moved. He lived in Springfield, Missouri, and we kind of joked about it a little bit that they were both in Springfield, but in different states.
Yeah. Well,
anyway, his name was Caleb, and he was a pretty neat guy. And I lost track of him too.
We don't know. I haven't heard of him. When we've been doing this now for going on 17 years, and we've had 178 different unique programs of people that would come on and do different programs. And of course, things happen and they leave. But what always amazes me is even the callers. There's so many callers we used to, they kind of get what they need evidently and move on. You've been pretty regular, Brian, and some have been on really ever since the very beginning, like Thomas Hodgins out of out of Kansas, and some others that have been around. Borgie, he's been with us for a long time too. But then what happens is these people come on, they're real gangbusters, and then all of a sudden you never hear from them again. And then every once in a while they'll call in. And even well, about 3 weeks ago, there was a man named Steve Gusick, and he's a former Jehovah's Witness, and actually even had a program on the 6 screens called Sunshine After the Fog. And he was a therapist, and he actually got to know Stephen Hassan, who Pastor Babe talks about a lot. And he had this program, and he got to know Stephen. He went to school and studied all about the cults, and now he wanted to. Yeah, you remember him?
Before I forget, I do. And before I forget, if it's the same guy that I'm thinking of, it wasn't he was from one of the Chicago suburbs, the
right?
One that Susan is from.
Naperville.
Oh, it was Naperville. Because it's funny, we were just talking about, my son and I were talking about some friends of his, and the woman, the wife in this family that we were talking about, she grew up in Naperville, and where I was saying to him, I think Rick's wife, she's from that area, and there was a guy that I remember that this guy was from the same suburb.
Right.
Suburb as,
yeah, you got a good memory, Brian. You got a very good memory.
That was Steve, and he was on for about. He probably was on for about 6 months, right?
Yeah, I'd say about 6 months, and he did his Sunshine After the Fog, and he was a therapist. He was a trained, schooled therapist, and he came up here to visit me. And I can still remember we went out to a restaurant together and spent a good day together. And geez, he was a really good guy. And then he lived out in Chicago area, Naperville area. And then he was going to get this job with Stephen Hassan, who was the cult expert, supposedly.
Right.
And so he was going to move to Massachusetts, of all places, because that's where Stephen Hassan is from. So he was going to move up here. Stephen Hassan got involved with him, and so they were involved for a short while, and then he never moved here, Steve. He never moved here, and then he joined the military, and I haven't heard from him for years. I'd say for about, I would say for a good 4, 5, 6 years.
It's about 6 years ago now.
And then he called in 3 weeks ago. Oh, geez,
really?
Rick, you're still doing the program? Yeah, he came on.
I wish I would have been listening to that.
Yeah, so he called in. He says, wow. But you know what's happening here, Brian, which is really phenomenal, is we got on YouTube. Now, we were on YouTube, years ago. As a matter of fact, in 2009, my daughter, who was living with me at the time, and she said, Dad, we ought to get you 6 screens, because she was working on our website. And just putting that together, exposing the Jehovah's Witnesses. So she says, geez, Dad, we ought to get you on YouTube. I never even heard of YouTube at the time. In fact, it was just basically coming into existence. So she says, yeah, Dad, why don't we go on to the Kingdom Hall, and you can do a video tape and talk to the people about how you were disfellowshipped. So I says, is that right? I says, they'll let you do something like that? I mean, on YouTube? She said, oh, yeah, let's do it. So we went down to the Kingdom Hall. That's basically where we started with all of this stuff. So
yeah, I actually, now that you mention that, Rick, just only maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, one night I happened to be looking at some YouTube on that's populated underneath 6 screens, and they were old videos. There was one where somebody was, I think it was a book that was coming out or something, or a movie. No, it was a movie that was coming out about cults. I don't know if it was specifically Jehovah's Witness cult, but and you were interviewing the guy, and you interviewed a few people that were going into the premiere of this. So I remember remember seeing that, and that's quite a few years ago. That's probably about 9 or 10 years ago. Those videos.
Yeah, well, we what amazes me, Brian, is recently I got a really high-powered server here because we run 7 computers here going when we do our programs on Saturday night, and because we're going on different platforms and what have you. So I've got this high-powered server that we just got about 2 weeks ago, and we're putting all of the programs that we've ever had on here, so people will be able to have access to it. One of our listeners, he's the one that suggested it, and he called me up and he says, Rick, he says, you have to do this. I says, well, we've got some stuff up on SoundCloud and some of the stuff's up on the 6 screens, and he says, well, you have to have everything up. So he sent me this server, and
Wow.
yeah, he did.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
I
don't think I've ever heard anybody say, and he sent me the server. It's like, what?
Yeah,
did
no,
what?
because
That's impressive.
I tell people don't send any money here. In fact, I tell people that just about every Saturday night, and I say, no, don't send, because the thing is, when money gets involved, it makes it awkward, and you feel like you have to do stuff. You know what I mean? So I always tell people,
I do understand. Yeah.
I just don't send money to the 6 screens. There's a lot of, I'll tell you what, there's ex-Jehovah's Witnesses on YouTube making some good money. Like John Cedars, for example. How much money do you think he pulls in, Brian, a year?
Oh, tons. Oh, I have no idea, but it's going to be tons.
Oh, he makes over, from what I understand. Now, I can't say for 100% certain, but Cedars brings in over $100,000 a year from YouTube.
I'm sure. I wouldn't be surprised if it's more than that, because it's all based on your status and your advertising revenues that you can generate.
Oh yeah,
I don't sustain anybody for that. Or something else I wanted to ask you. I was going to interrupt you, and then I didn't. Now it slipped my mind. It'll probably come back to it in a minute.
About one of the programs about Steve Gusick.
It was something. It'll come back to me.
All right.
In a minute or two.
Yeah, but anyways, I was going to mention to Apostle Babe tonight. I know when she came on, I didn't want to interrupt the program, but the woman she was talking about, that woman that wrote the book on cults, I forget what her name is now.
Janja Lalich. Oh my God, I said it perfectly. Yeah. I always have such a hard time saying her name.
Yeah, well,
boom.
She was on our program, Apostle Babe.
I remember, and I called in and told her about my roommate who takes her dog out and about, and that the dog is a chick magnet. And she said, maybe I should try that, because I've always wondered if she was, part of the LGBTQ club, but I didn't want to straight up ask her, are you? So when she said that, I thought, that might be a little bit of a clue. Still, I don't know. I don't know.
I remember that happened.
Yes.
Linda.
Yes, Brian.
What's this? What kind of dog
was
this? I said
it was Pomeranian, a white Pomeranian. Oh, and my previous roommate used to be incredibly shy, so she wouldn't go up to people and talk to them. But when she had Chloe, was our dog's name, people would come around and want to pet her because she was just so gorgeous,
Well, that was supposed to be a joke.
Yeah. But no, in fact,
what? I just missed a joke. I'm going to probably get it in about 3 days. I tell you.
But we had the woman on that you were talking about on Romy. Remember Romy? Live with Romy, and she would come on, and she was on for about, I'd say, 4 months, 5 months maybe, and then she kind of left as well. But she was on the Oxygen Network. Was it that? Was I think?
Yes, that show that Romney was on. Lalich was the cult specialist of that show. It was about.
I wasn't that girl.
She was from. Let's see. When I met her, she was from Florida, I believe. Yeah, and then she became a friend.
I thought she lived in Toronto.
I'm not sure,
Was
Brian.
she that rich? Hang on, maybe I'm mixing her up with somebody else. Was she a blonde one, a real nice looking gal?
Her name was Romy Maple, and she was a blonde lady, yes. And
She's from Toronto.
and she got a hold of me, and we got talking. She wanted to do a program on the 6th screen. She knew Barbara Anderson, and I don't know if you knew either, Brian, but recently we had Barbara Anderson. She was doing programs on here, and she's gonna come back.
Yeah, I talked to her.
Yeah,
I talked to her one night.
Yeah, she's a really nice woman. She got kind of sick, but she'll be back with us soon. So we're looking forward to that. But no, we had all these different.
Rick,
Yes.
Whatever happened to Wendy?
Wendy. Well, Wendy. You mean Wendy Tucker? Or Wendy Tucker Borgie?
Yes, I think that's it. Yeah.
Well, Wendy, let me tell you, I'll go back now. That goes back to 2013. Wendy was listening into the 6 screens, and well, she knew a woman down in Florida named Marilyn Marsh, and Wendy's a former Jehovah's Witness, and Marilyn Marsh got her listening into the 6 screens. And so what they did is I said, why don't you guys have your own program? So they had a program called the Hen's Pen, if you remember. And that was like 13 years ago. And that was one of our first programs. And Wendy was so enamored. She loved coming on and doing the Hen's Pen program with Marilyn March and what have you. So anyways, she would listen in every Saturday night, and she wanted to come up this way. She fell in love supposedly with Dick Borgie, of all people. I'm a good friend of mine. And Dick, well, he was as happy as could be. And he wasn't married, and he's got this woman that's 20 years younger than him that was very interested in him, and I couldn't believe it. And then one day Dick called me and said, Wendy really likes me. I said, she does? I said, well, that's unusual. So anyway,
Unusual?
well, I mean, 20 years younger.
Oh,
Wow.
okay.
It's like a big, difference. So
Okay.
anyway, Wendy had this idea that, the 6 screens was this huge network, with searchlights and black helicopters and everything else at the time, because nobody else was really exposing the Watchtower. This is before Cedars and Mike and Kim and all of these other people. So it really got a bigger, it seemed bigger than it was. And it still is to this day. I mean, I just do this out of a little room in my house, but it has this image of, wow, exposing the Watchtower. And but back then it even was more so before everyone jumped onto the bandwagon. But Aunt Wendy, anyway, she said, no, I'm moving from Florida. I'm going to go up to 6 screens country. So she wanted to move up here and marry Dick and be part of the 6 screens and really promote it and work with it. And she was a Christian woman, and we were going to do a ministry together and work with that. And so she was all set to come up, which she did. She never saw snow until she came up here to Massachusetts. She lived in the warmer climates all of her life down in Florida most of the time. So she never saw snow. So I can remember she came up here, and the first winter she never saw the snow. She didn't know what to do with it. She didn't know if you could walk on top of it or what to do. So it was amazing. And so her and Dick, they were married, I would say, for maybe a year, I think maybe a little longer than a year. They were married in September because I married them. And I think they got divorced in November the following year. But it just didn't work out. So she got very angry at Dick, very, very angry. And it was a real nightmare. And even Susan and I, we went to their divorce hearings and what have you. And it was just really, it really was a terrible thing because, we liked Wendy. And of course, Dick was my best friend. And what do you really do in a situation like that? It really put us in a squeeze play. But anyway, she left Dick. They got divorced. She moved back to Florida. And so that's where she is now. But what they did is when she moved back to Florida, she didn't want to be on the 6 screens. In fact, even as she was going through difficulty with Dick, she was kind of even getting mad at me. I'm not sure why, but she was getting mad at me and me as well. But I never
Sometimes people want you to take sides, and you just can't.
I'll tell you what, Rick, one
Yeah.
of the things where people get mad at you is that they think that you should run your programs according to their particular religious persuasion. And you don't do that. You allow free speech on your program, except for the most extreme things, and people get a little worried about that, and they get upset. And I do remember when I first time I ever tuned in on 6 screens, I actually how I ended up ever listening to 6 screens was I was looking for some things on the internet of my old pal, Jim Penton from Lethbridgeshire, and he to see what he was up to. I hadn't seen him for a number of years because he moved away. He lived in Mexico for a few years, and then he ended up back in Toronto because his 2 of his children are in Toronto. And anyway, I was looking around to see if there's anything new on the internet from him, and I came across the interviews that
From Peyton, he did have a few interviews out there. Yes.
Yeah, Richard Brown.
From Richard, yes, Richard's. Thanks, Kurt. Richard's interviews that he had done with Jim. He did 3 or 4 way back before that. So anyway, I listened to those interviews, and then I thought, what the hell is this 6 screens thing? What does 6 screens even mean? And I tentatively started listening, and back in those days, I'm losing names right now. Joe from
Joe Mason.
Kansas City was
he went to go see Joe Mason, didn't he? Rivera. He went and saw Joe Mason.
Yes, he
visited
did.
him. Yeah, I remember the pictures. I remember the pictures he showed. Yeah, that was very cool.
Yeah. So anyway, that was all that, and that's what got me going. But with reference to Kathy, what's her name again?
Wendy.
Wendy.
See, I probably should go to bed because I can't remember anything right now. Wendy she was playing traffic cop on your website at the time, Rick.
Yeah.
And she was pretty. She had a lot of spunk and wanted to. Anyway, I think she didn't like the fact that you would allow anybody that wasn't Trinitarian. That you would allow, like when Sheila and Trudy were on all the time at night. Of course, they were anti-Trinitarians, and I don't think she liked that and all of that type of thing. She was pretty fanatical Trinitarian and didn't like contrary. She didn't like all of those type of people. So, but anyway, I do remember her, and
well, it was Brian. Even back in
that's about 10, 12 years ago, I think.
Oh yeah, well, that's actually in 2010
when I started listening.
Yeah, around 2010, we had a number of Christians. As a matter of fact, there was 5 or 6 of them. One of them was a woman named Barbara. I won't give her a last name, but she was from Saskatchewan, Canada, and she had a horse farm up there. And she was a real...
which farm? What kind of farm?
A horse farm.
A horse. Okay.
Horses. Yeah.
Okay.
And she would dial in every Saturday night, and she loved the program, and she was really a real straight-laced Christian, and she introduced me to the folks in England. Let's see, I forget their name right now, but it's a man and his wife. Boy, I can't deny you got me not being able to think either. But
Yeah, I know who you're talking.
yeah, Latham was their last name. I forget their first names now, but it was a man and his wife.
I know who you're talking.
And she says, Rick, you want to have them do a program. So they did, the Bereans, breakfast with the Bereans. And they used to come on Sunday mornings on the 6 Screens. And the saddest part about it was they were former Jehovah's Mark and Cora Latham. That's who they were.
Okay.
Yeah, Mark and Cora Latham. They're still on YouTube. You still see them once in a while. But geez, they had a program for about, I'd say, maybe 3 or 4 months. It was going really good. It was 10 o'clock on Sunday morning. And what happened is the father of Cora, he did not like Mark, her husband. And he started coming in and interrupting the program and calling Mark names. And, oh, yeah, it was terrible. So it was just so much pressure. They had to give up. But they were staunch Christians, too, and they had a really good program. But going back, this Barbara woman from Canada, she got together with a bunch of other Christians that listened into the network, and they emailed me, and they wanted me to not have any Trinitarians come on. They said, Rick, it's your duty. You have got to stop the Trinitarians from coming on here. So they wrote me and said, they didn't like the twins, but they were really against Larry John Wayne.
They didn't want anti-Trinitarians on.
Right, they didn't want anti-Trinitarians on. Larry and John, right? Maybe I had that mixed up, Kurt. But they didn't want anti-Trinitarians on. So Larry John Wayne, he's a former Jehovah's Witness. He had the program in the slot where Linda is now. He did that for a number of years. But they kept putting pressure on me. They were getting a hold of him and saying you shouldn't come on the 6 Screens and all of this. And they said the 6 Screens should have a governing body. And I said, what are you talking about?
I'm sorry.
I'm serious.
Oh, gosh.
See, so they drove me nuts.
I have to stop myself now.
When they were
I just know you, and I could just imagine a governing body kicking it at your place, making all these rules. It would just go bad so quickly.
That's just what I told them. I said, so what they proposed to me is, Rick, you should have a governing body as your little network is growing here, and we all should sit down together and make decisions before you just do anything. I says, you think so? I says, I'm not going to do that. I said,
that's funny. That's funny.
It is, because it was stupid. It was almost like a mini Watchtower, I said, I'm not going to do that. I said, so in other words, before I can bring and make some of these programs up and put them together, we have to have some type of a meeting on that. Oh yeah, well, we should meet and then we all vote on it. I says, I'm not.
Oh my goodness.
At the time, I was married to my former wife, and she was sick, and she was having seizures, and geez, I'm busting my butt just to pay the rent and keep my car on the road and keep the network going and what have you. And I'm saying, I'm not going to I don't have time to sit down and go through all of this. There's going to be no governing body here on the 6 Screens. So I'm
sorry. The thought of it has just got me laughing. So
it was
that's the funniest thing ever. But if that's the way you're used to functioning, I guess it would make perfect sense, right?
Yeah, so
and most corporations and stuff have a governing body. Yeah.
That's what they do. But I said, look, this thing is not to the point of a governing body, and it never will be to that point. But they said, well, but the Christians aren't going to listen to you. They're not going to listen to you. The real Christians, the real Trinitarians, they won't listen to your network, and we're going to tell people not to listen, and they're making all kinds of threats.
Oh, no.
I says, well, you
guys do
what you want to do. But they kept telling me, get rid of Larry John Wayne. Get rid of Larry John Wayne. I said, I'm not. I says, he's a good man. He's an honest man. he's doing everything he can. He helps me a lot here, and he burns the midnight oil like you, Linda. I said, it's not an easy thing. I'm not getting rid of them. So they all went toodaloo. But there was one guy that was really so adamant. I mean, he was mean even at times. He's not living today, sad to say. He died. But boy, he was just absolutely bent on making this some type of a Christian network, and it's not a Christian network. It basically, I'm a Christian man. I'm not embarrassed to tell people that, but I know what doesn't work. Christian networks have a very, very difficult time. They become very controversial. Just take a look at some of the networks. I mean, we're just a little pimple on a rhino's back here, but look at the Trinity Network. Well, look at that.
Right.
My God, that is a nightmare. And then you got the Daystar Network, and they have some good programming, some bad programming, but I wasn't going to get into that Christian network thing, and that's what they wanted to make it. But no, this was a program, a network to expose the Jehovah's Witness organization, and that's what we started it with, and that's what we're going to stay with. And I'm thinking, even as the Watchtower now is exploding, I thought that things would kind of die down a little bit, but they haven't. It's just exploded here. The people calling, we had new people calling in tonight, and when I look at the computer screens here and I see all the people coming in from all over the world, and I'm saying, my goodness. And now it's even going to get better here in the next month or so. Our video suite, which we've had now for about 12 years, that video suite now, I'm changing the platform on it, and people are going to be able to talk through their computer screens. So that's going to help you, Linda, too. So
good, because tonight, during Gail's show, everyone was fortunate I could not call in. Let me just say that right now, because I got triggered.
Well, I went in. I'll tell you, I was concerned about you. I went in. Gail kept, because what happened was so many people coming in the program to talk to the hypnotist, and then she texted me, then she called me. She says, Rick, get the people off. She says, I can't get off my program. And she says, Babe's waiting. I said, well, I'll check in with Pasta Babe, and I didn't see you. Then I went and I talked to Susan. I said, Susan, I'm Pasta Babe. I hope she's all right. We were both concerned. I says, I didn't hear from her all night. Usually she's, in there listening in. I says, I don't know what's going on. I hope she's all right. So Susan said, well, why don't you call her? So I was just getting ready to call you, and then I seen you come on the backstage. Yeah.
That's good. That's good.
So,
but I explained at the beginning of the show what my trigger was, and there was a lot of really cool things he brought up. But yeah, anything can trigger us at any time. And it always comes out of the blues, and you never see it coming. It's like, now I'm going to deal with this. I got to bring myself down and self-regulate.
You have the Metro phone system, right? Possibly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
In fact, even Constance out there, Constance, she's got Metro too, and they cut her off. She can't call it on Metro. So I'm giving her the app. So it's all getting better. Technologies are getting better. Even the sound quality tonight, I couldn't believe how good the sound quality was on the After the Storm program. That hypnotist, I couldn't believe it. When he first came on, I says, man, you sound like you're right in the next room. They're really improving on the sound quality. It's all getting better. Even you tonight, it sounds really good, Apostle.
Oh, I'm glad.
What do you want tonight? Are you on the app or no?
No, right now I'm talking through, the app Streamline.
Yeah, they must have improved it, because something in the last couple of weeks, it's just unbelievably clear. Yeah.
StreamYard. I'm sorry, StreamYard.
Yeah.
But
I enjoyed that hypnotist glove she had on, but Jesus, you couldn't shut him up. But other than that, I enjoyed listening to him. Yeah.
Hey, we had someone else on. Who else is calling in there? Someone want to say something?
Oh, sorry, that was me, Rick. I just wanted to say that I appreciate that you're not a Christian network. When my wife went looking for someone for me to talk to, because I was having a bit of a breakdown about being brought up a Jehovah's Witness and the Royal Australian Commission and all of that, I didn't want her to find a Christian network. She goes, "Oh, I found something," and they were, I can't remember what that was called, but they, had something like Christian in the name. I was like, "No, I don't want that. I don't want anything overtly Christian." And she goes, "Well, I found this place called the Sixth Screen, and they seem overtly anti-Jehovah's Witness." And I went, "That's perfect, done." And that's how I found your show. Oh, and also I really like your 90s looking webpage. I really like those old looking web pages. They're so cool looking. But yeah, I appreciate that you're not a Christian network, but you are a Christian man.
Yeah, well, one of the...
Rick,
Yeah, go ahead, Kurt.
Rick, why don't you try to get Benny Hinn on as a guest?
Did you say Benny Hinn? Why don't Rick try to get Benny Hinn?
I don't know if
or Benny Hill. Benny Hinn or Benny Hill? I object to both if that means anything, but go ahead. It is your platform, Rick.
Well, it's funny. It's funny that Brad even says his wife found it. That's exactly what I meant. But on Sunday, now, that's when we do our Christian programming. And, it doesn't bring the people in. We have a good, it's growing. We have this program now called the Christian Court that's crossing over. That's our first program to really cross over. Yeah.
I think that's one of the strengths of you being a Christian, but not having a Christian network. See, when I found you, I was vehemently anti-Christian. There's no way. Screw you, you're all wrong. But you being the man that you are and having the network that you have and allowing the people that you allow makes me listen to the Sunday show sometimes.
Well, thank you, Brad.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, thank you. So that's hopefully what we like to be able to do, but we don't get the callers in there. But see, here's what's going on. You take a man like Cedars, and I think he's a brilliant person. And I really, really do. And I know he ran into difficulties with that escapade he had in Singapore or wherever it was. But that's so
Thailand, yeah.
And yeah, that's sad, but it happens. Things like that happen. I don't even hold a man hostage on that. But what it is Cedars. We had Cedars on the program before. And what happened, it was all set to come on. This had to be a good, I'd say 8 years, well, more than that, be about 10 years ago now. So
okay.
Cedars came on, and live from, he's in Croatia. That's where he's from.
Right.
So we had it all worked out. We had all telephones all worked out. So we had Cedars come on, and geez, he wasn't on for, I would say, 10 minutes, and some irate woman, many probably remember her. Her name was Scally.
Yes. Oh gosh, those.
Oh yeah, no.
Yes, that would be Cedar. That would be Cedar's worst nightmare. That's true. So also informant. Yes, she's yeah.
I guess the phone went off. Is it on now, Susan? Oh, okay. I'm gonna put the phone back on. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, the phone turned off, so Rick is doing a dial-in. So I'm just letting the YouTube audience know. So Rick was talking about Cedars, and then this gal named Scally, who was also known as Informant. She had a YouTube channel and very opinionated, and she would have videos up sharing her opinion. And if she thought that you had not really done your homework well enough, or that you were revealing things without doing your due diligence, that bothered her, and she might let you know. Or if anybody, like in a say maybe in chat or whatever, maybe on Facebook or wherever, if somebody was acting like they were going to inform her of something, she was just not going to have that. She would be just like, look, I've been around this long and you don't know nothing, and I do. Like I know more about this subject than you do, so so that was sometimes an attitude you'd hear from her. But there was also a really cool side to her that was just she'd play music on her YouTube channel and talk about some old memories, and just she was a cool gal. Very unique and cool gal. Okay, I think we have that phone back.
Yeah, East Coast, all of the states on the East Coast, and the two down the middle, and then Western Australia.
Okay, so three time zones. So Perth is 2 hours ahead of you guys.
Right.
It's 2 hours later in Perth than
this is a great connection.
Right.
Sorry about all that traffic down. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and I believe I'm probably 10 hours ahead of most people.
What do you call your 3 time zones in Australia? What do you call them?
Give me a sec, and I'll tell you. No, this is not something I think about a lot.
Okay. No.
Well, it's trivia, but I'm kind of interested. Canadians have a psychological.
Can I read a comment from the chat on YouTube? Can I interrupt and share this?
In daylight time, Australian Central Daylight Time, and Australian Western. I should have been able to guess that because that's just exactly as I described it: East, Middle, and West. But
okay, yeah, and you guys are on daylight. You guys are doing daylight savings time right now.
Some of the East Coast is, but Queensland is not. Queensland doesn't do that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. See,
Brian and Brad, can you guys hear me?
Because the state, New South Wales.
For some reason, Apostle Babe, they're not hearing. I'll check it out.
From me.
Okay.
To do daylight saving. So if you work.
I do hear them.
But live in Queensland, which is actually pretty common.
Okay, so they're gonna recall in.
Yeah, called in. Something
that'll be perfect. Yeah.
Into the live 6 screens conference calls. We thank you for joining in. To speak up and talk, press *6 on your telephone. When you are done talking, press *6 to mute yourself. Remember, when you are unmuted, your phone is a microphone and picks up on all noises in the background. We hope you enjoy the programs tonight. You will now be placed into the conference.
If you are please enter your PIN. Thank you. There
All right,
are
good.
11 participants in the conference.
Street, and you cross the state line.
Yeah, there's half a town. You know, like you can go from one shop, say a Starbucks, I grab a coffee, and then I walk into New South Wales to go to a toy shop right next door.
Muted. Unmuted.
We have
Brian and Brad, can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Hey, well, I can.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I just interrupt for a minute to read a comment from the YouTube chat? I think it's really a great comment. Okay, so somebody from the YouTube chat, I don't know if I'm going to say the last name right, but Gary Sloan, he said, the governing body should consist of Rick, Susan, Joe, Pixie, Brad, Chewy, and Dan. I thought I pictured all of them. All of them have great personalities that we're pretty much familiar with. And you got put on there, Brad. Isn't that cool? So I thought that was cool. Thanks, Gary, for that suggestion. If there was going to be a governing body, these were the ones he suggested. Rick, Susan, Joe, Pixie, Brad, Chewy, and Dan. Okay, that's all I wanted to say. Go on, gentlemen.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I'd love to add Ryan to that list if I could.
That was me, by the way.
Oh. We have another Australian here.
This is your mate, Brad.
From Canberra?
Yeah, we spoke a couple of weeks ago.
The Pom from Canberra. How are you, man?
Yeah, and I'm the Pom Australian, or the Australian Pom.
Welcome.
Hey, welcome
now,
back.
how did you two meet?
I'm Kurt.
Hi, Kurt.
We met here on your show.
Oh, here. Okay. That's right.
It was, I think it was about 4 weeks ago. And then I haven't heard from you since. And the week after, I actually jumped in on the. I jumped in and was asking about you. Actually, I think I have every week since then jumped on YouTube and asked at some point where you were.
Sometimes I work, you know. I sometimes go to work and then at night, and sometimes I go to a church in the morning and I tune into Rick's program a bit later on.
Yeah.
So I don't get a chance to comment very much.
How have you been, man?
I'm great.
You're great. Excellent. Good to hear. You were currently a Jehovah's Witness last time I spoke to you, weren't you?
Currently, no, I'm not. I'm chemo.
You're
I'm
out.
way past chemo now.
Chemo. Physically in, mentally out. Chemo.
What's that?
I thought that last time we talked, you mentioned how you were going to be giving a talk, or you had been asked to give a talk still? Because they didn't know that you were keen.
I said no.
Oh, okay. I remember you asking, I think you asked, would it be a good idea to do it from the King James version?
Yeah.
And I thought, yes, that is a great idea.
That's so bad. No, that's asking to go in the back room. I hear it's not good in there.
Yeah.
I got taken to the back room once after doing a householder talk.
Okay.
We did kind of switch names, we switched pronouns, we switched names. We gave each other comical names, and then when we finished giving the talk after the meeting, we got both called into the back room.
Oh my. No fun. No
What was
fun.
the reasoning behind it?
What wasn't taking it seriously?
Oh, okay.
Oh wow.
Well, they might have had a point there, but
Yeah, I know,
but screw them anyway.
I probably didn't take it seriously anyway.
It's weird that they only noticed that, but didn't notice that you were keen on it.
Yeah. Anyway,
I'm glad you called in, man, and I'm glad you're doing well.
Yeah, they said they're going to reassign me the talk, but if I give another message, I'll just say, can you take me off to school? That's all. That's basically what I'm going to do now.
Yeah, fair enough.
Can't get in touch with that, can I?
You can't get in touch with what?
I can't get in trouble for that.
We don't want you in trouble.
So if I want to take myself...
But I think you'll probably get a couple of talking tos and maybe elders coming to your house to ask why you're fading and stuff like that.
Unannounced. They unannounced. They won't call ahead of time.
Okay.
Do I sound like I know what I'm talking about?
I know they try to do it all sneaky and they try to catch you off guard.
They do.
Yeah.
I mean, I've heard of them turning up at people's work.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. That's just wrong.
So if they
That's so wrong.
If they come knocking on my door and they come in, I might have to say, excuse me, for a minute. And I go inside and try and hide all my books and stuff and, Bible, King James Bible, hide it and, see what I've got on the bench and make sure that they don't have anything to sort of, talk to me about.
You could make them wait there for a while before you choose to answer the door. And then there's also the option of choosing not to answer the door if you know it's them and if you don't care to deal with them. But if you're up to it, give yourself time to tidy up a bit.
What I said last time, I said, look, I'm pretty busy at the moment. Could you come another time?
Okay.
So that's kind of yeah. So I remember when I remember when Stephen Lett, Stephen Lett said about the babies, enemies of God.
Right? What was that like when you heard that? What was that like for you?
Do you know when Stephen Lett said about babies being enemies of God?
Yes.
Well, I spoke up about that. And they said they accused me of being apostate. And I said, look, Stephen Lett said it, not me. It's funny how they say something, and it's true. But if I say the same thing, it's like apostate.
So are you saying that you asked an elder or somebody? You mentioned the term babies are enemies of God, and they thought you said this and accused you of being an apostate, but then you had to tell them that one of the governing body members actually said this, and then
Yeah, that's it.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Why did these elders not know this? That's what Stephen Lett had said. That's mind-blowing. Yes, it is apostate. It's it's creepy is what it is. It's absolutely creepy. Like,
yeah. Like if you go to someone's house, say witness's house, and you see their baby, and you can say to them, "Oh, look at that enemy of God. They're gonna hunt you down and hang you up."
Well, they're not gonna like it, that's for sure.
It's the government.
yeah. Saying, if you just say, "What an ugly baby," that's more acceptable than "Look at that little enemy of God." That's like putting that baby in the category of the devil. I mean, really, it is. And people that are enemies of God. My goodness.
Anyway, some other news that came up last week about Japan.
Yes.
Did you hear about that?
Yes. Are you Gary?
Calvin. I'll go by my real name.
Okay.
So
Nice to meet you, Calvin.
You too. I'm not ashamed of letting people know my name, so that's all right.
Yeah, Brad is my real name.
Is it?
Yep.
Yeah, I heard you talking a couple of weeks ago about with this other lady. You said you were quite empathetic. That was quite nice of you.
Oh, thanks, man. I try to be.
Yeah. So apparently in Japan, they've got this law now saying if your children doesn't want to go out witnessing, if you force them to go witnessing, that's considered abuse.
Yes, but are any of the children going to be informed of this rule? I dare say they won't be. But I mean, they won't be informed by the organization. They will be informed by some other means, hopefully. And when I read that, I thought that was amazing.
So basically, the organisation is throwing them under the bus.
Yeah, pretty much, as they do.
If they take the kids out witnessing, that they get caught, the organisation that's going to say, "See, we did."
We told you not to do that.
Oh no.
Doing.
They'll say the elders chose to do that. See, that this will probably fall into the category of when the governments tell us to do things that are against the Bible, like for instance, raise up a child in the way that they should go. That's biblical, right? We should follow God's laws above man's laws. That's what I'm picturing it going to be, right? So they will still expect the children to go to the meetings because they get to put it under the category of following God's laws. And then when somebody takes them to court and there's lawyers there from the Jehovah's Witnesses, they will deny that the governing body ever said what I'm assuming that they're going to say. And they will blame it on the elders of that congregation and say that they might have said it. They will not take responsibility if that's the route they're going to take. I'm just assuming. I don't know for sure. It's an assumption of mine.
Well, that's my assumption too. That's what they'll do.
Mm-hmm.
So I reckon Japan's going to be. I think it's going to go to other countries too.
Yeah, it would be nice. I know here in the States, legally, a parent can raise up their child in whatever religion, in any religion that they choose. Like the adults have that prerogative. If it's changed, or if it does change, that will be good to hear about. I did not care to be forced to be to grow up as a Jehovah's Witness. Oh, I hated it. Go ahead, Brad.
The young people of Japan, a recent survey, this is from November 5th, 2022, from the Japan Times.
Okay.
A recent survey of the children of followers of religious groups has found strong support for establishing a mechanism in Japan for them to escape both their parents and the groups if they are troubled by the group's activities. Social Research Action Cheeky Lab said 73% of respondents to its survey of second-generation members of religious organizations were positive about the idea when asked if such a system should be introduced. So they're also seeking to create an organization that will help people escape from cults or their families under the conditions that Jehovah's Witnesses have them, which is a great idea.
Wow.
That's excellent. And it got started by young people coming forward, like quite third-generation Japanese children coming forward and just like giving them their experiences and how the higher number generation you have from being a Jehovah's Witness, the harder it is to try and talk your way out of it. You know, to convince the people in your family that it's not for you. Obviously, you're third generation. They are well into it. You know what I mean? So they're talking and the government is listening, which is great.
I love this. I really, really love this. Now, in reality, if that was happening here in the States and there was this setup here in the States, what happens when the children get home with their parents? Right?
Well, in this case, the government would help them get away, which would be amazing.
As in move out of their parents' home?
When I was a kid, I could have used that. Yeah, well,
Me too.
It says that this facility would be to escape your family or the religious group.
Oh, facility. Oh, it does sound like, okay, this does sound like they would not have to live at their home.
When I was a kid, if it was here, I could call them up and say, I'm a Jehovah's Witness, I'm getting abused at home, and I need to get the fuck out of here, please. And then they would go, okay, we're going to come help you.
Dad keeps punching me in the face. Yeah, because that's what he always did to you.
Bible, apparently.
Yes.
Yeah. The Bible keeps telling my dad to punch me in the face. I need to bail on that shit. And they would be like, we're going to get you out of there and we're going to come pick you up. Hopefully that's what it would do, but that sounds like a great facility.
It does, doesn't it?
It does, and I would wonder I wonder how things would go after there, because in my mind, what needs to be done for those that leave cultic situations is to be taught maybe some critical thinking, logical fallacies, and then the techniques and tactics that are used by cults across the board. Not necessarily a different theological belief system, but rather to help equip them. I'm sorry, say that again?
That's what I found poignant about the article. It doesn't mention Jehovah's Witnesses. It says these types of organizations.
Yeah.
It's just Jehovah's Witness kids that have kind of started it. So yeah, it pretty much sounds in that wording that, you know, you're going to get supported in some way, like with psychological help and things like that, you know?
Oh my gosh. Please send me that article.
I'm really excited. Like,
Brad?
Yeah, will do. Japan Times. It is, yeah. I will send it to you.
Thank you. So somebody from the chat in YouTube asked if Rick was coming back to finish the story about cedars, and I don't want you to go anywhere.
You got cut off.
Right? I don't want this conversation to end, but I do want to have Rick finish this story. Are you guys cool with that?
Of course. Yeah.
Okay. Rick, if you're nearby, could you come and finish the story about cedars and how you had him on this show, and then somebody called in named I forget how I knew her as informant, but I forget her other name that she would use. It's on the tip of my tongue. But Rick, if you're around, could you get back on and finish that story for us, or let us know whether the story was finished? If he's in the other room talking with Susan, she'll probably be telling him, they're asking for you. But it sounded like he got in a good nap, and then he woke up and joined the conversation, and then it went towards that story about having cedars on a few years back. And then, oh gosh, I can't think of her name. She would use a couple of different names. The two was informant. I can't think of the other one. He was just talking about it too. Rick, are you available to finish the story regarding cedars? Are you there? Hey, Rick, calling out to Rick Farron. Hi, Rick. I'm calling for Rick Farron. Are you available to finish up the story?
Are you looking for me, Linda?
I am. I wanted to ask you if you could finish up the story that you were telling us about cedars.
All right. Yeah. So, anyways, Cedars came on the program, and he said he would. None of these people really like live. It's very Mike and Kim. I've talked to them about it too, and live presents an issue for many of the so-called apostates. I see Cedars now does so once in a while some live programs, but here at the Six Screens, we have an open line and people can call in. We don't know who these people are. There's no control on it. So Cedars, he said he'd come on, and I mentioned that I watch things and try to do what I can to make everything, because he's controversial, very controversial, even back then when he first started. So he
is that right? Okay.
And so he came on. He wasn't on for more than 5 minutes, and this woman Scally,
yes.
Scally, she goes way back. She was one of the first apostates, so to speak, new wave apostates, and she was out of California. But boy, she had a filthy mouth. I mean, she would, your ears would turn red just listening to that woman. And she have a program, but we'll get to that later. But anyway, she called in and she started accusing Cedars of things that I thought was very inappropriate. and him being a perverted sex man at the time. And this is before his incidents with the Thailand prostitutes and what have you. But anyway, she accused him of some things, and I said, geez, and I tried to get her off, and I couldn't. And then I finally did. I apologized to John. I said, geez, John, he knew who she was. I said, geez, this woman, I said, she came on and she accused you of all of these things. I said, I won't put that program up. I said, I won't do it. I said, I won't do it because the woman really shouldn't have been doing that. That was not right. So he thought that was okay, but I told him I never put the program up. We have in our archives here, I've got about 6 programs that I never did put up because
I'm going to say about 4 of them are mine.
Well, I think you at least have 3.
Sometimes it's the night just goes array, and then I'm looking to see if where it got uploaded. Oh my, it didn't get uploaded this week. Yeah. Then I realized that's right, it was a bit scandalous or whatever.
Well, what happens is they're up. Some of the programs they're recorded 3 different ways. And we're moving to this new server. So just about everything is going to be up there. And then in time, people have access to just about everything we've ever done here. So, yeah.
I forgot about that.
Scally, actually, Scally even had a program on our network for a while. In fact, it was.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, she did. She was on. And
what was it called?
Called Watchtower Behind Closed Doors. And,
okay.
And she actually, that was about, I'd say, a good 7-8 years ago, maybe even a little longer. Yeah, I'd say about 7 years ago. And I said, yeah, because we had Mark Paulo. He started that program, and he did really well with it. Of course, then he died, and then when he died, we had Randy M. Abused. You see him on Facebook and YouTube. Randy out of Oklahoma. He had the program. Watchtower Behind Closed Doors, and then he was having some issues and wanted to be with the family, so he left. And then Scally, I says, well, Scally, would you like to do the program? I said, but you got to really be careful with your language. I don't want you coming on swearing like a sailor. So she came on and she had the program, but she was good at first, very civil, but then she started really, over the top. And I called her. I said, Scally, you can't be doing this. You can't come on. I says, we're trying to get Jehovah's Witnesses to listen in here, and they hear you dropping the F-bomb like that, they're going to disappear. I says, once in a while it slips out and we let it go, but you can't be talking like that. So anyway, she got mad at me and didn't want to do it anymore. And then she got so irritated. She started doing YouTube videos and how bad the 6 screens was, and saying all these things that weren't true. But then she popped up and she accused me of making money off of the phone calls and this pure leverage video suite's a money maker, in which it's not. I make 0 from this. In fact, I told her it cost me money to do it. She didn't believe me then. But then what she did is she did some research, and then about 2 years ago, she called in and she apologized. She says, Rick.
Really?
Yeah, she did. She said, that's the last I heard of it. She says, Rick, I apologize to you. I see exactly that, I was out of place saying that because I see that you don't make any money here at 6 screens. So
that is exactly what her character would do. If she found out things were different than what she accused, her character would do exactly what you just said.
Yep, that's what she did. So I appreciated that, and haven't heard from her since. But that's what I was saying earlier to the audience is that so many people. I think what they do, many people, is they get what they're looking for. They leave the Watchtower. They want to just be made sure that this is a nasty organization and it's not the truth. And when they get that, they move on like therapy. In fact, Susan, my wife, she calls the 6 screens the biggest therapy session there is for ex-Jehovah's Witnesses, because we're all in together. We can all share our thoughts,
I do think that we put the fun in dysfunction pretty well.
Yeah.
and I say that with love. because when we leave the organization, we have definitely came from a dysfunctional environment, and we're still often doing dysfunctional things, and it takes a while for things to shed away, and for us to find our equilibrium and to find our center and develop our own character and all that, you know. But in the
Yeah.
meantime, when you're dealing with somebody that was an elder in the organization and now they're out and they're still talking like an elder, well, you can expect that. That's to be expected until this person decides this might not be a good idea. However, he comes to this conclusion. So it's you know what I'm saying? So
Yeah. Yeah, in
yeah.
fact, what I'm thinking, Linda, too, is, I get thinking about your program a lot. I really, really do. We got about 17 different programs running here now. But when I think about your program, this is like late night entertainment. I'm finding, yeah, you're helping the people and you do good with that. You do good as a therapist, but it's like on Saturday night, that's when you have all of these Saturday Night Live programs and, these entertainment type programs. And that's what I think this will morph into in time for you. And the other thing is, because you have Australia and England being so far ahead of us, Australia, what do you say, 12 hours, 15 hours ahead. So it's like Sunday. And the same thing with
Mhm.
England, they're 5 hours ahead. So you have a shot right now, for example, it's going on 6 o'clock here on the East Coast. So it's 11 o'clock in England. So, here's an opportunity for people from the UK and overseas to listen in. So you got kind of a time slot here. I know sometimes it's hard burning the midnight oil, but I think it's going to open up as we go downstream here to even more and more people coming in.
I tell you, Rick, I really enjoy this time. And I know sometimes people don't speak up, and I'm more than fine with that because they're just kind of listening to it and doing their own thing or laying down and relaxing. Or sometimes they fall asleep, and I'm fine with that too. None of that ever offends me. Or I've had people say, but your show comes on so late, None of that ever offends me. But they can listen to it the next day through YouTube, and it's easier for them to find it the next day. And that's enjoyable because I know people will tune into it and listen to it either a day or so after. And that's pretty cool.
Well, they are. In fact, I'll tell you what I've been noticing. I go back and I look at some of the numbers, and your numbers are coming up big time too. And one thing that's helped a lot is these thumbnails. When I put a thumbnail, and I'm trying to do it now to all of the different programs. But for example, I put on one of the thumbnails, Linda James, your favorite apostate, and I put on another one, late night entertainment with Aposta Babe, and it's little things like that that grab extra attention, and it gets more people to listen in. So we've been really trying to get these.
Who's here, I think?
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Oh, it's okay, Brett. Yeah. So these little thumbnails, they are helping get more viewers. And I've been doing some
Thank
study.
you.
Yeah, I've been doing some studying on YouTube and how to gain more people to view your videos, and that's very, very important. So you'll start to see a lot of those. And what I'm trying to do is get everyone that has a program that, if anything really stood out in the program, to email it to me. Anything.
Okay.
In other words, something that you said, well, you don't have to do it all the time, but anything that stood out. I'm trying to get Anne Marie and all the different people have programs on here to just send me a little email or message, and then I can take it. And when I put the YouTube video up, I can put in the description box, well, Apostle Babe had on this guest, and boom, boom, boom. So you write like what they like to have on the YouTube description bar, and that also can bring
Okay.
yeah. So that's something to think
Okay.
about.
Thank you. Matter of
Yeah.
fact, this week is the week. It is I believe the 5-year anniversary of Lauren Stewart and her family, which was a murder-suicide situation. And I was venting a few days after that story came out 5 years ago, and I've always wanted to put it up. And I do plan on putting it up this week because of this anniversary. So you'll be hearing me have a new video out that I hope people can share, because the story with Lauren Stewart and her committing this murder suicide, it was so much more than shunning, which shunning is enough for suicide, okay? But there's a bit more, and I'm hoping you can, tune in and check out that video, and please share it. I'm going to be putting it out within the next few days, and I have snippets with Joyce Taylor in there as well. And Joyce was a friend of Lauren Stewart's, so yeah, she speaks about Lauren's husband Dan and things like that. So I'm taking accumulation of a few different things, including her phone interview, the phone interview that she did on Six Screens. And I've had the chance of speaking to her personally to ask her a few things and to confirm a few things. So that was a few years back. So this week I'm putting that out, and I'm hoping that whoever sees it can share it. It's really, really important, especially at this time that Norway is wanting to not fund the Jehovah's Witnesses financially. They do get to practice their religion, but they are not wanting to fund them financially because of the way that of the shunning and the way that people get ostracized. So that's a huge, huge thing. Don't get me wrong, but there's a bit more to the story than maybe some have realized. So yeah, I'm doing a little bit of promotion there.
Well, that's good, Linda. No, in fact, what to do is get that up, and then maybe we can share it, and put it on here.
Okay.
And
okay.
But who you were saying there, this woman with that suicide up in Michigan, who was
Yes.
the woman who called in, you said, to the Six Screens?
Joyce Taylor was a friend of hers, and you had a chance of interviewing her.
Oh, right.
Which
I remember that. Yep.
Yeah, so she talked more about Lauren and how, she met Lauren. She actually met Lauren by signing up for a ballerina class, right? she meets Lauren and they're talking away, and next thing you know, she's listening to Lauren talk about Dan, and Dan actually grew up in the same congregation as Joyce. So they got back in touch with Dan, and he was, familiar to them, and so she helped with Lauren to be more social. Lauren was very, like I was talking about earlier, socially awkward. She didn't know how to make friends, which is normal for a Jehovah's Witness child, because we didn't get to do much of the socializing as we grew up. So she took her to like the Renaissance Fair and stuff like that. And of course, Joyce herself was getting herself out there and doing some home improvements of her home and things like that. So she was doing some things as well. But what it appears to be is that they disassociated themselves, meaning Lauren and Dan, because they wanted to send their children to university. Okay. The organization does not really have much of a problem with going to a trade tech school. And I think that today they're not as adamant as they used to be about going to university. But so we're talking 5 years from now. Let's go back 5 years. At that time, it was 5 years from that time. Okay. So 10 years ago, we're talking about they disassociated themselves because their kids were brilliant off the charts, like their father, Dan Stewart. Okay. And Dan was working at the university, a university in Michigan, working on this device of some sort that would give I believe, a bit of a warning before someone has a heart attack. From what I recall, so he was just like, he never went to college, but he knew how to do these things. So having his children go to college was a big deal. And I believe that they ended up disassociating themselves because they wanted to send their kids to college. Sometimes when you're talking to the elders in the back room, they kind of coerce you to just sign something to disassociate yourself when you might not be ready to disassociate yourself. And I believe the way Joyce made it sound was that that's the way it happened, if I'm remembering correctly. So yeah, I'm going to be putting that together this week.
Oh, that should be fascinating. That should be fascinating. Yeah. So it's yeah, we had as a matter of fact, if you remember, the girl, her name was Chessa Mannon. You,
Yes,
and you remember her, and she would
I
come on
do.
talk with us, and of course she got in big time trouble. Whatever
Yeah,
happened
that's unfortunate.
in Kentucky,
Yes.
and we talked about that. Gee, she was a nice girl, and she was, really abused by the Watchtower. She was sexually abused when she was younger, and it really caused some issues in her life. But the reason why I even bring her up is she got a hold of me, and this is a few years back, and she wanted to do what they call memorial. She called it that, memorial on the,
Yes.
and it was
Yes.
actually celebrating the deaths of all the Jehovah's Witnesses that have died because of the blood policies or died because of suicide in the Watchtower. So she got a hold of me. She said, Rick, I know you protest on Memorial Night. Can we tie this all in together? So for a couple of years we did that, and I was in contact with her, and I thought it was a pretty good idea. So I had a bunch of these pictures that I made. Of course, I'm in the sign business, so I could blow them up on a printer. And so I was holding pictures up at the memorial night, and we had Lauren. I had a big poster of Lauren and all of these people who committed suicide. And one of the ones that really stood out, maybe you could even do a series on that, Linda, in time. I know it all takes time, but there's one girl. Her name was Amber Sawyer, and
Yes.
that's also another horrible story. And she came on our program 2 years back and explained to us all of it. It was, she had people just, I mean, she had me just about falling off my chair. In fact, so upset hearing what happened. How she actually, her mother was out in service, and her older sister was
Right.
sitting her, and then Amber, she was
I,
only
I I think
Amber.
about 8.
Yeah, 8 years old. 8 years
Hmm.
old. And she heard a gunshot, and she went in the bedroom, and her sister, the sister was in her early 20s. I think she was 22. I'm not sure. But,
Hmm.
anyways, the sister killed herself with the shotgun. And so,
Yes.
what are you
Her
going to do?
and let's just add here too that her sister was disfellowshipped.
Right. So that really
Okay.
caused her to do that. So, with a poor little girl, I'm just thinking of an 8-year-old girl. Her older sister's shot and dead. She's waiting for the mother to come home. She didn't know what to do. What a
There,
terrible situation.
I want to say there's a famous picture, but let's make it even more famous of her pointing at this picture that she's holding. It's one of those picture frames that has two together, and one side has two little kids, and one side has an older person, and the older person is her big sister, and so she's pointing at this picture, and you can just see kind of her profile, and her hair is she's got blonde hair. So that picture will be in the video that I'm using because it's because I'm wanting to stress that during these times, suicide is actually common. Even while being a witness, it can be common because the limited resources and the limited ways of being able to think put you in such a place to where it's hard to think.
Well, that'd be a good program, Linda. And I think that'll get you out there and get people to listen to you, because boy, I'll tell you, that's something that everyone really should know about. Oh, good girl, you're doing good. You're
I
doing
would.
good.
I know that. I'm sorry to keep. I'm going to keep going for just another minute. I want to run this past you, and I have been thinking about this. I know that Auntie Fran and Uncle Joe are doing their show regarding suicide, but since Mannion is on vacation, right? That's what they say sometimes when people are off at a facility, they're on vacation. I was looking forward to maybe picking that up of the once a year memorial of remembering those that have committed suicide from being related to this organization. So they may have been disfellowshipped or not. I don't know if somebody else has taken it up or not, but I've been thinking about this, and they used to have a certain date, but then now you're telling me it was around the time of the memorial.
Actually, it was Memorial itself. Yeah. So I mean, that's something you could pick it up, and I'm sure that Chessa, I mean, wouldn't have an issue with it. You could just say that, just to bring up something that this woman Chessa started. You could word it in such a way that would sound palatable. And because I'm
Yeah.
going to be down the Kingdom Hall this year as well, protesting
Uh,
till Memorial Night. So maybe we could just tune you in and simultaneously broadcast together.
Okay. Yeah, I need to give that some thought, because before Chessa was doing it, I noticed that people would come and leave things. It could be at the Kingdom Hall or even at a park, would just be a bit of a message, maybe with a rose or a little stuffed animal, that would basically talk about the suicides that are caused by this organization. So it was a remembrance kind of thing. And
Yeah, we could
acknowledge that this happens.
Yeah, we could mention that this idea was started by Chessa Mannon, who's a former Jehovah's Witness, and she started this idea, so we'd like to keep the idea going to remember, or at least acknowledge, the people that have been killed, really murdered by the Watchtower organization, and we can
Yes.
talk about that, and so that's something to think about. I mean, you don't have to do it this year if it's a little early, but the memorial will be coming up in a month, so
Okay.
something that if you
And
feel
I
like.
know it was done before Chessa gave it her flavor. I know it was done before that, so I'm going to do a little bit of homework
Yeah.
and see if anybody has picked it up and just kind of ask around. And I think I might just do that, because I've been collecting messages under people's videos where people would say, my uncle committed suicide, my brother committed suicide, my mother committed suicide. I've been collecting them now for a year, and I've got like about 45 of them, all people from comments under YouTube.
Yeah, well, we'll think about that, and then a Memorial Night to, now we have the StreamYard here. We could just tie right in, and okay, Linda, let's talk about what's going on. Of course, I'm here at the memorial, and they're celebrating supposedly the death of Christ, which they don't even, get that much into, but they make a big deal out of it. But let's talk about also the people that this Watchtower organization has killed on this night. So something to think about.
Yeah, I will. I
All
will
right.
think about that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so I appreciate you finishing that
Hi,
story.
Linda.
Thank you. Hi. Who's this?
Sorry. It's Brad.
Hi, Brad.
Brad. I found Josh Rivera.
Did you see all the info I sent you?
Yeah, it's so funny because I had taken a screenshot to send to you going, is this the guy?
Good,
and then
good.
He sent me like 20 different photos, and I was like, yes, that's the guy. All right, I got him.
That's the good.
So I
So,
have a Facebook
do
page
share.
3 days ago.
I'm sorry, say that again. What
3
about
days
3 days?
I guess. Sorry.
He made it.
It's working probably.
He made a post 3 days ago.
On Facebook. Yeah.
Yes.
So it's definitely his current Facebook page.
Yes.
He is still very heavily, it looks, involved in Black Lives Matter. And from some of the comments and reviews that I've seen, he still is very much in the mindset that Brian said he was in when he left.
Okay.
About people, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he's racist or anything like that. I don't know, but it sounds like he's very anti-white person from what I read of his things. But that's neither here nor there. I said I would try and find him, and I have found him. And you're right, he's a good-looking guy.
Very good-looking guy. Yeah, and
yeah, I'm not sure.
It does appear that
head completely.
I'm sorry, I was interrupting you. Can you say that again?
He shaved his head completely and has a beard.
Yes. Or maybe he's naturally. I don't know. Some guys will have some of it go, and then they shave the rest. I'm not sure, but yeah, he's part Afro-American and Puerto Rican, I believe. That those two things I do know. And I used to call in when him and his mom was doing the show. I think I missed what you said. But yeah, I like the guy, and I didn't get the impression that he was anti-white. I think I got the impression that there were some
wrong way of describing it, actually. He seemed very willing to get angry at white people for racist things. Or things
correct.
That he sees as racist. Yeah.
Yes, correct. That
I
so.
read that wrong. I'm sorry. I didn't want to make him sound like that.
No, I hear you. And I think there was a lot of division going on, and see, that was from when I went and got those pictures. I think that took us back about 4 years or so. So then, there was a lot of things going on in the world that was really doing a separation of us and them. A few different subjects was really causing confusion and a lot of us and them. So I think he was picking up on that. And there was a time of white privilege being brought up, and people not understanding what it meant, or they did understand. And it looks like he was getting more in touch with his African American roots, which is, that's a good thing, because I know for myself, I did not learn my own culture growing up, and if that's something someone does, I think that's, good for them. But it can get just as diabolical as when you're dealing with people that are racist. So for him at that time, I remember him going through that time and posting less and less on Facebook. But yeah, he is still around. But I don't know what's going on with him lately. But I think even during that time, he went and, I think, like earlier I mentioned that he went and saw Joe. Joe used to be somebody that would be on the show, kind of like Rick's right-hand man, and he would have him on the show and talk. Joe would talk about the latest whatever that was going on in the XJW news. So even though he was going through that time, from what I recall, he still went and stopped and visited Joe, who was a white man. You know what I'm saying? So I got the impression that he wasn't going to take the you're less than message from anybody, and that he was going to stand up for himself. So, and when somebody starts to do that, standing up for themselves, or doing anything new, it's not uncommon for it to be very exaggerated. And I think of it like a pendulum. You go up one side, and then you go up the other side, and eventually you're going to find your center. And so, because we are not familiar with things that we just haven't done yet, so it can also seem very extreme. So there's that. But yeah, I loved talking to him when I would call in with him and his mom. I thought his mom was a blast, and I loved hearing her there in the car.
His mom's name is Nora. Her name was Nora.
Oh, that's fascinating, because when I was talking earlier about my boyfriend from high school that I refused to break up with, and that I ended up moving into his home and into his parents' home, his mother's name is Nora Jean. So we would call her Grandma Jean, and she finished raising me. Yeah, that's a beautiful name. So are you still there? The other Australian fan that was talking with you?
Calvin, are you there, Calvin?
I'm here. I'm still listening.
Okay. Oh, I was going to say, thanks for holding on for me to check with Rick regarding the finishing that story. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I didn't know. I actually didn't
Carry
know
on, gentlemen. What?
I didn't know that story actually.
No, it's a good story.
Yeah, I didn't know that he was on the show.
Yeah, neither. So, tell me about how you're going, Calvin.
I'm going good.
Yeah.
With regard to what? Just waking up or just in general?
In general, man. I know how. I ask how you are because I know that being a Jehovah's Witness can affect every part of your life.
Yeah.
So it is simply like, how you doing, man? Especially being a PMO.
Were you a Jehovah's Witness?
Yeah, I was born and raised. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, me too. I'm actually.
Yeah.
I'm actually not a PMO anymore. I'm kind of like I'm physically out.
A POMO. A POMO.
I'm mentally out and physically out.
Good on you, man.
Yeah. So.
Congratulations.
I still see.
I hope it feels as good as I did, as it felt when I did it.
Yeah. I saw somebody on the carts the other day, and they said, "Oh, you come back? No, Armageddon is coming." I think I told you that.
Yeah. We're in the last minutes of the last seconds of the last hours of the last days of the last weeks of the last time.
Well, that's confusing. You wanted to up your body, mate.
I got that from the governing body. Yeah, that was Stephen Lett thing.
Right at the beginning of the pandemic.
Falling apart until the last days of the last days.
That's right. Truly.
Like how many years?
The final days.
How long ago did you say that? A year ago?
2 years, man. 2 years ago. But again, they were saying that when I was a Jehovah's Witness like 15, 20 years ago. So the last days have been coming for a while now. Do you have family over here, Calvin?
I do.
Are they Jehovah's Witnesses? No, I'm on the Gold Coast.
I've got Gold Coast. My sister's in Bundaberg. She's not a witness, but she goes to the memorial once a year.
One of those ones.
And my brother lives in Albury. He's not a Jehovah's Witness. His wife's Confederate. But I still talk to them. I still talk to them. My dad.
Do you talk to your sister?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, cool. Your dad disassociated.
Yeah, I still talk to him.
Are you the last one?
No, but my mum is a.
Oh no.
And my brother's an elder, and the other brother is a minister of service. So yeah.
Yeah.
Did you say your brother is an elder, or did you not your father, right? Your brother, is that correct?
My brother.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Correct. Well, I'm glad that you have people on the outside that understand too, because they've been through it as well.
I've got some
That's excellent. What was that? Sorry.
I've got some church connections as well.
Oh, good. What do you mean by church connection? Sorry.
Like
at different churches. Oh yeah.
I volunteer at this church, and I started off as a volunteer. Then I started going to the services, and I made some connections there.
Good.
Yeah, so it's funny because, like, some people, like I think Vic said earlier, that like when people leave the organisation, they don't believe in God anymore.
Some, yeah.
My belief in God is hasn't changed.
I always believed in God in the same way that as I did before. So maybe when I was a witness, maybe I wasn't fully indoctrinated. Maybe that's what
I'm not sure. You were raised a Jehovah's Witness?
Yeah, I was.
So where did you get your good view of God from then? If you don't mind me asking, because the reason I don't like God or don't believe in him a lot is because of the way I was raised.
Do you know how the organisation always associates Jehovah as being with the organisation?
Yeah.
So you might as well say organisation instead of Jehovah. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yes.
But I never ever, like, probably deep down, I never thought that the governing body were Jehovah's God spokesman. Deep down.
I think we have an independent thinker here, Brad.
Didn't it make a big difference when you started seeing them on YouTube and doing jw.org? Didn't that make a big difference rather than just reading Watchtowers on Sunday?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, those are some goofy guys, man.
Yeah, I was doing my a few years ago. I was watching the broadcast with my mum, and I was doing my Stephen Lett impersonation.
I remember they didn't even used to have pictures of them in the Watchtowers. Like once a year they have a picture of some old guys, but it's really, really a lot different when you see them. Preaching or saying whatever it is. Man, those guys are just nuts. Who in their right mind would listen to those guys?
Could you imagine like if Fred Fans and all the other ones were alive today and they were doing the broadcast? I wonder what it'd be like.
Oh yeah, and if you go back over back decades and decades, what do you think Knorr and Rutherford and those guys were like? And those guys that were in the anointed and the governing body back in those days. And that's when they split all this stuff up into a business and a a spiritual, Holy Spirit sort of thing.
They compartmentalized it all.
Yeah.
You know what I think of Rutherford, don't you?
I don't know, but I know what I think. Man, that's when those guys went really, really downhill.
Yeah. There was a Watchtower some time ago, and this older brother or something, I think it was Brother Henshaw or something.
Yeah, Henshaw was a good one.
Yeah. Oh, I remember that name. Holy crap.
Yeah, those old guys, and they used to act like it was God's Holy Spirit, but it was really just some goofy old man writing articles for a newspaper.
It's like the thing there,
and sometimes it was a woman, but they didn't let us know that.
You know that Barbara, what's her name, Barbara?
Anderson.
I bet she drove those guys nuts. That woman knew what she was talking about. She still does.
Yeah, that's hard for a man to see and to be around. A woman that knows what she's talking about. That's very intimidating to them. A minute ago, I had told Brad, I had told Brad, I think we have an independent thinker here. And so when you said a few minutes ago, what? That's what I had said to Brad. When you said that you never saw the Jehovah and the organization as being, interchangeable or whatever, you saw them as separate. And so I told Brad, I think we have an independent thinker here. So I was paying you a compliment.
Well, it's just two different. It's the Watchtower Bible and Tract Society. That's what runs everything. It's not the anointed and the 144,000 and that's all that stuff's 100 years ago. It turned into a business when they started printing literature. All they were trying to do is sell literature, and they had to come up with something to print.
They don't sell the literature anymore, do they? It's like it comes out they're printing out the old copies of the Awakened.
I kind of wish I kept all that stuff in some sort of way. It might be a little bit valuable now. I had a library is better than the Kingdom Hall. When I was a little kid, I got all the bound volumes, saved all my literature, my Kingdom Ministries, all the old books. What's up with those goofy colors they used to sell all that stuff too? Why are all the books
wondered about the colors of the book. Oh, actually,
I don't know. What?
I know the answer to that.
What is it?
I know why so many books were bright pink, and so many were that disgusting green, and that's because they were the cheapest colors to get.
I heard that too. Hey, you remember when I was a kid going to the book study? It was remember that big thick Babylon the Great book? And then his finished mystery and all that, and Ezekiel, and man, those books were freaking crazy, man. You try being 9, 10 years old listening to that stuff, man. That stuff is nutty.
I got Mother.
Yep.
Millions Now Living. I've got that book.
Mm-hmm. I've still got a bunch of old books that when my dad was going to throw them out, when they got told to throw all of the old publications out, he just gave them to me. So I still have a bunch in my shed.
Wow.
Book. And the only reason I kept them, people are like, "Oh, why do you keep that shit if you hate it?" And it's like, yeah, I do. I don't agree with any of it, but I still know my parents, and every now and again they say something that makes me want to argue with them, and I can use those books to go, "See, you did say it, stupid." Like, just because you don't remember saying it doesn't mean that it never happened.
Yeah. There's a book. No, I read all that. I read all that stuff when I was a little kid, and I read all the old stuff, the studies in the scriptures and all that stuff from the 30s and 40s, and it's just nutty. It's just crazy. And then when you find out about Rutherford, they should have just closed up shop when
Russell
closed up shop and said, "Hey, we're wrong." But instead they went with this. Jesus is here and he's invisible. And they just went on from there.
Yeah, that was under Rutherford. See, if you think back to the old, I'm sorry, am I talking over someone? If you think back to the original Watchtowers that Russell came out with, Zion's Watchtower, if you notice, it'll say herald Christ's presence, meaning they're making this announcement that Christ is already present. So they were saying that back then. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, they were just a newspaper company in the middle of New York. And they were just standing on the streets selling newspapers like a little newsboy.
There's an older picture. It's kind of well, I want to say it's famous, where you'll see this gentleman sitting there, and you see the side of him, and he has a beard, full beard, and there's other people sitting with him, and they're like in these white wooden chairs, fold-up chairs, and he's got a bag on him that says, 5 cents. That reminds me of like a coal porter, because Russell used to hire people.
They used to sell them, and remember around 90 or so, about 1990, they go, we're going to give them away. We're not going to charge people anymore. And I think they got more money from witnesses saying, oh yeah, I'll throw in a couple bucks, we'll just give them away, and they got the witnesses to pay for it instead of charging people for them. I remember
correct. That's correct.
And since Watchtower and away.
Yeah, Watchtower made their money off of the members first.
All that adds up.
Yeah, so they the organization became a friend of the court when another famous preacher was being taken to court, Jimmy Swaggart, I believe, because he was taken to court because he was going to be charged taxes on things that he was selling. So the organization became a friend of the court so that they would not be charged either. But they did not win. Therefore, we went from selling to only taking donations. And it was based on that situation there. But when you think about the shareholders from day one, this was a corporation. And corporations' main goal is to serve the shareholders. And when you read the charter, it talks about, the purpose of it, of the organization and such. And I believe I have a video of the charter that I should see. I didn't know if it was the latest charter or if it was the right charter, if there had been another one made since the one I have. I wasn't sure, but I'm just going to go ahead and put this one up anyways because it's history regarding the organization. I'm going to probably wrap things up within the next 10 or 15 minutes. I'm kind of expecting the phone to cut off, hit Rick's phone, because we're at the 5.5 hour.
If there's only a couple minutes left, I'd say do yourself a favor and everybody throw those freaking Bibles out your window.
I recommend a book. There's a book called Index of...
Yeah, the books, the Bibles, everything they printed. Take it to the garbage dump. Throw it all away, and you'll have a...
I think Calvin was about to suggest a book.
What?
A book called... I got a book the other day called Index of Watchtower Errors. And it quotes... And it's got different topics. It quotes from the actual Watchtower. It's really good.
Index of Bible Errors by the Watchtower Bible and Tract Society. That sounds actually very familiar.
That book is very good, Linda.
Just throw all that bullshit away. It's a bunch of garbage.
Be kind and recycle.
That's the Index of Watchtower Errors that Calvin's missing. Calvin's talking about. It's a very good book, and what it does is it takes the scriptures that people twist, that Jehovah's Witnesses twist, and shows how they twist them and how it doesn't mean what they're trying to make it mean. It's very good. And
Is it?
They take everything literally, and then they can turn around and make 3 or 4 different examples or parables, or they can twist it around 2 or 3 different ways to make it apply to the congregation today.
Very true. Can you tell me the name of that book? Is it Index of Watchtower Errors or Index of Bible Errors?
Index of Watchtower Errors.
Watchtower, okay.
So the book is written by David Reed. He's actually
him.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, this David Reed is somebody that's
Franz's book is the best one.
I just finished reading that.
And really, all you have to do, you don't have to read any apostate kind of stuff. Just read their own literature. It's just nonsense.
Well, it's nonsense now.
Yeah, now, at the time, when you're 2, 3, 4 years old and you're reading my Bible story
like nonsense then.
Paradise Lost, Paradise Restored, Paradise Lost.
Yes,
that little
yes.
pink book, or big pink book. Those were my bedtime stories.
Me too. Me too.
When I was a little kid, I wanted to be a fireman because, not because of this, but I used to have, how firemen put they have their boots and their pants and everything where they can just roll out of bed, put their feet in and run away.
Yeah.
That's the way I used to sleep at night.
Oh, very cool.
I sleep now. Thinking that Armageddon's coming every day.
Yeah, I believe you.
I couldn't sleep at night. I still can't hardly sleep at night because I might be wrong.
I was in the movie.
You know what? If the new system in the paradise is living with those people, I'd rather die.
Doesn't sound like paradise living with Jehovah's Witness for 1 billion years.
Yeah.
We're not getting punched in the face for 1 billion years. That's not happening.
Yeah.
It's not happening.
Yeah.
I couldn't even take 15 years of that. I'm not taking 1 million.
I know it. Yeah, that's.
What were you just about to say, Calvin?
How many people on the earth are not witnesses? 8 billion?
A lot. Yeah, 8 billion.
It's going to be like billion dead bodies around.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Now see in that book, the Paradise Lost, Paradise Gained, it tells us that it'll take 7 years to do that, cleaning up the old bodies and stuff.
7 years?
Mm-hmm.
7 years
That's
to
what.
clean up 8 billion bodies?
Right.
Holy moly.
That's what the book says that I remember.
Holy crap. 7 years?
Yep.
So there could be
well, they're not very good at estimating time, are they?
No, they're not.
They're very bad at estimating time. How long is it going to take to clean up 8 billion people? I don't know, 7 years. Probably about
They can't even get 607 right, and they don't trust scientists that people have been here for hundreds of thousands of years, or at least tens of thousands of years, and that
it'll take them longer than 7 years to work out how to get to another country.
Yeah. Well,
nothing works, right? That is just amazingly.
And none of those guys know how to do anything but be janitors and window washers.
That's what I'm saying. It goes back to the Stone Age in Armageddon, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Everything's still like the world basically ends, and when 8 billion people die, you become a very small portion in a gigantic country.
Yeah.
And it's not like they're all in one place. They're all spread out all over the world. It's going to take them longer than 7 years to work out how to communicate with each other.
How are you going to?
They don't know how to make a. They don't know how to make a bow and arrow, or carve a knife, or hunt, or fish, or anything like that. You know, all there is a bunch of little kids know how to go around and knock on doors, irritate people.
But there's going to be no planes, is there? How are you going to travel? Like transporters?
Nothing. There's going to be nothing. They've got to do it all. A giant bird. Apparently, you're just going to jump on the back of a bird or a dolphin.
Those guys probably couldn't make it. Those guys probably couldn't make a wheel if they had to.
Oh man, they have not thought about this at all. That was always my problem growing up. Was I always got into the details of things.
Oh my goodness, I know.
Oh, there's no pain in paradise. What if a tree falls on you? Is that going to happen? Like, can I die if a tree falls flat on me? And
those guys don't know how. Those guys don't know how to cut down a tree. It's going to fall all over people.
Dangerous. Exactly.
Yeah, they
right on me.
I've never. They don't know how to run a chainsaw.
Like that. How long do I have to live with a tree branch permanently stuck in my chest before we work out how to get it out? Because I'm not going to die. I'm going to live forever with a tree branch sticking out of my chest.
Oh my goodness.
Down trees. I've got this down.
Apparently,
how to be a doctor.
Apparently, what they used to tell me is that we're going to be perfect and there won't be any mistakes like that.
That's the thing. There won't be any mistakes because we'll be perfect.
Jesus said, "Time and unforeseen circumstance befall us all." Jesus said that.
Well, it's
when
why
he was talking
it's
about
why
his power. What the hell
you can't believe all. You know those little things in the Bible like that. You know, all Scripture's inspired, and the Golden Rule, and you know, those are just pretty much common sense sort of things. You know, just because they have a little proverb or something that makes sense doesn't mean the Bible's inspired of God.
I'm very interested in this code thing that Brian brought up, or that somebody brought up, and then Brian confirmed. I'm interested in finding out about that. But at the moment,
the Jewish
I'm with you. I don't believe the Bible. Personally, I don't believe the Bible is inspired by God. I believe it's a book written.
Well, I think I call it the Bible. It's just a bunch of bull.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
The Bible. The Bible.
Wow. Wow.
Have you ever seen the Book of Eli?
Eli? No, I haven't.
Book of Eli is a movie with Denzel Washington in it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I saw it a long time ago. It's kind of an old movie, huh?
A little bit, yeah. But there's a villain in it. Denzel Washington has this mission that he won't tell anybody about. And then the villain in it, Gary Oldman, he's searching. It's a post-apocalyptic world. Like the world has ended. The world sucks. And Gary Oldman's character is looking for a book. And everyone, his men keep bringing him these books, and he's like, "That's not the one. That's not it. Get lost. Get lost. I need this specific book." And they're like, "Why do you need this specific book?" And he's talking about the Bible, and he says, "Because you can control. I have power, but when I get that book, I can control everyone."
Yeah, I think there's a movie kind of like that about the Wizard of Oz, or not that, the book, The Wizard of Oz, where somebody finds that old book and they think it's is the Bible.
Oh, and it's The Wizard of Oz, and it's called, I don't know
Wow.
what that movie is, but they kind of, they only find part of the name, and it's, I don't know, I can't really speak on it, but yeah, old books. You know, I don't really think that God uses books. No, he should be able to, he knows my heart. And, you know, I don't really think I need a book. I think the book, any kind of book is just from men.
I definitely don't think I need a book to tell me to not kill people, because I worked that out without being told.
Yeah.
And to say
I think even
have that book, we just kill people is a really, I think, it's a silly thing to say when people go without the Bible or without you wouldn't have any morals at all. Well, I don't know, man. I know not to kill and eat my neighbor. You know, like without the Bible ever telling me that, I knew not to do that, because I figured if I want to do that, then people can do that to me.
You don't steal your friend's stuff, and you know, you don't throw rocks at them, things like that. You know, you try to be nice with everyone. And you don't go around on their doorstep trying to irritate them, telling them that these people here, these guys over here, they have a special relationship with God, and they can interpret this book that only we understand, and we'll tell you all what to do.
Yeah, and you know, isn't it fascinating how the organization did get us to do this? They told us it was a mandate from God. God wanted us all to do this, and that if we didn't do this, we were blood guilty for those that did not come into the quote unquote truth. So we were carrying this unfair burden that really was not our responsibility, and then told that if we didn't recruit people, that that during Armageddon we would have their blood on our hands. That was just.
I never really fell for that for some reason. One of the things that happened to me being in the organization was I don't have much empathy or sympathy for people, because when I was growing up, I thought they're all going to die. You know, all the kids in my classroom, all my friends, all my neighbors, they're all going to die. You can't have me. Yeah.
Well, you know what? You're never going to hear about the truth, so you're just going to die, buddy.
So you were raised in it, correct?
Yeah, I was. Yeah.
What? So your parents?
From the time I was born.
So what?
It got indoctrinated into me real hard, and my dad was real tough too. My dad said, you know, if you're not going to believe Jehovah and obey him, you're going to obey me. And
that's right.
And he was hardcore. I mean, we were so well behaved at the meeting. All my dad had to do was look mean at us, and we were pissing ourselves in the seat, you know.
Yeah.
I know what that feels like, but
how was your dad with your mother?
Oh, I don't want to go there. It's probably about the way you think.
Oh, okay.
Hey, I'll tell you how my dad was with my mother. When I was 16, my dad broke my jaw because I stood in front of him and my mother.
Well, my dad knocked me down a flight of stairs because
it sounds like your dad was very similar to mine.
Yeah, he caught me high. I had smoked. I was high on weed, and
and he slapped the hell out of me. It smacked me around, knocked me down a flight of stairs. Could have broke my neck and killed me, but luckily I was agile enough to land on my feet.
Lucky you were high.
Yeah, that's probably the only thing that.
This is so bad, but probably true.
That's why I got in trouble for being high.
Oh my goodness, you guys.
In 1 year, but at least I landed on my feet.
That's amazing.
What?
Could you hear that weird clicking noise just then?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the sound of my mouth opening and closing.
Oh. Well,
because of the broken jaw.
Oh, that clicking. Okay, that's your jaw cracking.
My mom and my brother jumped on him. They got him. Man, you could have killed that. You could have killed him.
That's awesome. Good on them.
Your mom
my
and your
oldest-
brother
and
jumped on your father?
Down the stairs. What?
Your mother and your brother jumped on your father?
Yeah, they stopped him right there.
Okay.
But the mental and abusive, I hate that word, abusive. You know, he was just a tough old man. He was just a tough old man, smack you around. Except he had that extra. He had that extra Jehovah. Jehovah was always watching you. You know.
I know what you mean by that extra Jehovah thing.
She sounds like
same. I used to think my dad wasn't abusive, that he was just, I described him as heavy-handed.
Yeah.
But
I've
got kids. I've got kids. I've never had to hit them once.
Yeah.
Yep.
By the time my kids were by the time I was the age of my kids' age, I had been punched in the face many times. I've never had to punch my kids in the face once. I don't know how bad of a kid I was, because my mum will go, if I mention it, my mum says, well, you were a horrible kid, Brad. But it's like, how was I horrible at 3 years old? Most 3-year-olds are pretty cute, right? How was I horrible then? That doesn't make sense.
I was about 15 when that happened.
Yeah, I was 16 when that happened, and my oldest brother, instead of helping me, he said, what did you do? I said, like, my jaw was hanging, you know, like, not attached to my face, and what happened? What did you do? What did you do to do that?
Yeah.
Dad would have hit me more. He was just so scary. He could just look at me and it was.
I know the feeling, man. I remember getting looks at the Kingdom Hall and just going, oh, great. I'm not going to be able to sleep tonight because I'm going to get beaten up instead.
Yes.
There was this other.
Melvin, what was that?
There was a kid in our Kingdom Hall that was really bad. He'd run around and he was all crazy and I don't know, autistic or something. But his parents came over to our house and
oh no,
in front of them, they asked. He was asking my dad, "How do you make your kids behave so well?" And my dad goes, "Well, just leave your kid here for a week, and we'll see how he is." You
That's
know,
what my dad used to say. Leave him here. Leave him here.
Yeah, leave him here. He'll listen to me. Yeah.
That's scary. Calvin, did you say something?
About to say, Calvin?
I remember this funny story I had at the Kingdom Hall about 5 years ago. It was like the mother was taking this little girl out to get smacked, and on the way, people would hear her say,
"There's no reason to have little kids trying to sit still for 2.5 hours." You know.
Oh, I agree with you. But let him finish. Please let him finish the story, hon. Please.
Just let him finish the story real quick, man.
on the way, she was heard saying, "Please, Jehovah, help me."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah. Running up to the stage, a little kid running up to the stage, and she's getting hauled out. And help me, Jehovah.
See, isn't this amazing? From
the same thing.
we're at different places of the world, but we know this culture. The same things happened here in the States, there in Australia. You know, the same culture, the same stories. Yeah, that's
Japan,
amazing.
We know that it happens in Japan, everywhere.
Yeah, that was very much part of the way to raise up a child and the way they should go, and it was encouraged with that scripture to not spare the rod, that it will not kill them, and basically
that was the daily text the day I was born.
Yeah.
Yep.
Holy
You know,
really?
I'm not. Yeah,
man.
Yeah.
That seems like the worst luck ever.
Oh boy.
I don't know why, but
Yeah,
like
that was the daily text to me the day I was born.
Shit. Well, that's a
wow.
My dad would have loved that. My dad.
Oh, my dad loved it. My dad loved it. Yeah.
Daddy did.
Yeah. He used to scare the elders.
Was he an elder?
Nobody really messed with him. Yeah. And
yeah, my dad is an elder, but I remember him telling elders what to do.
This might be one of the reasons I was never a ministerial servant or an elder, is because if one of those pedophiles would have confessed something to me, those guys would be picking their teeth off the Kingdom Hall parking lot. I wouldn't care about turning them in. You know, I go to jail over it, and everybody would know what it was about. So I was never a really good witness, you know, as far as being a ministerial servant and an elder or anything like that. I wouldn't put up with that crap.
That's one of the things that really bothers me, man. That's one of the things that really affected me when I saw the Royal Australian Commission. My brother was abused within the organisation, and I found out after I left. But when I confronted my parents, like my family, my oldest brother, my middle brother, my dad, probably not my mum, but they would say the same sort of thing. Oh, that's disgusting Catholics. If somebody said to me like that they were like abusing a child within the organisation, I don't know what I would do. I don't know if I could control myself. And then I confronted my parents and my oldest brother about my other brother being abused, and that was not their reaction in any way, shape, or form. It was all, we can't because Jehovah's name.
Yeah, I never believed in that. I never believed in that. I'm more
for his own goddamn name.
You guys are talking over each other.
I'm more of a cowboy, you know, when it comes to, you know, bringing down some justice on. You can't have people like that around. You know, I don't understand. I don't understand why there isn't some of these elders. I don't understand why there isn't some of these elders going to jail for beating the crap out of these guys. You know, what kind of men are they?
That's why you want asked to be an elder or a ministerial servant, right?
Yeah, that's exactly why.
They don't ask the ones that may do something about it. May actually pay back Caesar's things to Caesar.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to mention before. Why are they so intent on not paying taxes as part of a religious organization? Yet that parable that Jesus talks about, or the story when Jesus is talking about pay back Caesar's things to Caesar, but God's things to God, is literally about paying taxes.
Yes.
It just seems insane to me that they try so hard to not pay taxes or to be tax exempt as part of this religious organization when they quote that scripture all the time. Well, I remember them doing that. It's also one of the reasons I was pissed off at the Royal Australian Commission, because they just don't pay back Caesar's things to Caesar in any way, shape or form. And that bothers me immensely. It's about taxes. That story is literally about taxes. Am I wrong on that? Someone said, should I pay taxes?
You're right.
It's just like, damn right you should pay taxes, idiot.
Well, I pay taxes and insurance and all the government things that they made. I was self-employed, and I'm on disability now, but I paid in all that stuff. It broke my back for years and wasted my body.
What was your occupation? What was your occupation?
I was in construction.
Okay.
What
So it was very, very, very physical.
Yeah, real hard work. Back breaking. I was a tradesman.
Bit of everything then?
No, I laid carpet.
Oh, okay.
Wood floors and tile, and all that kind of stuff.
Laying carpet really screws you back.
It did. Yes, it did. You'd think it'd be your knees, but my knees held out, but it was my back.
Well, I think they get a lot.
I have 4 herniated discs.
They always had a lot of knee protection, but no back protection.
Not that long ago, we didn't wear knee pads or anything.
You also have that like tool where you stretch the carpet to the edges, so you're kicking it with your knee, right?
Yeah. And I just worked my ass off because I didn't think I was going to grow old and be an old man. Yeah. I thought I'd either die somehow or paradise would come.
And then you find out that you broke your back for that long waiting for paradise, and if you get to paradise, you've got to work double as hard because you're cleaning up 8 billion people in 7 freaking years.
And what's going to happen is it's those guys building kingdom halls in a weekend. I don't want to. I used to go to those schools. Those guys don't know what the hell they're doing.
Oh, I bet that was scary for you to show up at one of those places and see that. Hitley, hi.
Hi, how's everybody?
Oh, hey, Hitley.
Hi, Brad. How are you doing?
Very well. Hey, have you met Calvin?
Hi, Calvin.
This is Hitley.
I think I remember
Hitley,
you.
This is Calvin.
Hi, how are you?
Oh, good. How are you?
Across the pond. Okay. I was just listening to you guys for a few minutes, and I'm gonna get off of here in a moment because I just wanted to see. And it's 7 o'clock here in New York City. I have to agree with you guys about the way the 10 GB members. And I know that Linda and Linda, I got to call you later on, but
good.
They have the. I mean, I'm just saying that it's unbelievable what they want the organization to do in Paradise. What they want the organization to do now, the members to do now, it's sickening. And they still, even though people, the witnesses are on fixed incomes, the witnesses are on so many things, they still want more donations. They still don't want anyone to find out more things about the CSAs and shunning and everything else. They don't want anyone to find out anything. And Brad, when you brought out about the cleaning up of all these bodies that they're saying to prepare their Panda Paradise, I mean, it's macabre how the organization wants, you know, Watchtower wants people to think about. I mean, you're not going to give no one in the organization any money from where they lose the jobs or different other things to the economy or other things beyond their control. Yet and still, you want them to give money to the organization, live and look forward to the big A, you know, the Armageddon, and then having this still clean, nasty stench of bodies of people who don't even believe in their ideology, who get so-called destroyed, and it's just, it's unbelievable.
It's like,
That's what I want to say. It's unbelievable.
Scarily psychotic.
Thank you.
Hey, do you remember going out in service and people, witnesses going, "Hey, I'm going to get that house. I'm going to get this house."
Yes. Yeah.
Wow.
Wait till they're going to be sorry. They're going to be sorry. They're going to be sorry. I'm going to get their house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Holy crap! I can't believe I used to say that. That's how I feel.
Yeah.
Wow. It's okay. You've crossed over, buddy. You're now on the dark side with us.
Yeah.
We have cookies and they're apostate cookies and they're very good.
And I have an equally crazy sounding thing that I did when I was a kid, but that one was surprising. What you just said surprised me. Yeah.
Oh, you never heard that before? You never heard that before?
Never.
You hear it all the time.
Yeah. All the time. The pioneers in particular. The pioneers in particular, not to single out pioneers, but the ones that are popular in the organization will be looking at someone's beautiful home and saying, you know, especially when they say, "I'm not interested." Well, one pioneer said after the door closed, she said, "Well, I'll have your house."
Yeah.
That's amazing.
And I'm looking at her like,
I never heard that.
If you're going to say it in the car. Don't say it right about a few seconds after that person closes the door. And say after they said that they're not interested. The boldness. The balls. The balls.
Yeah. And to think that was such a normal, natural thing of the culture of the Watchtower. To think that way. It was very normal. It worked with the thought. Yeah, it worked with the whole thought of Armageddon and they would be gone. So that would be available to them. You know, made sense, you know, when you think about it, but it's pretty creepy if you ask me.
Absolutely, it makes sense, but it's confronting.
Mm-hmm.
I was just about to say, I have an equally crazy story. Like when I was a kid, when I was in year one, I was friends with this misfit in year one as well who had no friends. His name was Liam. He wasn't a Jehovah's Witness, but he just went to my class. And my mum was like, "Oi, that kid's got no friends. You should be friends with him." Because I apparently had to be friends with anyone that had no friends back then. But I became friends with Liam. He was a great kid. And he died while I was in year one. He had a hole in his heart. And one day he just fell over on the beach and died. And so his mum wanted to meet me because we'd never met. So after he died, my mum said, "Oh, I'm going to take you to Liam's mum's house, you know, because he's died or whatever." And I was like, "Okay, that's cool." So we went over there. She didn't let me go to the funeral. She didn't let me to go to his grave or anything like that. But we went over to her house, and she said to me, we went to his room and looked at it and everything, and she said to me, as I was leaving, "Oh, when you go out tonight and you see the brightest star in the sky, that's Liam." And I didn't say anything at first, and then my mum was like, Brad, you're not going to let her get away with saying that, are you?" And so I went, "Well, actually, no, that's not Liam up in the sky. That's just a normal, regular star. Liam's dead forever because you didn't teach him about Jehovah, how Jehovah will, give us paradise earth, and so you're never going to see Liam again, and that's your fault.
Oh,
Just like that.
Did you ever hang out with some of the witnesses that
Get the hell out of here. Smack.
This was
I had to take my chin up from the floor. Oh my God.
And then as we were driving home, my mum was like, "Good job, Brad. That is exactly the right thing to do.
good job, Brad.
But Jehovah likes that. Good job. Good job."
Did
But
you ever hang out with any of the witnesses that thought maybe they'd be able to participate in Armageddon?
how so?
Yes, my middle brother. I didn't realize that he was just very angry because he was the one that was abused. So he carried a lot of
They
anger
want to
with
go.
him, so-
They want to go kill all the people that they're mad at, that bully them and stuff like that.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All they need to do is get the go-ahead from the governing body, and the man they'll stop.
Yeah.
Wow.
Samuel,
Oh my goodness.
That's so close to Heaven's Gate style stuff.
Yeah. I think a lot of that goes. I think some of that goes back to Cain and Abel. Who was really the evil, wicked, bloodthirsty? Abel is taking his little pet sheeps and slaughtering them all over the place, and Cain is just growing some crops there in the thorns and thistles. And maybe he killed his brother because he sees him slaughtering sheep all over the place and sacrificing them to Jehovah. And that's what Jehovah likes.
The very first Peter member, Cain.
Oh. No. This is too funny. This is so bad. It's funny.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's not. It's very realistic. If my brother was killing all his sheep and slaughtering them and blood sacrifices and altars, at this point there wasn't supposed to be anything like that going on, right?
Exactly. I was about to say that too. It was
maybe Cain went over there and said, "Hey, knock it off, man." Yeah.
Maybe it wasn't about the fact. Maybe the fact that it wasn't about just the fact that he was killing sheep, but maybe it was the fact that he was wasting food.
I don't know. If he's slaughtering sheep, cutting their throats and gutting them,
around.
At this point.
You guys are talking over each other. Take turns, please.
Sorry, and you're burning all the meat, bro.
Oh my gosh.
Well, I don't think at that point Jehovah said that you can eat the animals.
You know what? That's a good point, because we were taught that we didn't eat meat until after the flood. You're right. We were everybody was vegetarians before. You're right.
I'm wrong.
Good.
Man. It definitely wasn't about the
And of all the animals that there is to kill, why is he killing the little sheep?
I know.
Because they're perfect.
And that's what Jesus.
Because they're perfect.
It's all about the sheep. I think they just slaughter us, and he wants our blood.
This is some heavy duty stuff,
Do you think I'm real far out of line thinking that?
I don't think you're far out of line by considering it at all.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely not. No. These are the sorts of thoughts that I couldn't keep me within the organization, which couldn't keep me a Jehovah's Witness. These exact thoughts, the details of the stories, when you get down to it, they're the same. The devil is in the details. When you get down to it, it doesn't make sense. You're saying that I won't die on Earth, on a paradise Earth, But if a tree falls on me and flattens me, what happens? Do I live flat? What's going
Right.
on? That won't happen.
I think the same way. You know,
Yes. And
Anthony Morris was talking about how we don't need doctors. What if somebody falls off the roof and breaks their leg?
Right. And I have a thought too. Why does everything have to do with the word blood? BLOOD
Thank you.
in this religion. Why was the word blood always mentioned? The blood of Christ. Blood this, blood that, blood. Why blood?
Right. That was my curiosity too. It was like, why is Jehovah so concerned with blood sacrifices and places on land, property, land locations? Why was he so obsessed with these? Why was these things necessary? It would just seem so non-earthly, but that was very, well, gosh, it's quite worldly, actually, pretty worldly of God. I don't know. I couldn't place it in my head. Like, why would he be so concerned about this stuff? Why does something have to die and blood has to be shed? That was just so, I still can't make sense of it, but.
And at some point, he invented Adam and Eve, and then we, after Adam and Eve sinned, we invented money, and he decided, whoa, I need some of that too, please.
I see what you're saying.
He able to manage money, does he?
Oh, that's George Carlin. Some George Carlin right there, isn't it?
Is it? I had a friend that was always asking for money, right? It turned out that he was spending it on hookers and drugs.
Oh, wow.
Now, I'm not saying that that's what Jehovah is using it for, but he is always asking for money. That's all I'm saying.
That was quite clever there.
He wants your blood. Don't give your blood to anyone. Your blood is mine. That's what he said. I'll slaughter you like a sheep.
That's fascinating.
Anyone has... Oh, sorry.
If you get cut, I'm sorry, I just wanted to say this real quick. If anyone gets a cut or anything, or women have the menstrual cycle, things of that nature, that's just how the human body works. Why is it that you can't? When it's
unclean,
unclean. When in actuality, that is actually a form of cleansing. That time of the month is actually a cleansing
yes.
bodily function when you really learn about it. But that's what it would be called, unclean. Isn't that fascinating?
Absolutely. If you don't shed your endometrial layer like you do every month, you will get toxic shock syndrome and die.
Exactly.
But isn't it fascinating that
blood transfusions, they're like, no, can't, none, nada. It's,
blood.
In fact,
Jehovah's all about blood. He wants your blood. All your time, all your life, you spend your whole life all messed up over him. And all your time and everything. In the very end, he wants your blood.
Yeah. I have a small thought too. And one of you, I think Brad, you mentioned Heaven's Gate. You or Kelvin mentioned Heaven's Gate. I had a dream a while back. It wasn't that much a dream, but it was just a small thought when I was listening to, when I was fading out. And I was just thinking, I said, that hopefully the governing body doesn't do this, that they don't get to the point that they want to do a Jim Jones. I think, Linda, I told you this a while back when Daniel had the show before you took over the spot with the show. that they were going to tell those in the organization, whether they were at a Kingdom Hall or a Circuit Assembly or a District Convention, we have some food here and we have something for you to drink. And we want you all to eat this food and drink this, eat these foodstuffs and drink this beverage. And then some of the witnesses who had, I thought, well, no, they haven't had the food arrangement in a long time. This is something new. They never announced it and everything. Why do they want everyone to have this and do this? And they want screens. They want screens like the governing body. They want screens and telling everyone to do that. And then at the doors, they had these brothers that looked like armed guards, these men that looked like armed guards. And some of the witnesses were saying, no, I'm not going to eat it. I'm not going to drink it. And they were trying to be forced, like the Jim Jones did in the People's Temple in Guyana in the 70s.
Yes. That was called White Knights when the gentleman with the guns.
So some of them were fighting the guards and everything, and to get through and get out of the exit doors. A lot of them vacated with the exit doors for their lives, and then some of these guards were running with dogs through the area for the witnesses that were running away.
Yes.
Okay. The crazy daydream. But I said that if the organization ever resorted to that, I said, I hope that they don't resort to that, because this looks like something that, I hate to say Tony Morris, looks like he would put in, but I don't know.
You know
a crazy thought.
You know what my thought was?
What was your, Kelvin?
I had this same daydream that like when the governing body gets too old, they say they're going to disappear and into the heavens, whatever, and then say that they've been
raptured.
But instead they'll be going to the holiday island or something, drinking pina coladas, you know. and then they could they can give the order saying, look, we ended our earthly life. We need you to end yours too. So, like, I've got a picture, like I imagine a daydream an elder coming to the door, smiling, those classic smiles, handing out a bottle of juice or something. And that thought scared me. It's like,
wow. It sounds more likely from what someone said before that it wouldn't be like Heaven's Gate. It would be more like one day they'll say, Armageddon's here, start killing people.
Oh.
Whoa. Somebody said that they know people that are
that's what I was trying
willing
to say.
to start going, right?
Ready and willing. I got some guys on my list. I'm gonna go get them.
It's very Heaven's Gatey when if they just gave the word and then a bunch of them were like, sweet, I'm gonna go kill everybody I didn't like.
Oh God, that would be, you know what?
And then I'm gonna take their house and their car.
Because I knew about Heaven's Gate when I was a Jehovah's Witness.
Yeah.
The whole different deal.
I never heard of it.
This conversation has taken a dark turn.
So I have a few things I'd like to say regarding this. This thought is pretty normal to have it cross your mind. And it's crossed mine as well, especially since the Watchtower came out with that statement of to follow the directions, whether they seem.
Am I the only one that's heard this? This is pretty much normal talk for witnesses, pioneers out of.
No, I've heard it from my brother, but just let Linda finish real quick.
So especially because we've heard that statement of to follow directions, whether they make sense from a strategic or human standpoint. So that's a statement that's been inculcated into the minds of Jehovah's Witnesses to follow directions, whether it makes sense or not. Now, this thought process that you were having, Hitley, is very Jim Jones and the People's Temple. So that was at one time at the beginning called a suicide, like it was a mass suicide. But they had this thing called White Knights, and that was a drill that they would have often where they would all get up and in the middle of the night get up and do, and so they would go through the drill of drinking the drink. Okay, so they did this for 10 years, and you never know when the alarm would go off and for anybody to do this. But they also had people that were part of the group that was holding machine guns. Okay, and there would be sounds out in the bush of which Jim Jones would send a few people out there to do some shooting and stuff. And what Jim Jones would do is say that they're out there, the enemies were out there to come and get us. And so during this drill, that mind process of the enemies are out to try to get us, so we drink the drink, and they knew it was going to be that it symbolizes a suicide. And so they went through these drills, so they rehearsed this for 10 years. So the day that it happened, yes, some of the people decided not to do it.
I think you're on a small scale there.
Okay, well, you can look it up, hun. It's very simple to find.
Really,
it's
cult
very
behavior. This is a bigger scale than that.
This is cult behavior. Jim Jones and his People's Temple was in fact a cult. You know that term, "Don't drink the Kool-Aid"? That came from the cult of Jim Jones. This is a real thing. It happened in 1978 in November. This was a real thing. It really happened.
Yeah.
You can think of it as a tale that I'm whatever, but please, oh, that's right.
That's what happened.
You don't use the computer. Okay, well, ask around, you know. It's a real thing that happened. So because that day happened.
There are members of the Heaven's Gate cult. There are 2 living members that were told to stay here and upkeep the webpage. You can contact those people today. If you really want to, you can actually talk to those specific people now.
Right. So instead of it being called a mass suicide, it's called now a massacre suicide or suicide massacre, because there were people there that had machine guns, okay, that would shoot the people that chose not to drink the Kool-Aid or the flavor aid, and
I think your comparison is way off.
You think what? What is it you said you think?
Comparison is way off.
I'm not understanding that word. What's off?
Really, your comparison. You're not comparing. It's not a comparable comparison.
Oh, okay. I'm not comparing it to Jehovah's Witnesses. I'm explaining a little bit of the story, and then I'm going to get to Watchtower and the fear of us, you know, of the members being asked to do something that would take them to a place of killing themselves. But at this point, I'm just reciting some of the story of People's Temple and Jim Jones. So there was somebody named Ryan, who was a...
You're ruining the story we were talking about, man.
Okay. Please don't interrupt me. Please don't interrupt me, and please let me finish what's going on here, okay? I have some thoughts that I would like to finish out. Would you be willing to let me finish them? Would you be willing to not interrupt me, please? Okay. No answer.
Keep going.
Hi. So there was a senator, I believe his name was Ryan, from California, near the San Francisco Bay Area, that came and investigated or checked out People's Temple. They did a grand performance show for him the night before this happened. And so he let people know that if anybody wanted to leave with him, that they could. Now, Jim Jones, being the narcissistic person that he was, when you try to take something away from a narcissist, they are not going to allow that to happen. They consider people or things as their possessions. So when Ryan went to the plane to leave, he did have a few people with him from the group that did want to leave. And he ended up sending a group of the men that had guns to shoot them all dead. But they didn't all die. Ryan did die. The senator that came to check things out, he was in fact killed. But he came with kind of like this entourage. So there were people that were filming and recording and his assistant and stuff like that. So I believe I don't remember what size of a group it was, maybe 8 people, 6 to 8 people. Some of them survived, some of them did not. The people that were part of the cult, some of them survived, some of them did not. Now let's go back to the organization. This organization, having the fear that this situation in the organization can somehow turn out like that one is kind of understandable, but I just want to remind people that a perpetrator is only as good as their victims. So they are no longer a perpetrator if they don't have a victim. So getting rid of the victim is not a good idea. And they want the victim to believe that they need the perpetrator more than the perpetrator needs the victim. And I dare say that a perpetrator is nothing without their victims. I also believe that the functioning of the empire of real estate happens behind the front of the organization, meaning the religion. I believe the religion is placed in front of all of this, money, finance, and all of these things that happen behind the scenes, that the religion itself is a front. And I don't think it would be wise, if that's the case, for them to get rid of their front. Because if the front is gone, then it will be exposed, all of the stuff that they're doing behind the scenes that is, so scandalous, and these horrible things such as the, pedophilia and stuff, or the dirty dealings with the maybe real estate. I believe that they actually need the members more than the members are made to believe that they need the leadership. So there's my viewpoint on why I don't think this would happen with the organization of the Watchtower.
That makes sense.
Okay. That's where I was going with this. So
thank you for the explanation, Linda. I appreciate, because I myself was really scared at one point, especially when it was turning from a first set of governing body members who were kind of like almost like a humble group to a certain degree, to this group, which is so micromanagingly hell bent on having total to complete control over the membership, almost trying to make them Stepfordly, or Stepford people, to tell them every single itty bitty movement that they can make, to the point that some witnesses say, oh well, at the GB, which we in the J-Dub community, classified as 2.0, would give them that mandate that they have to do this and they have to do that, and else they're not going to be pleasing Jehovah, blah blah blah, and the whole da 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 yada yada and what have you. That they would, without question, because one of my siblings and a couple of my relatives who are what they call super P has said, without question, I'll do whatever they tell me to do, even if I have to die to do it.
Yes,
so
and that's
that you gave that. You're like you say, you're not complaining. Like Rick says, you're not complaining. You're just explaining. What's going on. And I appreciate that. Thank you.
Sure, that's my view, that the organization needs the members more than the members have been made to believe that they need the organization.
And you pointed out something else. They pretended to drink the Flavor Aid for 10 years.
Yes, they were doing drills, like we used to do fire drills.
Repetitive thing is part of training, so that you don't think about that sort of stuff or think about the details when it comes to that moment. And that
Yes.
isn't like Jehovah's Witnesses have done anything even remotely like that.
Correct.
If they were doing drills where they were like, okay, this is what's going to happen when Armageddon happens. We're going to say this, and then these guys are going to grab these guns and go here, and we're going to practice it over and over again. That would make more sense.
Right. And
the Mormons call them Danites, and they come around, they're executioners. And I know if my brother hears this, and the elders or the governing body or whoever says, go get him, I'll be the first one he's after.
But that sounds like, because it may be that your brother is a psycho, and I know that a lot of the rank and file are not. To pull something off, you're going to.
He's kind of up there, or was up.
Yeah, and my brother is exactly the same, and he's
as in psychopath.
He's different to 99% of the rank and file that I've met. Yeah, I'm not saying that they're all not like that, but the majority were like, there's no way the majority of Jehovah's Witnesses could actually murder people.
He even stood out amongst the witnesses. He gave talks, he did assemblies and conducted the Watchtower and all that kind of stuff.
Well, I do believe that if the governing body ever said, okay, Armageddon is happening now, there would be a very small percentage of Jehovah's Witnesses who were like, woohoo, let's go kill a bunch of people. But Jehovah's Witnesses,
that would be my brother.
Wow.
Just go, we did not tell them to do that. That's totally wrong.
Say that.
We never told them to go to do anything like that. And then it would just be like a few people, like my brother, your brother, some other idiot psychos elsewhere shooting up places. And they would just end up going to prison for being nut jobs, right?
I do
know that
this is Armageddon. They're
get a large
group
of
the Israelites going
like
that. They think it's going to be like the Israelites going through some crazy city, and they slaughter everybody and all the animals and all the kids and babies.
I get what you're saying.
That's what some of them think.
You gotta like this, right? You live in America, yeah? The US of A.
Yeah.
How many people do you know that are hyper patriotic?
Oh, I don't know. I don't really have much.
Very, very patriotic. But you do know that there are very patriotic people out there.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh yeah.
Now, what percentage of those people do you think are actually willing to fight for America?
Almost all of them.
It would be this. No, I disagree with that. I believe there's a lot of people that like to say that they would, but when it comes to the point,
they would fight. I don't know if it would be for America.
Large groups of people need training to do that.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we train the army the way we do. That's why the Heaven's Gate cult needed 10 years of drinking the pretend Kool-Aid before they got to the actual Kool-Aid. That's why they needed people pretending to have guns to shoot, to scare them. People need training to do that. I believe what Linda James is saying.
I think your brother and my brother and the people that you've heard saying that are more like an anomaly within the Jehovah's Witnesses. I don't think Jehovah's Witnesses.
Yeah,
my mum wouldn't be able to pull out.
I wouldn't disagree with that. Yeah, it's not a large function, but those were my
scary
friends.
to think about because it's your brother and
those,
it's my brother.
Those were the guys I hung out with when I was
same. And
Okay.
to think that my brother, who's been abused within the organization, doing something crazy like that is absolutely heartbreaking and terrifying. And you saying that your brother would be out to get you, that's even worse. I'd be the first scary as shit. So I get the thought process, but I think there are a small percentage of those ones.
What if you're of the anointed?
What? Anointed?
What if you
What
are?
about anointed?
If you were anointed, right?
Oh, nobody would believe I was anointed.
But if somebody was anointed, right, and they said, "Oh, like we're going to be killing you or something," like what Sam Hurst said. Samuel Hurst said, we're going to be riding on the horses in battle.
That's so crazy that he said that, man.
Yeah, that's what it said.
Yeah, it's like those are going to be the ones that help Jesus come back to,
Yeah, Jesus doesn't need angels, he needs regular old men to help him fight.
Exactly. Can you imagine being in some of those wars that those Israelites were, where they march into a city and slaughter everyone?
All the babies, women, and children.
and let's not forget that there was a portion of virgins that were set aside for Jehovah as well.
They come up upon some city and just slaughter everybody in Jehovah's name.
Yep.
What was that, Linda?
I was saying that let's not forget there would be a portion of virgins set aside for Jehovah as well.
Oh, yeah. We get the virgins. Sometimes we take the virgins. But
look,
them too.
Anyone, human or God, that is obsessed with virgins is a problem. It's a huge red flag to me. It's a major red flag. They don't care about boy virgins. So,
right. But the 144,000 are also spoken of as being virgins. And I tell you what, governing body don't look like virgins to me. Just saying. Anyways, I need to wrap this up, gentlemen.
I remember. Oh, yeah, go for it.
Go ahead, hon. You remember what?
I was just going to say, I remember growing up a virgin, and it was like, well, why am I useless? I'm a boy virgin. It's the same thing. I haven't done anything. Nobody wants me.
That's fascinating. That's fascinating. Coming from a boy viewpoint on how the girl virgins were so valued and so revered.
Yeah,
and a boy virgin would not be.
Not valued in any society.
Oh no, we've even gone too far for me, man.
Dude, we are just off the rails if we've gotten too far for him. Oh my goodness.
You look at anything ancient, it's never a boy virgin that anyone wants.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Useless.
So I think that whole thing is representative of purity and, this, that, and the other. I don't know what other, but yeah, this has been. What did you say?
I was quite pure.
I believe you.
Still sound pure.
You sure?
The longer you go as a boy virgin, the less pure your mind gets.
Okay, well, yeah, let's drop that stuff, huh?
I tell you what, I'm going to end this show. If y'all want to stay on the phone, you can. But I'm going to end the YouTube feed. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, how's Pete? I haven't heard from him for a while.
I'm not hearing you. Are you asking me how is someone? I'm not catching the name.
Who? How's Pete?
Pete. Thank you, Pete. Pete, I appreciate you asking me about Pete. He's going through a transition time, and it's all pretty normal what he's going through. I would say about 4 months ago, his ex-wife died, and he took a break from making videos. I don't know if you subscribe to his channel. It's called JW Curious, and he recently put out a couple of videos, I would say about 2 or 3 weeks ago. But, he's kind of slowed down on it. And so, which is cool because, in my opinion, if you get to that point, why force yourself to keep doing something that is just not what you're up to doing? You know what I'm saying? And he has within his channel a lot of good content that he has put together. So if you ever want to check it out, he's got some good stuff on there.
He recently came to an understanding that he doesn't believe in Christianity anymore.
That's right. Yes.
Before you end the show, this is Debbie.
Hi, Debbie.
Hi, Debbie. Hi, Debbie.
Hi, Debbie.
I forgot that your name was Brad, and you said you sent me a couple of friend requests on Facebook, and I didn't respond. And I'm sorry, I forgot that you were Brad. So I probably. No, I don't know. I can't find anybody named Brad with any friend request.
You probably got a message. Facebook isn't Brad. It's Metzengerstein, which is a weird name, I know. But the message that I sent you, it says, "Hi Debbie, it's Brad here," and I sent you that on both accounts. One account you have that I can be friends with, and one account seems like I can only follow it. But I told you that in the message that I sent, I wrote that I was Brad because my name is different online.
Okay, well, I didn't know that, so I didn't see the message. No, I never.
That's okay.
But you
I know what you look now, though.
You what?
I know what you look like now. I have a face to the voice, which I very much appreciate.
Isn't she pretty? Isn't she a pretty woman?
Yeah.
You can look me up too, by the way.
And she looks like she's 40 years old.
Yes.
Something that I noticed. That's
yes.
One of the reasons I had trouble finding you is because you look so much younger than you say your age is.
It's true. He's not blowing smoke. It's true. Oh, I missed that.
Because to me, they're the best.
So what is your name online? What did you say?
I'm not sure if you're going to understand it, but it's Metzengerstein. Metzengerstein. It's a character from an Edgar Allan Poe book.
Okay, well, no, I didn't get that written down, but you spelled out.
So we're at 6:42:42. That's the timestamp. If you want to go back to listen to this show, you'll find just before that timestamp that I just gave you is when he's giving you the name of this that he's talking about.
Okay, well, I can't.
Okay.
I'm calling you on my regular phone. Apparently, my daughter has my internet's in my daughter's name, and
I've just found out she's blocked me on the phone and on Facebook and Messenger, and everybody else doesn't know what's going on between me and my daughter, but it's not good. And so
I'm
now
sorry to hear that.
I don't know nobody, and I'm completely alone. So I just woke up. I went to sleep around 3 o'clock my time, and it's after 7 now. And I fell asleep sitting straight up in a chair, and so at least let my legs be elevated some. But anyway, now that I've seen all this come back, I replied to this conversation, and I tried to send a message because I needed to go to the hospital last night. And I would have to call an ambulance, but then I would still have no way of getting home if they didn't keep me. And the bus says it don't run today, so I would not have a way to get home. And anyway, I'm kind of this morning.
Were you admitted? Were you admitted into the hospital?
No, I didn't go because,
Oh, I see.
Because I couldn't get a hold of her, and if I couldn't get a hold of her, I wouldn't have any way of getting back home. You can go by an ambulance, but you still have to have your own ride home.
Okay.
And she had said they had their own camper, and I did send her a note, and before she tried to call me the other night to continue trying to fight with me, and I wouldn't engage with her in an argument, and I just hung up the phone. And I told her since she hates her job so bad, and her job is to help me.
Mm-hmm.
Then I said, then why don't you just go and quit? Because she's threatened me so many times. And yet, I wouldn't fire her because I knew she didn't have another job, but she takes advantage of this job. Like Friday, she didn't get here till 1 in the afternoon instead of 9 in the morning, and we were doing a project, rearranging some stuff, and when it came 5 o'clock, she said she was leaving, and I said, well, can't you stay just a little while longer and finish this up? She said, no, I don't get paid overtime. And I said, but you weren't here from 9 until 1. You were here from 1 until 5. So technically, you still need to work 4 more hours. And she got mad at me earlier in the day because she got into a fight with her daughter. And as soon as she got off the phone, all her anger came out on me. And anyway, some other bad things were told to me. And I
I'm
got
so
really
sorry to hear about that. And you got really what?
What? I got really scared. I sent you a note too, Linda. I don't know if you read it. It's on your messenger.
Okay.
About what was going on because I wanted there to be a record of
Okay.
something happened to me. Anyway, I sent it to several people. I sent it to Rick and Susan and Fran and Joe and Dan and Angela, and I can't think of everybody, but everybody that if something happened to me, especially if it was by a gunshot, that I gave the names of who she said could do it. And
Did you say that your daughter said that she could do that? Am I understanding you correctly?
yeah.
What do you want to do with that? Do you believe that that was a threat?
I could do it. And I just wanted there to be a record of what was going on if I was killed or something. And so I made sure that the people would have evidence. My brother heard the entire fight going on, and she kept yelling at me to stop arguing, yelling at her. I didn't say a word the whole time. I know better than to talk back to her. And I don't know what to do anymore.
I'm so sorry that you're going through this.
If she shuts off my internet, I can't use my landline and I can't have my television because I got a Roku and I can't afford cable, and so I won't have a phone and I won't have the television or anything. I couldn't get it in my name. Well, that was 4 years ago. I don't know, maybe my credit is built up enough that I can, but I really don't know.
You know how there's certain phone numbers out there for domestic violence?
Yeah, I've heard of it.
So there's those that would be what you would qualify for, and there's also other things like those with disabilities and or elderly abuse. So if you check on your phone through Google to get those numbers and have them available for you, and read up on the information of what can be done, it would help you feel more equipped.
Hey, Apostle Babe, why don't you
Yes.
check up on this lady here later on?
Yes, good idea. Thank you. Thank you for suggesting that.
You have to have the physical injury or be dead before they'll help you, which doesn't make any sense whatsoever. But that's the law. So I think they're going to help me if I'm dead, you know, which is just stupid as hell. I'm scared. I mean, not just because of that, but because I'm alone.
Yeah.
I'm scared too. You know, I don't have an emergency contact for when I go to the hospital or go to the emergency room for anything. I have no emergency contact.
You don't have an emergency contact. It's my medical power of attorney.
Yeah, that's scary.
Yeah, it's real scary. Anyway, she was never. She's not a witness. This doesn't have anything to do with the witnesses because she hates witnesses. She would just soon kill one as look at me. And she had gotten for a while into witchcraft and stuff. And she's a pagan, but and her way of being a pagan is because
Well, she just hates the witnesses that bad because
Let me tell you something, Debbie. The phone, Debbie. Excuse me. The phone, Debbie. Hello, hello. It's me. Can y'all hear me?
Oh.
I just want to say that the phone might cut off, okay? But if it does, Rick will get me back on the phone so where I can hear you, okay? So if you hear me drop out, just know that he'll call back or get us connected again, okay? I just wanted to say that because it's getting to be that time where it naturally cuts off, okay?
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Carry on.
I was just gonna say she got pregnant when she was 15, and she didn't want to be a witness, but then, my little boy had a brain aneurysm type thing.
Mm-hmm.
When he was 11, and because the liaison committee of the witnesses kept following me everywhere, my daddy was our presiding overseer, pulled me into a closet at the hospital and told me that it was an evil organization and he was trying to expose pedophiles. Him and another brother were doing this. They were both presiding overseers, and he had told me that he knew too much and that they were going to kill him. And then within a week, him and his best friend both died. And my dad was poisoned. And the other brother, they said he came home after giving a talk and was about to take his tie off, and he just fell flat from trying to. He had a heart attack as soon as he started taking off his tie. And but my dad gave me all the information, and that's why I think there's been a target on my back ever since he died in 2000. And so many horrible things keep happening to me. I mean, my vehicle, my van literally went up in flames on my way home from a hospital after being in the hospital 8 months. Ariel, get back, honey. My cat just realized I'm away. I've got cats that I took on that were traumatized, and since I knew what it was like to suffer trauma, I thought maybe I could help these two cats. So
Yeah.
I guess I'm not alone. I've got two elderly cats that nobody wanted. They were inseparable because they were litter mates, and they're like 9 years old.
Yeah.
I recently got a puppy who's not a puppy, a kitten. And he's a bully. But I think he's just a normal kitty cat. He just wants somebody to play with. So Ariel, he adopted kind of as a pseudo mama. And Molly, he just takes joy in terrorizing her. But the girl cats that are older,
Yeah.
that I took in, are nothing like the little terrified, traumatized PTSD cats that they were. And where I got them from at that vet, in Positive Partners, they came
came by to take them to the vet to get them spayed because they had never been spayed, and they could not believe they were the same cats that had been at the vet for 3 days. I mean, 3 months. Can anybody still hear me?
Yes, I still hear you.
All right. Anyway, so I was able to help some traumatized kitty cats that were elderly that nobody wanted but me. That area wants to be held all the time, which I can't handle.
Right.
That.
Right. That is not easy.
And she's in my lap now. I don't know if you can hear her purring. That she's purring.
No, I don't hear her.
No. Well, I kind of pushed her back away. She's trying to. It's so funny because they lay down and they put their ears like right over my heart and go to sleep a lot. Like the heart, my heart, hearing my heartbeat keeps them calm. And they just go right to sleep. But then I've been rocking, no matter where I'm at, I rock. And, back and forth in my rocker. And I don't even realize I'm rocking. But even when I'm in my wheelchair, I rock back and forth. And I've caught myself multiple times just sitting in a chair rocking that was a straight chair. And I've done it all my life. And my parents, my dad started out rocking me when I was little. And then 4 years later, I turned 4 in February. And my brother was born in March. I was born in 1961. And he was in 65. So there's 4 years difference. And so I was like an only child until he was born. And then they turned the rocking chair over and told me it was broken. And so I never got held again and rocked. And that was our special time every night. And he would hold me and rock me and read me a story. And ever since then, I rocked myself. It's like a soothing, relaxing thing I do.
Yeah, it is soothing.
Yeah, but then I see all these babies that are abandoned and not giving any love and attention. And they're rocking all the time in their beds. They'll hold them to the bars and rock. And I thought, why do I do that? I wasn't an orphan. But then I kind of was. Because Mom had Munchausen's and I wasn't held and rocked anymore. So I was just barely past. I was a month past 3, being 4. And so that's kind of about the time I became a little adult on my own. And I just started helping people and ride my bicycle to other witnesses.
Good morning. Is that Debbie?
Yeah, hey Joe.
Yes, you recognize my voice. Fran's here too. We just woke up. I'm sorry, we had to sleep.
Good morning, Debbie.
We feel like we missed the party.
Hey, Fran.
We missed the party.
Well, I did too. I just woke up about 40 minutes ago. And I called in just to see if they were still on. I can't believe they're still on because it's almost 7:30 here. And I fell asleep listening to them last night. And I didn't call in. I was just listening.
Can I just relate something that seemed to be so helpful? At least it was so helpful for me. Can I relate something?
Sure.
Well, John, the hypnotist therapist, related something that I think some folks were having a difficult time accepting, and that is that he takes responsibility for everything that happens in his life. Everything. In fact, he even said that there was a break-in in his house, and he took responsibility for that. He didn't want the break-in, and was his. You can say it wasn't his fault, but he took responsibility for it. And people from varying degrees were kind of objecting to that because they said, well, but it happened to you. They said, well, basically, what he said, what he was getting across is that if we don't take responsibility for whatever happens to us, our character is going to suffer because we're going to be left with a deficit. In other words, someone steals from you, they've taken something away from you. Basically, they've taken your whatever was special away from you. Or let's say they didn't add to you. So you're going to be left with a deficit, and you're going to feel it. And the only way we're going to be raised back up to the position that we need to feel ourselves in is if we take charge, take responsibility for that. And basically do it with building or rebuilding our character. And I was thinking about it, that Watchtower Society promised us that they would build our character. That's all we had to do. That's all we have to do was listen, obey, be blessed. And they would be the character builders. All we have to do is follow very closely. Don't even think, don't do anything, just perform. Now, unfortunately, they did that for their benefit. They profited greatly from it, monetarily and every other way. But we did not profit from that. It stole from us. Personally, it stole from me my ability to be who I am, whatever that is, and my family as well. It stole everything. It just stole. It didn't give me a darn thing. Okay, so now I want to go and I want to destroy them. Oh, well, wait a minute. Now, that's not a very good character to want to go destroying. I want to hate them now. I want to take revenge now. I want to do to them the nastiest things you can imagine. Now, what about?
Oh, I understand that. But then I don't feel that way either. I feel pity for them. I'd rather help them than hurt them.
Exactly. See, we have to start. There's something called the Hawkins scale, and it's a scale of basically the vibration, what we can vibrate on. In other words, what we can mentally, intellectually, emotionally, spiritually, that we can operate on. It's like an operating system for our computer or our phone. We can either have a real lousy operating system for it it's got all kinds of bugs in it and it's diseased and it's all bad, or we can get a good one and wow, this phone is acting like magic. Well, if I can just run through very briefly the levels, and it starts from the very bottom, the worst, up to the highest. And it starts out at shame, guilt. Now we can move up through this. Shame, guilt, apathy, grief, fear, desire, anger. These are all increasing in desirability for us as humans. So in other words, anger is better than desire. And then it moves up to pride. Well, pride is better than anger. And then it moves up from pride, it goes to courage. And then from courage, it jumps up to neutrality. And at each point, it's the vibration level for us as humans is increasing. And then from neutrality, it goes to willingness. From willingness, it goes up to acceptance. From acceptance.
Sorry, you said something. Every time you move up, it what? It increases our vibration.
It raises.
What do you mean by that?
It raises our level of performance as human beings that are capable, happy, functional, happy with our lives, glad we're alive. And then it goes from acceptance, it goes up to reason. Then it goes up, next step to love, next step joy, next step peace. And then finally, to the very top, it goes to enlightenment. So basically, I mean, things have happened in my personal life, which I'm ashamed of. And now, maybe I caused them. Maybe I didn't cause them. Maybe someone shamed me. Maybe I shamed myself. Well, so now I'm going to stay ashamed the rest of my life. Oh, no, that's not a good idea. No. I shouldn't stay ashamed the rest of my life. That's a terrible thing, going through life shame. Okay, well, I feel kind of guilty for what I did. Well, that's good. That's the next level up. Okay, the next level you can go apathy. Well, I'm not guilty anymore, but I just don't care about it. Now you can go to the next level up, grief. I grieve over it. Yeah, sheesh, what do I have to do? I don't know what to do. Oh, it's grieving me all the time. And you can go up, the next level is fear. It's like, I'm afraid if I don't do something about it, I'm never going to get out of this hole I'm in, this depression, this circumstance that I don't want to be in. Well, at any rate, it goes up. And it's climbing a ladder of self-development, climbing a ladder of self-improvement, climbing a ladder of personal character development. Because frankly, no one else is going to build our character for us. And the lesson that I learned, my family learned, Thad and I, if we allow someone else to build our character, they're going to screw us. I don't know how to say it any other way. But the Watchtower was more than happy to exploit us because we were so lazy that we wanted and allowed them to build our character. And
question,
where we said no more. I'm not going to let them do that anymore. Go ahead. I'm through talking. I didn't want to dominate this.
Yeah, no, that's cool. That ladder that you were describing, where did you get it from?
It's called the Hawkins scale. H-A-W.
So you just said that you shouldn't let anyone else build your character. Following that list, isn't that following Hawkins' idea of building your character?
Well, let me ask you this. If you find a better one, let me know. See,
can you answer my question then? I get what you mean by that. If you find a better one, let me know. But you also just said that you shouldn't let anyone else, grow your character. But then you described Hawkins' idea of growing your character.
Well, yes, it's an idea. See, look, we're humans. We have ideas. Now, Mr. Hawkins didn't come.
But it doesn't make a lot of sense, though, because we do go through all of those ways. Because I can't remember the shame and the guilt.
Right.
And I've got all the way up past all of that.
Yeah.
Right at the top. And then it's like I got knocked back down. Okay, I didn't get knocked. I guess I let myself get knocked in if I'm taking responsibility. But I think because we're imperfect humans, it's normal to sometimes get up to a certain level and then in something that is overwhelming,
Yeah. You know,
it can knock back down a few steps, and then we got to. I mean, I'm not. Right now.
Debbie, hang on a second. Hank, please.
Okay.
There's a song that you probably are familiar with. It's by Frank Sinatra, and one of the phrases in it, "Flying high in April, shot down in May."
Yeah.
Do you recall that song? Those words?
Those words ring a bell, but no, I can't remember the song. But those words, it's in my brain somewhere.
Okay, something was going so well, and then bang, something happened. Like, what the heck happened? It's like you get stunned. And, oh, brother, everything was going so good, but then this happened. You know, it happens. There's a saying in the world, shit happens, unfortunately. In other words, now what do? Well, you clean it up. No, there was a brother or someone asked me if I'm allowing Hawkins to do that. Are you still there? Hello?
Zach, Brad.
Brad?
Brad?
Is that Brad? Brad?
Yes, yeah, I'm always here. It's just I've got a 4-year-old as well, so while he's screaming at me, I mute it real quickly. I'm still here though. I never ask a question and then just disappear.
Oh, okay.
He's in Australia too, so it might take longer for our voices to get in.
Well, that's a great question you asked. Am I allowing Hawkins to build my character? And I guess if I have the example I can give you, if I have a computer, it's of no value to me unless I have an operating system for it. So I'm willing to let someone else give me, and for me to employ that operating system for my computer. Because frankly,
I completely understand what you're saying by that part, but you started by saying we let somebody else try to grow our character, and we should not have done that. That's all. That's the only problem I have with the statement that you made, because then you went on to Hawkins. If you just had have said, I think that this operating system is better than the operating system I had,
right.
That I understand. And also, a computer is definitely not useless if it doesn't have an operating system. I would just like to point that out as well.
What can you use it for?
Right. Lots of things.
Well, like what?
Well, I have several computers here that don't have operating systems, but they run the lights. They run my automatic chicken cage, which feeds my chicken, lets her up in the morning, puts lights on when I need it. They feed my bird. But there's no operating system on any of them.
Well, you are one capable.
That's just what. And I have Asperger's, so me pointing that out is not trying to argue with you. It's just pointing out a correctness that I find I have trouble letting go. That's all. I'm sorry for pointing that out. It's part of my own problem, and I shouldn't have pointed that out in that situation.
Hey, Brad, wait a minute. The only stupid question is the one you do not ask.
No, I know that, but it's not the question that I'm apologizing for. It's the computer point that I pointed out, and I'm sorry for doing that. That's part of my own thing. That's why people don't like me, I think.
Oh, Brad, you're angry.
I missed it, but I just found myself back in.
Brad, if you have Asperger's, usually someone with Asperger's is only has a little bit of problems in just a very few areas, but then in other areas, they're freaking geniuses. So don't.
I think I'm pretty capable with computers, as Joe just pointed out, but there's these social things that I do that I obviously have started to get a handle on. Like, I've started to notice myself doing them, and that's one of them. I find it so hard to not point out stupid things like that. Like, oh, by the way, that little detail that means nothing to the conversation was actually wrong. I don't know why I do that. I'm sorry, Joe.
Well, that point. Let's do this. Well, I personally did allow the society to develop my character. I allowed them to. I really did. Because I thought, well, maybe if it's coming from direct line from, maybe it would be good for me and my family. I kept going in person. And I went on that hunch or that idea. Well, it wasn't working out that way. So I had to make a change.
I get what you're saying, and everything you said was quite on point. I apologize for my part in that, what I just did. The question that I asked, though, is valid, I think. You did say earlier on, but I get what you mean. You thought that you were getting kind of like a divine character, and when it turned out you weren't, you went to somewhere else that seemed like it made more sense. And that makes total sense to me growing up as a Jehovah's Witness, because so many things outside of the organization seem to make more sense. But we were always, no, that's right. I know that it makes more sense, and it may seem like it makes more sense, but you shouldn't do that.
Well, let me ask you this, Brad. You say that you either have or are or whatever. You said Asperger's? No.
Yeah.
No. So do you feel that defines you?
No, not at all. I kind of feel like it is a huge part of what makes me, definitely, because there's parts of it that I can't control in any way, shape, or form, just like some people can't control parts of their own personality. One of the things that affects me greatly is people with Asperger's seem to have very little spatial awareness. So I seem to walk into walls for no reason all the time. That's part of myself that there's nothing I can do about, right? There's no cure. Not that I would ever want to cure what makes me, but it definitely doesn't define me. When I brought it up, it was more like saying, "Oi, I recognize these faults in myself," and this is probably why I made that stupid decision to say, "Oi, computers aren't useless without an operating system," because that is one of the things that I recognize as having Asperger's. But no, I don't let it define me. Definitely not. I would never let that happen, because one of the reasons I would never let myself define myself like that is because it would always give my parents an excuse to why they treated me the way that they did.
Right. Well, and
does that make sense?
Yes, it does. And what I say is celebrate your individuality. Celebrate it. Why? Don't apologize for it. You know what I mean? You're as awesome as I am, as far as I'm concerned, and so is everyone else. It's just that.
And Joe's pretty awesome.
Well, we just don't quite understand it. Look, I don't understand how fully awesome I am, and I may never find out. But that's okay, because I'm gonna concentrate on how awesome you are. That's why, because that's how I get inspired. It's my point of view, and it's the way I try to operate. Oh dear. Look, the reason why I like being alive is because people are they're so fascinating. People are absolutely fascinating. And
well, Joe,
yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
How would you deal with someone? Okay, there have been times throughout my life that, I talked to one of my granddaughters last night, and I said, was I really that mean? Like y'all say, or I was, and she said, at times you were. But then at the same time, nobody recognized or realized how severe, and I'm not going to accept that my trauma was my fault, because I know it wasn't, because it started happening when I was 3, but it continued on till I was an adult. But then, but everybody always said I was never a child. I went straight from being 3 years old to being a young adult. And that's true. I always have been. And I was sitting here thinking, my best friend is 80, okay? But I know that since I was a small child, I had an affinity for elderly people. I thought they were so smart. And I would ask them question after question. They loved it because they could sit there and explain all these fascinating ideas. And I was like a sponge, just soaking it all in. And all my life, I have never really been involved with younger people unless, and I was the one that discovered all the learning disabilities my daughter had. Oh, I went against the Watchtower Society off and on my entire life, even from the time I was, the first time I gave a sermon, I, told my parents, I thought Satan was the father of the lies. And we're going door to door and taking money from these people in exchange for the magazines. And you're telling me we're not selling them. And that was when I was 5, and I was the first one in my area to get a divorce. And then I even went further against the witnesses by going to college. And until they called me in for a committee meeting over that. Oh. And I got right back at them and I said, oh, okay, well, then which one of y'all want to take in me and my kids? Because I was going to college to learn a trade so that I could provide for my own family. But, if you say I don't need to go, I said, then, which one of y'all are going to support it? And then they had me leave and go out, and wait for them to discuss what they were going to do to me. Well, then when I went back in, they said, well, you are the head of your family now. And it's up to the head of the family to support their children. So in this case, I think we can look past you going to college. And
that's amazing. Beautiful. So I got to ask you now, Debbie. So at what point are you at now where you need to, where you, like all of us, need to exercise courage to go to that next level? What courage do you have you personally determined that you have to make that step into going to the next level? Because obviously I
feel scared and trapped because of my disability. When I didn't even know I'd been kicked out of the witnesses until I was laying flat on my back in a nursing home after a fall that broke my neck and my arms and my shoulders. And now I'm in a wheelchair, and now I'm 62 years old. And I have to depend on other people to help me. But then at the same time, I
you do look like 40 though.
What?
You may be 62, but you look 40.
Yeah, but that don't help me move around any better.
I know, but it is something. It's something. You do look 40. It's weird.
Well, look, I sympathize with you for the difficulty that you have. But honestly, I'm probably not much different than you. There's things that I need that if I don't get them, I can't function. And there's things that you need. They're valid need. You need them or you can't function. And frankly, that is job one. Me, Fran, my people I know, they have got to get the support they need, or else they can't function. And I must admit that's the biggest challenge in life sometimes. Look, my mother's 90. How old?
96.
She's 96. If someone doesn't feed her, she's going to starve to death. Now, so, boy, she's got a disability. Let me tell you, she's got a disability. Okay. So someone feeds her. Fortunately, she's in a situation where someone's paid and then they feed her. My sisters go in. I've got 3 sisters. They'll go in regularly, and they take care of her. They feed her. And
well, I was my daughter's job.
I'm sorry?
She was responsible for helping me, but she got rewarded with money.
I've always thought that it probably shouldn't be family that is your carer. To be honest.
Well, it wasn't up until she wasn't, because she disappeared for 3 years and with my grandkids, and I didn't even know where the heck she was, but she blames me for every single thing that's ever happened wrong in her life. And I constantly compliment her because I know she needs that reinforcement. And like Tuesday,
is she the pretty redhead?
What?
Has she got red hair?
No, she's a brunette. But her daughter is a complete redhead.
It must have been a picture of her daughter that I saw on your Facebook page then. Very pretty young girl. Very pretty little redhead.
She's 24.
Oh, she looks younger than that, but I think that's the right. Is she quite pretty?
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah, I think I saw a picture of her on Facebook.
You might have, but there's not very many pictures of my family at all.
Can I say here again? I'm really trying hard for the situation. You're describing a situation, and I have a very, very, very strong imagination. I can't read something without making the picture in 3D. We all have needs. We don't get our needs met, we're in sorry shape. So, we need in getting our needs met. But on the other hand, I realize that I can help someone else with this. And I found that the best circumstances is when we can help each other with needs. In other words, we have to bring something to the party. Like, I can, now I think of my mother, there's not a whole lot to do, but I must admit, every time we go there, the girls, the women that take care of her, they always have something special to say about it, because apparently she does something for them. I don't know how she does it. I don't. But she does something for them that makes them remark about what she's like. And it's like, holy smokes, I think every one of us has something. I don't know. I don't care what it is. But we have something. As long as we have that spark of life in us, we got something. And I think the goal is to figure out how someone else can benefit from it. Otherwise, honestly, if I couldn't do that, I just want to find a hole and crawl in it and die. I really would. I wouldn't want to.
I totally get that, and I'm an empath. I genuinely feel and sometimes take on other people's pain. I don't know how, but I do. I even have premonitions that come true, and it's like I see them before it happens, and I know it's going to happen, and it does. But I don't cause it to happen. I just know I've got a sixth sense. I don't. But I'm also, even as mean as my daughter is sometimes, I try to understand. Like Tuesday, it was Valentine's Day, okay? Her husband didn't get her anything. So Wednesday, I asked her, she was supposed to go with me. And I went to the dentist and on the bus. And afterwards, I had them drop me off at the store. And they had all the Valentine stuff on clearance. So I bought her 2 big heart boxes full of candy. And I bought her one of them Squishmallows. It's one of them real soft things. It's like a pillow that you can squeeze. And it's kind of like getting a hug. And I bought me one too. They're regular $20-something. I got them on clearance for $6. So I got the last 2 they had. But I thought, you know what? I'm always talking about needing a hug. And I thought, I can hug this and get a hug to me.
That's great.
So,
That's right.
yeah, and so I thought, I'm going to get her this because she's not being taken care of properly like a woman wants to be taken care of with her husband, you know. And so I got her that. And I had asked her, well, did he get you flowers? No. So the flowers didn't look good. So I got her a rose made out of chocolate. So everything she would have wanted to get, I gave her. And she was so happy Wednesday. So happy. She posted it on her Facebook, you know, the story thing that my husband didn't get me anything, but look what my mom did. And she was so, what?
Debbie, I come here to be inspired by you. And you know what? So you keep doing that, because that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking to be inspired by you. And you're doing it. You're doing it. You're doing it. I appreciate that. I really do. Because I need
you telling me that.
What? Hi, Debbie. What did you say?
What?
No, what did you just say?
I told him, thank you. There is a breathing app or something on that keeps taking deep breaths.
Oh, okay.
Like I don't know.
Why can't you hear that?
It's hard to hear.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Can you hear me okay? This is Fran.
Yeah. I hear you, Fran. Yeah.
Yes.
You mean what? Did I just tell Joe?
Debbie, you're going to send me some chocolates. Joe didn't get me anything.
Hey, they're not on sale anymore. They're cleared out. I got the last Squishable. I got the last chocolate wrapper. I did. And I spent every penny I had. I mean, literally.
How did you
My
feel
wife
after?
didn't get me anything either.
Yeah.
Oh.
Debbie, how did you feel after you spent every single penny? How did you feel?
You what?
How did you feel after you spent every single penny on your daughter?
I felt rich because I made her happy.
See?
Very beautiful.
And that inspires us. So you said you can't do anything because of your disabilities, but you are. See, everybody can do something. I don't care how bad they are, they can do something. Maybe the only thing Joe's mom can do is smile at the nurses, and that lifts them up. And what you're doing is beautiful because you did something for your daughter, even though sometimes she treats you like you know what. But you overlook that because you have love for her.
I still have a lot of love for my son, which I get very emotional because I know what happened to him, but I'm his mother.
Yeah.
And I can look past it, but nobody else can.
That's
like giving my granddaughter yesterday, and she made a really good point with me, and I didn't even try to defend him because, yeah, I knew he had done some terrible things, but he also had a lobotomy. And I know what that brain damage did to him, and it completely changed him. It's like one little boy went in for brain surgery, and another little boy came out. Yeah. And I had to get to know this little boy all over again.
A horrible thing, Debbie. I can't even imagine.
Well, and I haven't seen him since June 2nd, 2019, and I don't know. I don't even know. I honestly, to be honest, I almost pray that he's dead.
I know.
Because I know he's not suffering anymore. I know he's not having deadly seizures. I know he never had a developmental, emotional, and reasoning abilities past that age because, you stop growing at whatever age. Your ability to think for yourself, well, yeah, I guess we all stop developing certain ways. But then some of us do find the strength to overcome it. If part of your brain is removed, not everybody can compensate for it.
No, Debbie, you're absolutely right. I think of what you've gone through, and I just have to really quickly. When I was younger, I realized that frankly I was an empath. In other words, my feelings were hypersensitive, and I just along with other people, other young ones my age, because they weren't. I was, and didn't know how to deal with that, and I wished I never was. And I was in situations where everything appeared absolutely lost, gone, hopeless. And it's a horrible thing for a young person to be in. And I had no idea how I could go forward. And I looked around and said, how's that going forward? And this feels like we're crushed. I came to the point where I realized I can't go on this way. I can't continue to function with these kinds of feelings and then feeling that everything is lost. I had to take on another point of view. And I really, it was a very conscious thing. And I was afraid to do that because it's like, it wasn't normally me. It was like having to experiment with someone else. And it felt strange. And I came to find out that everything does go on. Somehow, dire situations do go forward somehow.
Yeah, they may just reach in and pull out whatever we can and go on with that gift.
Yeah. Well, and sometimes we don't have any. And that's where I'm looking at this Hawkins scale, and it's going up to from courage, neutrality, willingness, and then something called acceptance. Acceptance. In other words, I'm going to have to accept such and such. I'm going to have to accept it. Because up to that point, it's like, no. It shouldn't be that way. I don't want it that way. It's got to change. If it doesn't change, everything's going to be this. Finally, you realize, you know what? I can't do anything about it. I have to accept it. I have to. Because, I mean, if a mouse came in here, let's say 6 mice came in here, well, I don't accept that. I'm going to get those mice out of here no matter what. Well, if it came down to where the door was open all the time, I couldn't close the door, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's like, I got to accept it. The mice are going to come in here all the time. I just have to accept, until I'm able to do something different. And it's that way with our life. If we can't accept those circumstances in our life that are more powerful than us, it's going to set up so much grief and stress. You have a situation like that. I know you do. I know you do. And I can't offer you anything other than the fact that that you're going to continue to figure out how to deal with it. As difficult as it is.
Yeah, I get that, because even when it was just me and my kids, I learned the hard way how to be a mechanic. I mean, I did get, when I was trying to change the oil, my neighbor said, we'll just hammer a screwdriver in the oil filter and twist it off. So I get right underneath it. And my daughter says I'm vain, but no, when I was a witness growing up, I was always very modest, but I always got dressed nice, and I always put makeup on and fixed my hair every day. I still do it. In fact, my hair's fixed right now. I fixed it last night. Not that I was yesterday. Not that I was going anywhere or seeing anybody, but I know it makes me feel better, just like all the yellow smiley face stickers I've got everywhere. They make me smile. They make me happy. Why not, I mean, I got certain things that I can look at every day that are positive. But I always had felt that I do have a gift in writing, but the thing is, it hurts me so bad to write. My computer is broken. And I've been trying to save the money for another computer. But I'm on disability. I can only have sex. And I can't have extra income. Right. If I would have an online business in a snap.
Well, good for
I would.
What, Debbie, what kind of computer would you use if you had one?
I thought about a tablet, but then I thought, well, I'll have to hold a tablet. And I don't want to hold it. But if I could get another laptop that's not heavy. Mine was a dinosaur, and it was heavy. But I loved it because it had a 17-inch screen. But it's too heavy. So I'm trying.
Yeah, you don't want anything too heavy. You need something that you can handle.
Right. I need a really lightweight computer that can sit in my lap. But I really want something with backlight keys. So at night, I try to keep my utilities at a minimum. So I only have one light on at night. But my keyboard didn't have a backlight on it where I could still see the keys. And even though I know how to type properly, but I forget real quick. So I still have to be able to see the keys. Well, I've been trying to find one that I can work somehow into my budget, but I can't find one with backlight keys. What?
Well, they got little lights you plug into the side, and they shine on the keyboard. That's not too difficult. You know what I mean?
Oh, I didn't know that. My computer was quite old, and it did have a DVD player and everything in it. But one day my son threw it across the room and broke the DVD player. But I still managed to keep the computer working, and I can't believe, as old as it is, that I've been able to fix it over and over. But it's lived its lifespan, and it's ready to be at peace. So I just have to go on. But it in a way, it's forcing me to try to figure out a way to find another computer. And I've even been looking at Marketplace. And, the last several computers I bought used from and I talked to the guy. It's funny because I talked the guy down and a lot, quite a bit of money on the computer. And then after I got him to agree to like $100 less than he was asking, I had the nerve to say, well, you have a layaway, so I need to put it in the layaway. And he did it. And then one time he had a riding lawnmower. And I wanted a riding lawnmower so bad. Because I had a humongous piece of property. And then David, too, BJ and David were alive. And David died a month after BJ went missing. David was the best man that I ever had, for a mate. And he loved my kids, actually. He really loved them because he didn't have his own kids. And my kids were adults, and yet David was such a kind, loving person. And at that point in my life, I was going through my anger stage. I was mad as hell that nobody, not even an elder, had the decency to call, But anyway, this is one thing that was a huge growth for me. And it's pathetic that this is what it took to really make me see a lot of my work. And that is, I wanted to move so bad. I moved in with my parents because I gave my house to my daughter because she had a baby. She turned 16 in April, and then in June, she had a baby. Her husband committed suicide, and she met another guy that was wonderful. And I said, here, you can have my house. And I just walked away and went back to mom and dad because, I'm older than my dad was when he died now. And I knew he was going to die. And, I never grieved my parents' death. I did my dad. A year later, it just hit me when 9/11 happened. And I ran to his room and I said, Dad, turn on the TV, turn on the TV. And then all of a sudden I'm like, he's not here.
Yeah.
But then when my mom died, I still stayed there. My mom had Munchausen's. My mom treated me like crap, but it didn't matter. I knew I had a responsibility because she was still my mom. My mother. I rarely call her mom or refer to her. I always refer to her as mother. But I stayed with her right up until the second she left this life. Yeah. And I told her a gazillion times, I love you. And I wanted so bad for her to say it back. And I always wanted her to hug me, but she pushed me away. And then right as she was dying, it was so weird because here she was laying there and not doing anything. And then all of a sudden, a big smile came over her face. And it was like the room lit up and she sat up in bed and raised her arms up. And it was like somebody was reaching down from the heavens to pull her up. And I was saying, Mom, I love you. I love you. And I never heard it back. But at that moment, I realized I will never get that back. So I have to fill that void in myself and love myself.
That is acceptance. I'll take that as acceptance, Deb. I will take that. That's beautiful.
Well, then later, when I moved to Nebraska, I was living in Mississippi then, and then I moved straight to Nebraska. And the first winter I'm up here, I fell on black ice and broke my neck and my arms and my shoulders. Well, I'm laying in the nursing home thinking, am I ever gonna move again? And then I have the nurse call my aunt. And this is at a point I wasn't really angry yet. And then I called my aunt, who was a witness. And I knew nothing about what had been going on. And as soon as I said, Aunt Marge, I was calling, and she said, you evil apostate, don't you ever call me again. You're dead to me. And she slammed down the phone, and I'm like, what the, what, is going on? Yeah. I thought, and so here I had just had this horrible accident. Mm-hmm. And then back then we knew all the numbers in our head. And every person I tried to call, apparently when they saw the area code, they knew it was me.
Oh, I see. Sure.
So nobody answered the phone. Not even the elders. And finally, one sister took my call. Yeah. And she said, hang on a second. So she got the phone. She ran to the bathroom. She turned on the vent. She turned on the water. And she said, I can't talk to you. I said, what is going on? She said, you're in the apostate. I said, what the heck are you talking about? She said, well, you ought to know. I said, I'm 1,000 miles away. I just lived here. And she said, well, didn't you have a meeting with the elders? I said, no. Nobody told me anything. She said, well, they gave a talk at the Kingdom Hall. That it was really dangerous to be around apostate. And then they read a letter. Well, before that, they had read a letter. And we were just wondering what was going on. What did you do? And then there was a talk about apostate.
Yeah, we can. So, would that can I just can I let you take a breath?
Yeah, go ahead.
You see, you got to take a breath because otherwise I'm going to pass out.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm an empath too, so I kind of envision the way you're talking like that. I would pass out if I kept doing that. So bear with me. Give us break too. If you were to write, if you had a computer, would you write this out? Would you do that?
Oh, yeah, I want to write a book. In fact, I did, and I named a book called God Whispers. Because I was talking about how, even if you didn't believe in God, you could,
it's finished.
I got to shut it right.
You got to give breaks. If you would you try that? Would you just try that for me? Because
you need to be quiet.
Because you have a massive amount to relate. You have a massive amount to relate. And sometimes we get worn out trying to listen. So
I'm sorry.
So no, it's okay. So if you give us a break, it'll all work. and let me know if I'm talking too long as well. If you had a computer, would you be able to use it like for writing and things?
Yeah, it's easier for me to type than write.
Oh, okay. Well, I think we can work that out because I think you could benefit with the use of a computer. We come across so many things where we are. We have a consignment shop, and sometimes we get all sorts of stuff. And I think you need a computer. What do you think, Sam?
Oh, yeah, I do. Oh, so you could get me one pretty cheap that I could probably afford.
I think we can work it out at the right price, one way or the other.
So too. Yeah, I'm looking online right now.
Yeah.
And it's an iPad, it's a laptop. Yeah.
Yeah. No, let's see what we can do, Deb.
Yeah.
Because here you see, this is where a person has needs. It's not just emotional. Sometimes it's physical. It's like you there's Maslow's hierarchy of needs. You got to at least be able to breathe. And if you're breathing, then you have to drink. And if you're drinking, you got to have something. There's a whole level, and they need to be met. And if they're not met, we're gonna have troubles. So let's at least work on you getting a computer. I think that'll help massively, tremendously. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
I also write poetry, and I used to do. I never knew the people that I wrote the poetry for, but I just have this special ability to ask the right questions of their family members, so that it was like I could just catch the spirit of that.
Great.
And I could be that could be a business, but I'm not allowed to make any money. So
you don't have to make money with this. This is something that you can just put out there, and
oh well, I did it for free.
Yes.
That I made my life work with what little money I've got.
Okay, Debbie, hold on. Debbie, would you like to find out if anyone else is on the line and see how they feel about what we're talking about?
Sure. I'm sorry, everybody. If you're on the line and I just keep talking, I gotta be real back in like Joe did.
Just remember, just always pause and ask if anybody else has anything to say. Okay. So, is anybody else here? Is anyone still awake?
I'm here. And
who's
Deborah's getting a computer, and I'm stoked. I'm totally stoked. You're not going to believe it, but I got my laptop as a gift. And it sounds like you're going to be getting this as a gift. Maybe it'll be a layaway plan, but it sounds like a gift to me so far.
I'm science.
Plug it in, girlfriend. Plug it in. Just something.
No, this is a landline.
Oh.
Wait a minute. I'll have to call back in on my cell phone.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi,
Grace. I want to say about this hypnotic man. He really, I mean, he took it so far. It was ridiculous. Like he said, I have to inherit the sins of my grandfather. And he claims if I'm in a car accident, that is my own fault. And it was just ridiculously victim blaming. And if I want to heal myself, it will not be any better if it's just about victim blaming. And I mean, it takes time. Healing takes time. Even if a person takes responsibility for healing, it doesn't happen like in a miracle. I can't take a hypnotic class and then everything will be all right. No, healing takes time. And also, I mean, it's easier if you can go to a movie and you're healthy and it's not a problem, and you have your work and you have children and grandchildren and a dog and everything is just hanky-panky. But if you're in a situation where you are having problems moving around, or you have problems go to a movie, or you don't have so much money, then healing is much more difficult, and maybe you don't have so much safety net and things. So everything plays a part in this. And this hypnotic man, he was more about victim blaming, and you can't just bring the last thing he said out of context, because what pissed people off was that it was a lot about victim blaming, and it doesn't help at all. And yes, I can take responsibility for my situation. And he said, oh, then they got healthy just as long as they confessed that, oh, it was my fault, and then she got healthy. But I have a friend. She has multiple sclerosis. She won't just get healthy.
because it's not caused by stress. Some diseases that are caused by stress, they can vanish if the stress is released. But there are different situations, and also it's my friend who has multiple sclerosis. I can't talk now, but when she was young, her mother took a picture of her at a real photographer each year. And I think she felt really pretty and really important. And this she can gain from now since she got this multiple sclerosis, because she's very positive. And I believe it's because of her childhood that her mother treated her like an important person. So in order to, you can just, oh, now I'm going to be responsible for my healing, but it's also depending on what tools did you get in your childhood so you can heal, so you can be positive. And well, the whole situation just pissed me off, and healing takes time. We have to recognize that healing takes time. And you also have to talk to some people, and some days are bad, and some days are better, and it goes up and down when you're healing. It's not like a magic. Now, I will be quiet now. Well, can I say something again? I'm on
So
my cell phone.
Miss Grace, sure, just give me a second. So that was
Okay.
Miss Grace, and she was talking about the show that Gail hosted last night when she had the guest on that was a hypnotist. So yeah, that's what the context is.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, the show that I totally broke down and cried and just went kind of had an emotional breakdown on a few weeks before with that program after the storm.
Yeah. On Gail.
Okay.
I think what he was saying
last night.
There was actually a guest on today that was the mentor of that person that you spoke with, Debbie, 2 weeks ago. So there was somebody to like last night. But yeah, that's basically, they came from the same camp. Go ahead, Fran.
Yeah.
Yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but that I got of his message is that as much as we can take personal responsibility for the things that have happened to us, obviously someone has a very severe disease, you're not going to change that right away. Maybe it's just the way we view it, and that we can always do something and try not to always blame somebody else for what we're going through. I mean, is that what you got out of it?
I did, and I related it to sometimes people are truly a victim of a circumstance, and sometimes people have victim mentality. And being in that victim mentality makes it to where you can't get up and move and realize the power you do have, the abilities you do have when you have that mindset of a victim mindset. But what I thought he was talking about was that pretty much we draw in what happens to us as if we're causing it. And
yeah, that's not what I got from it either. I got that we cause the things somehow that happen bad to us.
Yeah, and that's what I got from him. So I couldn't receive that part. But so what I did was I told myself from childhood until I became an adult, I'm not going to claim any of that crap. And I'm not going to say that I caused this shit to happen to me. And I was pissed. I was triggered. I was pissed. Wasn't having it. But then I went into mentally the time that I left the org. From that time on, then I was an adult and I began to take responsibility. And it was my responsibility to educate myself or go to therapy or do whatever I needed to do. And I've been just doing that ever since.
Well, can I make a comment despite the fact that I didn't hear that? But when I was hearing Grace talk, even before I became handicapped, I had well, I still have it. It's mixed connected. Come on, Ariel, let mommy have a wheelchair. I have a lupus, and it's mixed connected tissue disease. So it's not just, I have severe arthritis, which did not help my condition at all. Oh my God, I just see what my kitten did. He climbed on top of the refrigerator, and there is paper strewn my box of important papers.
Oh.
Okay, well, I couldn't reach it anyway, so he knocked it down where I can.
Send me a picture. Send me a picture when you put the cat in the corner.
Yeah, right. But I was just going to comment, and you know, if I thought about everything that they said is wrong with me, I'm in congestive heart failure. I have pulmonary hypertension. I have crippling arthritis. I was going to end up being crippled one way or another, it seems like. But then I started, you know, one night, when Daniel was on there, he mentioned a book, and it was a book I had found years and years before. And I didn't get to bring hundreds of books when I moved. I didn't get to bring anything. No, hey, if y'all get a deal on a rocker recliner that's really puffy and comfy, well, no, I can't drive and get it. Never mind. I'm trying to find the right. But the thing is, I finally found one on Facebook last night, and I texted my daughter, and I kept thinking something's not right. It wasn't going through, and then I looked and realized she had blocked me. Because I'm thinking, yeah, right. I finally found not a computer, but a chair that I've been trying to find, because all I have is my son-in-law has my good chair, and well, anyway, never mind. But anyway, if I thought about all the diagnoses I've gotten and how close, I mean, I've gone into multi-organ failure and given less than 24 hours to live. My doctor, supposedly, when I was having surgery to correct some of the broken bones in my neck, well, the scalpel slipped and he severed my carotid artery, and he couldn't fix it. So he walked out of the operating room, and the anesthesiologist called for a trauma surgeon stat because I was literally bleeding to death. And that was the one time in my life I signed that it was okay to give me blood. And what happened? He didn't have any blood, and he didn't have any clue I had ever been a witness either. And I thought, how on earth could I end up in a situation like this? But anyway, the book I was talking about, I'm sorry, I skip around so much. But that's because my brain is so full of stuff it can't get out. And without me running out of breath and talking too much. But the book he was talking about was called Feelings Buried Alive, Never Die. And I mean, oh my goodness, when I read that book, and the one Angela has talked about, you know, Dan and Angela, she talked about a book called Codependent No More. I had that book too. Every book people refer to, I've had, but then I don't have it anymore because nothing got brought with me. I literally had to leave my home and leave everything behind. So, you know, then there was this movie called What I Lost in the Fire. So So I try to look at it as like the people in California who suffered those devastating fires. They literally lost everything in a fire. Well, for me, watching
That was in a town. That was in a town called Paradise, right?
Yep, it was.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
And I literally I didn't walk away. Well, yeah, at that time I could walk a little bit with a walker. But anyway, I literally didn't look back. Now I look back and think, oh my gosh, I wish I could have brought my bedroom suit. I wish I could have brought my living room suit. I do all these things, and then I'll be thinking about a dish, and I'll say, well, it's up in the cabinet. And Tina says, Mom, you don't have that anymore. And I'm like, oh yeah, I lost that in the fire. And it's easier for me to comprehend it if I think of it as losing it in a fire, because that was a fire in my life. To me, I lost my son, I lost my husband, I lost my dog. And sometimes I miss Oreo, my dog, more than anything, you know. Anyway, I got to looking in that book. I'm going back now to the book, Feelings Buried Alive Never Die. And it gave reasons we get certain diseases. And it's not funny, but it's funny that I was diagnosed with lupus when I was going through a divorce, and I had 2 toddlers, no job, and nowhere to live. And I didn't want to go back to my parents' house because I thought, this is my life. These are my kids, and I don't want them raised by my parents. And I don't want to have to run back to my parents. But then also, I ended up in the hospital, and they diagnosed me with leukemia. And I saw myself in the mirror one day. I didn't even recognize myself because my eyes were sunk back into my head and black halfway down my face. And I had bruises all over my body. But it turned out not to be leukemia. It was leukopenia. They wrote it down wrong and told me wrong because obviously one of the nurses didn't know the difference. And well, when she saw it, she obviously thought it said leukemia. But then one of the doctors told me that too. Well, maybe they did really think that because that's what they told me. And then I found out later it's part of lupus. But the point is, with that book about feelings being buried alive, I looked up lupus, and it said one of the reasons, and this is cause and effect, obviously, like what you said earlier about taking responsibility for what happens to us. Even subconsciously, we do attract diseases, whether we realize it or not. And I'm not trying to say somebody did not have a disease, because little kids have no control. Well, never mind, because I was sick my whole life too. Well, anyway, long story short, lupus was tied to an attitude that you've given up and you don't want to fight anymore. You just are done. And I also tried to kill myself. And I wanted to take my children with me because I thought in my mind anything was better than them being raised by my parents if something happened to me. But
I can really relate to that mindset about not wanting my kids raised by my parents.
Really? Well, I didn't force anything on my children. I laid it out. I thought they would just do it because I asked them. They didn't. That I had already swallowed 400 pills. And I was in a coma before they could even get me to a hospital. My kids ran out to the neighbors and said, Mama killed herself and she wants us to die too. But and it's crazy in a way because there was something in me that said, even if we went to sleep in death, we were still going to wake up in paradise somewhere, you know. And I've experienced death. Even I crossed over all the way to the other side, and I was sent back. And I was like, I didn't want to come back, but I was told I had not fulfilled my destiny of why I was here. And I begged, but the thing is, I never believed I was going to heaven. I never thought my parents would be in heaven. But when I got there, everybody, all my family that I knew that had gone before me was there. And there was like a moat between me and them. And I could not cross that. It was like, and I was told I was being given a special gift to see that it was nothing like I had been taught. And nobody might believe this, but this really did happen. And I mean, it happened 2 different times. And I didn't want to come back either time because when you see how beautiful and wonderful it can be, even though you love your family, your kids and everybody, you still don't want to come back, you know? It's so wonderful, peaceful, loving, kind, and it's just beautiful. But both times I got sent back. And it's amazing because I'm thinking, how on earth did I survive being in a burning vehicle, falling and breaking my neck, fracturing my spine, breaking both arms, both shoulders, and still come back being in multi-organ failure and septic all at the same time, and I still came back. And I'm like, there really must be a reason that I'm not.
This is why you need to write a book, okay? Because the stuff you have survived are miracle stuff.
That's why I wrote a book called God Whispers. And just at the time it was ready to publish, something happened and wiped out my entire hard drive. Nothing was left. And Joe Emerson is who I was talking with. He was helping me along writing that book. And when the morning I called him that morning, and I told him it was gone.
I think Fran's trying to talk to us.
I'm sorry, Fran. Go ahead.
Debbie.
Is that you, Fran?
Yeah, it's me. Is Brad still on? I have a computer question, or anybody out there that would you recommend a laptop or a Chromebook? I don't know.
Brad, might you be available? Might you be listening to answer a question of what Fran just asked, which was?
Yeah, what's the difference between, would Debbie do okay with a Chromebook or would a laptop be better?
Is a Chromebook a laptop as well?
You know, so.
Yeah, they're both laptops. I had a Chromebook.
I think I did
You
too.
did have a Chromebook? Yeah, I don't know if you can do everything on a Chromebook that you can do on a laptop.
Well, it is a laptop, basically.
Yeah, I don't know if it's smaller. See, there's one with a 15.6-inch screen. And it's an Acer. Acer's a good name. We've got an Acer.
Yeah.
That's what I have. That's what I
Is
have.
it a thin one? All of them you can get.
I'm here. Please don't buy a Chromebook. Please don't get a Chromebook. Please don't get a Chromebook.
Thank you.
Please don't get a Chromebook.
Which explains why mine is dead and in the.
I've never run so quickly to my phone to get myself out of my phone here. I like fell down the stairs getting here. Who cares how badly you hurt yourself?
No Chromebook. Okay, so Brad, now that you're on
A Chromebook they released Chromebooks around the time when laptops started to get cheaper. That all they do is go on the internet, nothing else. It's a Chromebook because Google does Chrome. They released they called it EPCs, and at the time, so I've got a great story. Let me just tell the story real quick because I have it in my mind and I never get to tell it ever. So you're going to hear it.
Sounds educational too.
Yeah. So about 15 years ago, a company came out with this thing called an EPC. It was this tiny little laptop that did almost nothing, but what it did do was it went on the internet. And they said for every single one that they were going to sell to somebody in at the Western country, they were going to give one to a kid in a tiny African an African country that couldn't afford anything, right? They were going to change the world. They were going to give education to everybody. And then Google discovered that you could make these tiny laptops that did almost nothing other than go on the internet for really cheaply, but you could also sell them to people that didn't know much about computers for more expensive than you could. When Google took over, this company that was going to give education for free away to kids that needed it got just blown out of the water, and nobody bought any EPC ever. Do not buy one. Do not buy a Chromebook, please.
Okay.
They do nothing except if you have nothing. If you've never been on the internet before, they're the most amazing thing in the world.
Okay, so what would be a good one for Brad? What would you recommend? What
would you like to do on it? What would you like to be able to do on it?
I like to be on YouTube. I like Facebook. I want to write a book.
Okay, that's just internet, and also a word processor, which pretty much every Windows computer comes with. You can buy quite a cheap laptop for that. A Toshiba or an HP. HP make one very cheaply. Kids that go to high school.
That's the two brands I've had. Is the Toshiba and an HP.
Yeah, Hewlett Packard have been making computers since the 80s, since computers existed.
What about an Acer, Brad? Acer?
Yep, Acer is another great company, a very reliable computer company. They've been around since about 95, and they've been making good, reliable computers and laptops since then. The important thing is to look for something that someone is describing as a laptop computer, not an EPC or a Chromebook or anything like that. Right. So there are quite big companies that will make, there's several huge companies that make them. Yeah. I don't think you should buy an Apple because I think they're overpriced, and they're quite hard to use if you're not used to them.
Did I hear her right? Did I hear you right about did I hear you right about wanting to write a book?
Yeah.
Yeah, just get a typewriter and don't mess with all the computers.
Can't get ink anymore for them. Good morning, everyone. I went to sleep and woke up.
I did the same thing, Pixie.
We're still going at it.
Okay. We're still going.
Brad?
Yes.
Anybody
We're on
want
the
any
computer
coffee?
portion of the show. We're on the
Thank
computer
you. I'll
portion
take
of the
some.
show.
Okay.
But you're listening to Fran and Brad talk computers.
An ACES.
Welcome to Tech World.
Mm-hmm.
You say ASUS?
Yeah, we have an ACES. We bought it from Walmart. It's perfect.
Yeah, well, I actually like ASUS more than Acer or HP as well. I like ASUS company. I think they're great.
Yeah.
And yeah, you're right. They're very much perfect side of things.
Hi,
So,
Linda. I'm sorry
Hi.
to get you. This is Nadine from
Hi,
California,
Nadine.
and I just had Nadine on, and I've been listening for a while. I've been listening to Debbie for a long time, and I'm Joe and Fran, and I just wanted to say hi. And I was asleep too, but then I woke up about 4:30, 4:45, and I've been listening. But I didn't say anything because I didn't want to interrupt. There's a lot going on.
Yeah.
Oh, my.
So I'm just saying hi now. So I'm putting my makeup on now in the bathroom.
Yeah, I'm gonna do my yoga while I'm listening.
What was that?
I'm gonna do my yoga while I'm listening.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That's amazing that you can do yoga while listening.
Yeah, and one thing, if I can.
That's amazing. Oh, sorry.
I wanted to tell Pixie that, you know how she recommended that baby skin to put on your face before your makeup. I got some and I really like it. And I ordered some on Amazon.
What is it, Nadine?
It's called baby skin, and it was recommended by Pixie.
Oh, Pixie.
Babies. Uh-huh.
Okay.
She did a program. Well, it was quite a while ago, maybe a month and a half ago, and she recommended baby skin. I think it's by Maybelline. Yeah, Maybelline. And anyway,
It is.
I got something I really like
It's a
it.
primer.
Oh, wow.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Is Pixie still there?
Primers are an amazing thing, especially when you become a bit more mature and our faces show some character lines. A primer, the intention of a primer is to fill in those character lines, not wrinkles, but character lines. Then when we put our makeup on above it.
Down makeup too.
Yes.
I've never used a primer.
That's because your face doesn't hardly need it, girlfriend. You really have young skin.
I know, right? It's crazy.
You have young, healthy.
Crazy.
Well, oh my goodness, you're going to give me enough confidence to go out and hunt me down a man.
Look out. Look out. Do you have like a flag on your wheelchair or anything?
Do what?
Joe said they're trouble. Men.
What? Wheelchair?
Joe said that what is
Men are trouble.
Hi, I just wanted
Men.
to say one
Men
thing.
are trouble.
Okay.
I just wanted to say one thing why I use primer. It makes your foundation go on very smoothly. It's not so much I mean, it does sort of blur things, but it makes your foundation go on really smoothly. That's why I
Really evenly too.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Brad. Mm-hmm.
And it helps it to stay on longer too, rather than as the day goes by, your
What
whatever you
kind
have
of
on your face.
foundation do y'all recommend?
What did you ask?
I said, what kind of foundation do you recommend? Tina ordered something that's out of this world expensive, but I'm telling you, she walked in and wearing that the other day, and I looked at her and I said, oh my God, you look amazing. See, I constantly try to build her confidence. I'm the only person that does that for her. Why did she fight me?
Debbie, can I break in? Debbie?
Yeah.
Can I break in? I was just wondered, how can we contact Brad? Because Joe wants to contact him. Are you able to call our number? Or we have
yeah, I've got an email address, and that would probably be the best to get all my other information from. Again, it's kind of a weird one.
Whatever you want to get.
Hang on just
cool.
a
I'll give you
minute.
mine.
I gotta get it in.
Brad, you can give it to me and I can give it to them, or you know. You can say
I'll
it
do
to
that.
the air.
I'll do that.
So if you send it to me, I will get it. I will get that email of yours to Fran and Uncle Fran and
Uncle Fran.
Listen to me.
Is
Auntie Fran and Uncle Joe.
Hey, Fran and Joe, how old are y'all? Curious. I'm just curious.
How old are we?
Yeah. If we, I'm sorry, Grant, if we gave you our number, could you call us?
Of course, but it might be a weird time because I live in Australia, obviously.
Well, you're up now. No, right now.
Oh, you want me to call you now? Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah. Joe's got a question. Okay, so here's.
Yeah, sure, no worries.
Okay.
Give me a sec, I'll grab a piece of paper. 315?
Yep, 221. I'll give him my phone number. 0130.
Okay.
130. So
All right,
315-210-130?
No. 315-221-0130.
Yep, cool. Okay, I got that. We'll call now.
So you guys will exchange email numbers if needed. Then I'm not going to do that after all. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Cool.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Sure. Okay. So they're going to do that.
My number's on the Facebook page.
Your name is on your Facebook page?
My phone number is too. I keep it public for a reason. Like somebody finds my son, I want him to be able to contact me.
Right. That makes sense. Yeah.
Hey, but if there's anybody thinking about doing a prank call, don't even go there with me. You'll regret it. I promise. Mostly because I can scam my calls and I get even when it comes to scammers and stuff. Oh yeah, I make their life miserable. I've taken contact with them. They're so shocked when they get a call from me a week later, 2 a.m. in the morning, saying, "Hey, how you doing? What you been up to lately?" You know, things like that.
Wow. Things like that.
They don't like that. They don't like that.
I believe you.
I believe you too, Debbie.
I had a scammer call me the other day from New York. I knew it was a scam. They said they were calling from Publishers Clearinghouse, and I had like $2.8 million. And I said, "Oh, really?" He said, "Aren't you excited?" I said,
That would be a good call if it was true.
although I knew it wasn't true, they had an African voice.
Oh, dear.
There were, and I could hear motorcycles and cars in the background. So it kind of gave it away. And anyway, they would not get off my line. And I kept hanging up over and over, and they still were there. So finally, I just screamed into the phone as loud as I could. And that guy said, "Well, you shut up. I'm trying to give you $2.8 million. And I said, "Yeah." And then you told me in order for me to get $2.8 million, I had to give you gift cards in the amount of $3,800. I said, "Maybe you don't know a whole lot about our company, Publishers Clearinghouse, but we don't charge people when we give them $2.8 million. And he was trying to tell me it wasn't taxable. And I said, "Oh no, I said, I got a degree in college in accounting." And I said, "You're wrong. You have to pay gift tax on it." "No, you don't." I said, "Well, obviously you don't know the company you're working for, but I do." You know, I get real professional then because I did work as an executive assistant for years running a company. So, and you know what? Even, okay, I'm going to brag about this, okay? Even when I was married my husband got laid off from his job on the railroad, and we were used to making good money. And he was like, I don't know what we're gonna do. And I said, well, tell me all the skills you have. And we had 2 babies at that, and I mean babies. They were born 17 months apart. And
I think they call those Irish twins.
well, everybody thought they were twins.
Yes.
My children were absolutely beautiful.
I'm sure they were.
And I've got 2 granddaughters. I have 3 granddaughters, but out of those, one is very pretty, but one is stunningly beautiful. My daughter could have been a model. She was so, oh my God, she's so skilled at being a photographer. Yeah, she is beautiful, and I tell her that all the time, and she doesn't believe it. And I'm like, and the thing is, my mother told her some of the same things she told me about being fat and all that. But anyway, what I was saying about with my husband, I said, well, what are you skilled at? I said, I know you were a carpenter when I first met you and this and that. I said, what other kind of skill do you have? And he said, I can do roofing. I said, fine, we're going to start our own roofing company today. And he's like, what? I said, just give me some paper, and I'm going to draw out a flyer, and I'm going to take it to the printing shop, and we're going to print out like 500 of them. And I'm going to go walk in with the kids in the stroller, and I'm going to find you some business. Well, that first day, I got him a job making $800.
I'll tell you what, I live next door to a roofer, and I smelt that tar on a daily basis. It's a real serious. It's a talent.
He didn't use that. He wanted a nail gun, but we didn't have the money for it, so he just used a hammer. And he did a good job with a hammer.
Okay.
I mean, he knew how to lay out the black sheeting stuff that goes down. Well, you have to usually, to do a good job, you need to take off the rotted roof too. But anyway, I became very skilled at recognizing who needed a roof. And I lost that baby weight because I was walking, pushing 2 kids in a regular baby stroller made for 1 kid. But they both fit there. Skylar, you leave her alone, Skylar. You know that. But anyway, so we had our own business. But I started so many companies. I also was bipolar. So I started a lot of companies.
No, I believe she stepped
I
away.
was going to mention that I'm glad she liked the Maybelline Baby Skin. It's the cheapest primer and the best one, because some of them are super expensive and it's super cheap.
Oh yeah, because I was using the Lancome.
Yeah,
I was using the Lancome primer, but I just got this one, and so I still have some of the Lancome, but I actually use the baby skin. I just put it on my face right now.
Isn't it great? I put it on the back of my hands too, and I don't always put foundation with it. Sometimes I just put it on to have kind of a finished look and some lipstick.
Oh, that's good.
Because
I'll remember that.
It just, I don't know, it looks like you gave it a little effort.
Oh,
and it makes my skin soft, and I'm not allergic to it, and it's moisturizing, and it's cheap.
Right. Yeah, I really like it. And I listened to when you were talking to Linda about that. You guys, it was like another day after the program, and I thought, gosh, I'm going to go try to find that. So I did. I found some at I guess it was Walgreens, but then I ordered some on Amazon, and now I get 4. They sent 4 of them.
Yeah, because I did too when I thought I was ordering one. That's okay.
I like it a lot. And so, anyways, it's kind of nice to talk about makeup and hair and, you know, I don't know.
Maybe I can do a tutorial.
You know, the other thing
sometime.
that Maybelline makes it super cheap and super good, because you know, I've been known to buy a Dior lipstick and things like that that are very expensive, and that lip ink, it does not come off, and that can be a nice thing.
Okay.
It's Maybelline lip vinyl ink.
This kind of stains. It stains the lips, right?
It stays on real well. And the other one that stayed on, L'Oreal had one that stayed on, and I never could find it again. If they have another 18-hour, I would get it. But it makes your lips dry. But if you're going to a wedding or something and you don't want to reapply, it will, you know, and you're like kissing people's cheeks and stuff, it'll work.
Now, I have to tell you, because I go to the mall and I walk at the Brand Mall, and MAC has a new product, and it's a 24-hour, it stays on 24 hours, this lip product, their new lip product that they have.
And who makes it?
MAC, M-A-C.
Oh, okay. I usually, I look for that, but I don't usually buy it that expensive unless I get Dior, but I'll look for that.
It's funny, MAC is not as expensive as, say, Lancome.
Right.
The lipsticks are.
Did you know L'Oreal and Lancome are the same corporate?
I did.
And Maybelline is the same. Maybelline was bought out, which is not, that used to be terrible makeup. It's good now because it was purchased by another parent company.
Okay.
What company?
I think Lancome. I'll have to look. If you key in the parent companies, it'll tell you who owns what.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah.
Hey guys, I gotta go. I got somebody trying to get through. So
okay.
I gotta go. Thank y'all for everything.
Have a wonderful day, Debbie.
Oh, okay,
Bye,
y'all
Debbie.
too. Bye-bye. Love y'all.
Bye.
Bye.
You too, girl.
I was hoping Brad would come all the way from Australia to get the rat out of my kitchen, but I guess not. There's things you got to do when you live alone as a single woman, and I got the shrew. I drowned the shrew last night. The rat's as big as a cat. He came up. It's so cold here. He came up through the bottom of the sink thing.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And I went eye to eye with him, and he looked so sweet, but I'm like, it's you or me, buddy.
Really?
Get a BB gun.
I'm tempted.
Check your chair and pick them off.
I'm tempted. But then I have blood all over my good tile. I just got a tile job done. I got rat poison. And
then they just crawl in the corner and die and stink, and you can't find them.
Well, I know. And it looks like he's gone back to wherever he lives that the under the sink leads to. So I'll have to close the door. I've got those old nice kitchen cabinets. They're nice, but they're wood, and mine are old. And so under the sink, I have one that has a panel and one that doesn't. So I'll have to get chicken wire or something to close that panel. So I have adventures even when I don't go out.
So how many hours were you out, Dixie? Are you gonna go listen to the show, all the show you missed? You missed a good show, man.
Oh, I will.
Talking all kinds of crap.
I left about we were talking Gnosticism and you and I and everybody, we were talking Manly Palmer Hall and all that, and then
you faded out early, huh?
I did. So I missed a lot.
Well,
yeah, it was a good show about
good
about what they were bringing out about the Watchtower, about how they say if something doesn't sound normal or right, just do it anyway. Just do what we tell you to do. And
see, that frightens me. That sounds like Jim Jones to me, as I said earlier in a different show.
Oh no, here we go with Jim Jones again.
I don't know how
I think everyone knows that old story, don't they?
Which is where I have next after that, yes.
Well, I was just touching on what was brought out today. That's all. And
well, what did everybody else think it was? I mean, the money?
Yeah,
or?
I wouldn't be surprised. Nothing that they do surprises me, but I really believe it could be like what Rick was saying about, oh, we need you to sell your houses because we need money for Ramapo because the resurrected ones are going to be staying here. Who knows?
But yeah, well, that's what Rutherford said with Beth Sarim, and if they've never heard of Beth Sarim, they might fall for the same old con again.
Exactly.
It does sound very similar.
With money, I think it might have to do with money.
Yeah. Well, anybody that already
you need to catch up on about 3 or 4 hours.
Oh, I
There's
will.
one thing that's good on YouTube is you can hit that button that speeds it up twice as fast.
Oh yeah.
And watch the whole thing real fast. You'll get mad at me. I'm
not mad at you. I think we're friends now.
Well, I'm not mad, but I always like to say things piss people off.
We've noticed.
But I always think I'm right.
Is that true?
Oh, I've been wrong a bunch of times. You might
say that for other people.
To be right? How does it feel to be right all the time?
I still have a little Jehovah's Witness left in me.
I know.
See,
my 12-step program says I'm not going to be a preachaholic anymore. That's Linda knows. I put in a solid year to not be a preachaholic. I got my token. You know what Publishers Clearinghouse does make that's good, and I'll probably never find it again? I got the best ladle from Publishers Clearinghouse, and if you have...
Where are you going to buy more makeup? Where does this show go?
No, I rarely wear it. I rarely wear it. But if you have a punch bowl and you cannot find a ladle, they had a ladle. This thing's in the 21st century that don't exist.
This old sister used to tell me, if the barn needs painting, paint it.
I've heard that one too. My barn doesn't need painting. My barn looks 25, David. I went to Sephora and I bought my lipstick and I said, well, how old do you think I look? The lady says, you look 25. And that was after I made the purchase.
Hey, Pixie, I just wanted to say something. One day you said that somebody, I think it was Debbie, who said, well, what do you look like, Pixie? Because you know what I look like, but what do you look like? And you said, well, I look like Sharon Stone on a bad day. Well,
I do.
Wow, you must be really, really gorgeous.
I was in my youth. I look like Sharon Stone on a bad day now.
And you know what's funny?
Now's the bad day.
Yeah. There's a huge poster of Sharon Stone advertising glasses for Len Crafters. And every time I see her, I go, that Pixie said she looks like Sharon Stone. So,
I got to know what shape glasses she's got, because see, that they'll have the expert opinion. Does she have square glasses or
rims? You know how everybody's wearing the big...
I got cat glasses now. I've gone back to the Elvis time. I have some cat glasses.
Pixie, are you on Facebook?
I cannot divulge my true identity.
Okay. But, so you might be on Facebook. Maybe.
Well, just rest assured that I do look like Sharon Stone on a bad day.
Well, no, it wasn't that I was checking on what you look like. I just wanted to, talk to you.
We're talking now.
Well, I know. But I mean, privately.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have any wisdom along that line that I can't share, Linda's helping me with hair color, I need to find that pink mist again.
I believe that you look like Sharon Stone on a bad day.
I do. I wish I looked like her on a good day.
Are you?
I used to. I'm doing all right, aren't I, Brad?
Yes, absolutely. But I'm going to disagree with you. You don't look like Sharon Stone on a bad day. I think. Have you ever heard of the model Jean Shrimpton?
Oh, I love Gene Shrimpton. Oh, you
I
put me
think
in that category.
you're the spitting image of Gene Shrimpton, in my opinion.
Oh, you've made my year.
Wow. If you look up a picture of Gene Shrimpton, there's a famous black and white photo where she's looking straight at the camera pretty much. She's got her left hand kind of going through her hair. That's Pixie.
Mm-hmm. She was the most beautiful of, she was before they had supermodels. And in a way, she might have been the first one.
She was very close to being one of the first, definitely.
Yeah.
I
always wanted a Richard Avedon photo done, and by the time I could afford that sort of thing, he was gone. He was a great photographer.
Mm-hmm.
I like a good black and white picture.
There is something about a good black and white, isn't there?
Mm-hmm.
I agree with that.
Well, I've got to find more of that pink mist for my hair. It was perfect.
Someone asked about a foundation earlier. I know this sounds weird, but I'd just like to put in that L'Oreal Age Perfect Radiant Foundation is a really good and cheap foundation.
L'Oreal
Radiant.
Ooh.
L'Oreal Age Perfect Radiant.
Okay.
Say again?
You know who looks like my family is the beautiful Helen Mirren. I have relatives that have that look. So I don't fear aging. I'll just channel Helen Mirren.
Brad, you
Yeah, I can
know
see
a lot
that.
about makeup. You know a lot about makeup.
I know, and it's not like I wear a lot of makeup. It's that I sold a lot of makeup at one stage, and I mentioned clown makeup earlier. That's the sort of makeup, I guess, what you would call like what I'm experienced with. I just know that L'Oreal Age Radiant Foundation is really even. It goes on really softly. And I also know that using a primer keeps your clown makeup on, like from dripping off and things like that, and also helps for makeup to go on top a lot more even, and you don't get that that shine from clown makeup. You know how it kind of looks shiny all the time, like it's never dry. If you use a primer, it stays on and stays there and doesn't look all weird and shiny.
I have a friend that does a Marilyn impersonation and sings with a magnificent big band from the 1940s type. She's a marvelous entertainer. And I had to beg her, what foundation do you use? And she puts a little bit of clown white in with her foundation, and she just glows.
It's real good for stage. I mean, there's not much better for lighting up your face than pure white.
Well, I'm pigmentally challenged, so you know, I have to, that's why the primer works for me, because the foundation is never the right shade, even the pale ones.
I'm quite tan, so
I'm
you know, I need something that's going to be very even over my face if I'm wearing clown makeup.
Envious.
They
have more shades. Everybody has more shades now of everything for a good price. The Maybelline powder is good and cheap. We used to use that on set when we had to do like 20 people, and I don't really use powder anymore, but if you have to powder down for a show or something, like a fashion show or a film or something, that Maybelline powder is good and cheap.
I stopped using powder once I found primer.
Yeah, because powder is not really good for you.
No, you always end up coughing and breathing.
Yeah, then they like,
lung full of that crap.
What's in this? And you're like, oh, well, maybe I shouldn't do that.
Yeah, let me go powder my lungs. That'll be a sec.
Yeah, really.
Wow.
guys are hilarious.
You know what I do though?
Cornstarch user.
If I have powder that I hated or eyeshadow that I hated that was powdered, I put my cards in there. Do you prime your cards that way, Brad?
Yes, yeah, fanning powder. Yeah.
Well, I use face powder I don't like or eyeshadow I don't like, and I put it in a plastic bag and put my powder in there and let it sit there for a little bit and move it around for about a week, and then I don't have to buy the fanning powder. That was taught to me by an old vaudevillian. He says, "Do you have any face powder you don't like?" I said, "I sure do." He says, "Use that. It's cheaper and better."
Oh, wow. I love that kind of tricks of the trade kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's tricks of the trade.
I definitely don't buy my fanning powder. I use this stuff called zinc stearate. It's like a powdered zinc.
Okay, I think that's in my face powder. Maybe that's what you do.
Maybe. It's really fine. It's this really fine powder that it's like finer than flour.
Right.
The grains of flour are bigger than the grains of zinc stearate, and so it just fans beautifully. Yeah.
Right. That's why the face powder worked.
Could be.
Could
be.
Yep.
Yeah.
These people have no idea what you just said, which is a marvel.
I'm sitting here wondering what it is, wanting to Google it, and then I'm thinking, please just send me a link to it.
You could Google fanning powder. You could Google that, and you'd know immediately what we were talking about.
Or you could Google Jay Sankey. You could Google Jay Sankey.
So have you ever seen someone fan playing cards? Like they create a fan with playing cards. They probably used fanning powder for the cards to do that. Did you hear that, Linda?
Linda's vanished.
She has vanished. Her phone might have hung up after 6 hours or something.
Probably.
No, I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Did you hear what I said about the fanning powder and playing cards? Linda? I've lost her again.
She's vanished again. Okay. Let's put her in an Orson Welles film.
Obviously, I can't leave the app that has me on the phone to look up fanning powder.
That's what I do. Got it.
Every time I do, you don't hear me.
You go blank. And it's funny because when you do that, I'm explaining exactly what fanning powder is.
Okay, I have been hearing you. I've been hearing you talk about how it's smaller than flour.
Yeah, no. I just. So, have you ever seen a magician fan playing cards? He creates this huge, gorgeous fan with playing cards. Well, he uses fanning powder to do that.
Oh, that's very cool.
To make it a lot smoother. It keeps the cards even when they split apart. It just makes cards move really smoothly over the tops of each other.
That sounds amazing.
Hey, Linda.
Yes.
Will this be your longest marathon podcast?
Possibly.
Yeah.
It's getting there. Holy crap. It's 1:30 in the morning here, which means that it's late there.
It's coffee time here.
Yeah, I've already slept. So this could just go on for. I know, Linda, you're probably tired, but I'm just saying.
It's 10:30. It's almost brunch here.
Yeah, it's 7:22 here in California.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Yeah.
But brunch with Linda and crew.
What was that?
I said brunch with Linda and the crew.
Right.
Oh, you missed. There was somebody that left a comment, Pixie. It was so great. Rick was talking about somebody who suggested that back in the day, he should have a governing body set up for his doing his podcast or, stuff, what he does. And he was like, I ain't having no governing body or anything. I'm not going to do that. And somebody in the chat mentioned about 5 or 6 people, and you and Brad made the cut for the governing body possibility. It was great. And
I'm so flattered.
And Dan Clark and, oh gosh, who else? I'm going by memory. Gilbert was not on there.
Joe might have been one.
Yes, Joe. Yes, there. Yes.
No, I'm saying, but
I'm
Gilbert
so
should be
flattered.
on the
I've
list.
always wanted to
Okay.
run things.
I had to read it to Rick.
It would go against the rules to have a woman on it.
But there's some notion,
right?
There is some notion that in the New Testament there was a deaconess and there were women.
Prophetess and all that.
Yeah.
It really makes sense to have a woman on the governing body.
That would be great.
It really makes sense. We're talking for everybody here, so maybe we should have a representation for everybody here.
Wouldn't that be nice?
That would be nice, yes.
Yes. But evidently it's not like a jury of, your peers or anything.
A jury of your peers. No, it's not like that at all.
God forbid it would have any real jurisprudence in it.
At the Australian Royal Commission, they asked the Jeffrey Jackson if they would consider having a female involved in gathering information, and not the final choice, but the gathering of the information. So, that would be a female dealing with a child or whatever. And it just made so much sense that would be, and Angus Stewart said over and over and over again that she doesn't have to be part of that final judging, but gathering of the information. Jeffrey Jackson was like, no. Straight up.
I think it was like, absolutely not.
Yeah, it was very abrupt. Like,
yeah, that's never going to change.
What are you, crazy?
50 years ago,
they'll talk to all the sisters and the elders' wives and stuff because they got all the gossip.
50 years ago.
I don't think that will ever happen. The organization will go down before that.
You might be right.
50 years ago, if a sister claimed to be anointed and had a hat and gloves, and she spoke up from the audience, those men listened.
You know who was a really good example of being a good female Jehovah's Witness is Dwight Eisenhower's mother.
Mm-hmm.
She was you guys ever watch any of these other shows? You ought to watch The Blue Envelope. That guy really has his stuff together.
Yeah,
he's got a good one on. He's got a good one on Eisenhower.
Yeah,
and Eisenhower's mother sounds like a real true Christian.
She was a Bible student lady, and we're told not to get higher education. Her son was selected for West Point, and of course he became great in many ways, and then president too. She wept when he left. That's just that witness thing, is like, oh, my son's going to higher education. I'm going to weep now. And look how great he was.
Yeah, but she's a real good example of a good female Christian.
Either her husband or her husband's father was another group that's pretty similar, Brethren or something. What is that, Brethren?
Oh, I know her husband was kind of halfway in, out. He probably, just hung in there because of her.
I think his
like a lot of brothers do.
was pretty similar to that one.
Yeah, I think the house is in Kansas. The little house in the
okay.
museum. I think it's Kansas, but it's part of the
Wow.
National Park Service now.
But that YouTube channel, the Blue Envelope, that guy is really cool, man. I can listen to him without getting all worked up. He does a lot of research and he has all his shit together, man.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Phil,
he knows exactly what's going on, what he's talking about.
Yes, he
Phil
does.
went back to college and he's a male nurse. He's quite something. He's excelled and done well.
Yes. And I love listening to him. The smoothness of his voice when he talks.
Right. He's very calming.
Yes.
Which is something I need. I need someone very calming. Calm me down.
Because I don't seem to have.
Oh, you guys get me fired up, man.
I've been known to do that.
Have patience with me, my brother.
You know who else is good? Is this guy? His channel's called The Truth Hurts. That guy's pretty good too. He's very logical and reasonable, and he knows what he's talking about. He makes a lot of sense. You know.
Have you seen
Have
his
you
latest
listened to Marcus
video?
Vaughn yet?
What?
Have you listened to there's not too many of them, but they're all first rate. Have you listened to Marcus Vaughn yet?
No, I haven't heard of him.
Oh, he was at Bethel. They wouldn't even give him money to come home.
Oh, yeah.
So, have you seen The Truth Hurts, his latest video?
I don't know. I like the one he had about Samson and dinosaurs.
Yes.
Those are real good ones.
Please go today to check out his latest video, and you're going to absolutely love it. And the way his voice and everything's still the same. His hair is a little bit longer, and he looks like he's growing into that cultic, not cult-like, but cultic, like
Celtic.
That's it. Yeah. He's growing into that look of his that's just a unique handsomeness, and he, he's talking away, and that you've got to see the latest one. It's amazing.
Yeah. I'll check it out.
I think I even left a comment under it, or else I started a comment and had to put it aside because I was writing a book or something. I get in the comment, and I'm like, oh my God, 15, minutes later, this is going to be a long comment.
I finally saw the shunned one of 100 Things, and I took notes. It was very helpful.
I'm not sure the one you're talking about.
He was really functioning as a coach and a counselor in that particular video, and I really hadn't sat down to watch a lot of his, but it doesn't have a guest on it. He lists 100 things, and like the stuff you were talking about last night, it was deep and it was good.
On The Truth Hurts?
There's
on Shunned.
There's one.
Oh, Shunned. I like that guy. Go ahead.
There's one good thing about the ministry school is they used to really, if you paid attention to it and really followed their guidance, they could teach you how to be a good teacher if you already had it, or a good public speaker if you were already had that.
Yes,
if you were already kind of like to do that. The ministry school was great. I agree. That's probably the best thing they ever did was ministry school, teaching little kids how to read and how to get up and stand in front of people and public speaking,
Dressing for business and selling sizzle with the steak.
Yeah, some of them go too far, and they try to teach them too young. I think it should be more voluntary. I got pushed into it.
They don't have it now. It was too good. They don't have it now.
Yeah, I know.
They do, but they have like a little section of it.
Yeah, but it's not the same.
Yeah, it's not.
It was right up there with Toastmasters and what you get in a broadcasting class.
Remember Read a Review? I used to like Read a Review night.
Oh yeah.
That used to be when everybody wouldn't show up, and it's like they got a night off. for written review. I used to like the written review.
Yeah, they would give me one. They weren't supposed to give it to little kids, and they gave me one. I loved it.
Remind people what the written review is.
It's just, I don't know, maybe 15, 20 questions or something about everything that had been taught the previous month. I think it was once a month or something, or once every couple months, 6 weeks or something.
Yeah, and that's something that really helps you remember. So it was kind of like a test, but not really. It was really fun. Nobody failed it or anything.
And you could
they would go over it. Yeah, it was very cool doing that. Miss Pixie, can you share with the audience what Toastmasters is?
Toastmasters is like a club where you go and learn public speaking.
Yeah, it's very encouraging. Very encouraging.
I wonder if they're going to have. I wonder if they're going to have any classes like acting classes and music classes and stuff now. When I was a kid, they didn't do stuff like that. You couldn't go to acting was just like being a liar. You couldn't go up there and lie and act like something you're not and all that. So some of these kids, they're going to be watching those shows and they're going to, I want to be in the movie. I want to sing the song.
Mm-hmm.
I want to be there, on TV. I want to get in a video. They're going to start doing that.
Mm-hmm. Every so often, the circuit overseer used to have like the young kids get up on the stage and ask them what they wanted to be when they grew up, and the children would be coached to give an answer somewhat like, something having to do with the organization, right?
I want to pioneer.
Right, stuff like this. Well, there's this little video that it went around for a while, and it was like, they asked one person, they said something very, kingdom-like, next person very kingdom-like. Then the other one said, I wanted to be a rock star. The whole Kingdom Hall died laughing. And so evidently she didn't get the memo because she wanted to be a rock star. That was great. So if I find it again, I'll post it on 6 screens.
That's good. Yeah, they're gonna have Disneyland. They should call it Bethel Land, like Disneyland.
Yeah. I think about how, yes, I was raised in New York, and it did teach me these things on how to, treat an audience and things like that. And I'm thinking about my kids, like my son Josh he writes the original music and stuff and has no problem going on stage. And I realized I had raised him on karaoke, meaning I would go to sports bars that once the kitchen closed, then we'd go home because kids were not allowed to be there after the kitchen closed. So he was used to, when he got enough desire to get up there and sing, he did, and just kept going. So he grew up being on stage that way with a good, encouraging group of people. So today he does shows and does them well here and there.
That's great.
I'm going to need to wrap this up, you guys.
Well, have a wonderful Sunday. I'm going to have a second cup of coffee. Thank you for all you do, Linda.
Thank you. I really enjoyed myself here. I love doing this show. It's really fulfilling to me. I really appreciate everybody that gives their feedback, and I learned stuff from you guys, and I just want to thank you for that. It's truly the highlight of my week. I always think, what am I going to talk about? And usually I do have something to start with, but when I get a chance to let the conversation flow, it really does flow. And I just love that, how it's just organically comes together. So I just wanted to say how much I appreciate you all.
I hope that you will get a coaching or counseling degree in the future, because you're really good at it.
Thank you for that confirmation. I plan on looking into it. And Joe and Fran on their show today had somebody on their show who's going to school here in Southern California to be a therapist. So I need to tap into where she's at and who she is, because she's at JW going to be a therapist, and she's going to, from what I remember, specialize in religious trauma.
That
so
sounds
I'm
like
thrilled.
it, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm thrilled that that's the area she says she's going into, especially as an ex-Jehovah's Witness.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I think that there's going to be many of us that are going to pop up and from different cult groups and get educated and be of service, and it will come natural to us.
It certainly does come natural to you.
Thank you. I really appreciate that confirmation, because, we get stinking thinking, but the fact is, we're where we're at today, and if it's something we really enjoy, putting the time towards it cannot be a waste. It's going to be wonderful, So thank you. I appreciate that very much. So I said earlier that I plan to put out a video this week regarding Lauren Stewart and her family, the murder or suicide. So please look out for that, and please share it. It will be on my YouTube channel, the Apostle Babe Linda James video channel. And I hope that you will get out of it what I'm hoping to share. And it will be more than the shunning, which the shunning is a big deal. And I believe attributed a lot to the decisions that Lauren Stewart made, but there's a bit more. So I do want to encourage you to watch the video and please share it. This week is the anniversary, 5 years ago, that she took her family's life and the dog and herself out. And, there's been too many suicides. So, so let's just remember that when we need help, please reach out. Reach out to XJWs, reach out to the suicide number, which I believe is simply 3 numbers now. I believe it's 889 rather than 998. I believe it's 889. You don't have to have it as a phone call. It can be, they have things set up to where you can use, do it by texting or online. But please reach out. There's usually about a window of, I'm not sure how much time, but a small window that if you can get past that window, the despair lifts up a bit, and the alternatives of things that people might not have thought of can be brought in. So I just want to encourage you that if you're at that place, to please reach out and to find out the phone numbers of the suicide preventions. I don't have them in front of me, so I'm just going to ask you now, please look them up, please jot them down and have them handy. You might be giving them to a friend, or you might need them yourselves. And I just, again, wanted to say thank you so much for being here tonight. Thank you for everybody that chimed in. There's a lot of good laughs tonight. And I appreciate Susan and Rick allowing me to use this platform. So we started off on February the 18th, 2023, and today is February the 19th, 2023, Sunday. And I will say good night. Talk to you next week. Bye-bye.
Now I don't even care. You know, Jamie was in the 70s and why don't you
Wow. Oh yeah. Yep. 10, quarter to 11. All right, so I can shut this thing down.
You're on the Six Screens Telenetwork, earning the reputation of giving all the right ingredients, uninhibited, and exposing the hard, cold facts about the Watchtower Society. And now, the end is near.